of rain over us. We do have very contestable surf out there. We are going to kick things off with a 6:45 a.m. start. We ran, we only were able to get 16 heats of round two done yesterday due to a fog delay, but we're going to get straight into it this morning, finishing up round two of the men, and the women are on standby with the quarterfinals, and possibly we could go into round three with the men. Yesterday we had a fantastic day of competition in those 16 heats. We saw a few of the Japanese making it into round three. Let's look back at yesterday's highlights.
どこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
And looking back yesterday on the action, what a great day it was. And we have very similar surf here today, Pitsy, as we get ready to kick off heat number 17 of round two. Right out of the gates, we're going to get a stacked heat starting with our runner-up from last year, Leo Fioravanti, up against former championship tour competitor Leo Muniz. Paul Caesar and the white, and Slade Prestwich in the green. So a good heat right out of the gates. We lost our defending event champion yesterday, Evan Geiselman, going down.
Yes, you did right about that, Todd. We've lost both of last year's winners in the women and the men. So upsets there, early stages of the event. But, there's plenty of
highlights.
Plenty of highlights and plenty of people who want to take that title, that's for sure.
Well, some of the excitement from yesterday as we look back and saw, a broad stroke of all of yesterday's action. For me, looking back, I got to go to the performance from Kanoe Igarashi, 9.5, 7.67. He seemed like he could do no wrong in that heat when he came in. A plethora of cameras around him from the media, just eating it up with his performance in that round one to open up.
Yeah, that was
round two.
Amazing performance from him, and I love the way that two heats prior to his, we had Ohara out there who really raised the bar, posted the highest score of the day, and then Kanoa saw that and said, okay, I'm going to get out there and let's see how high we can get that bar, and he went above it.
Well, we're kicking things off here. First to get to his feet is going to be Paul Caesar in the white. And we had a couple other Japanese making it through yesterday, a couple of Hirotos, one with the last name of Arai and the other one being Ohara. So we had a lot of excitement, a lot of support down here from the local Japanese surfers in the region, as well as a lot of people, I think, making the drive out from Tokyo, which is only about an hour from the beach here in Ichinomiya. And you are watching the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Today we have the World Surf League QS 6000 finishing up round 2 out in the lineup. And hoping to have another full day of competition. We do have a little bit of weather over us, but yesterday morning we had that fog that was socked in. Today, no problem seeing the lineup, and you're going to be wet anyway out in the lineup, so who cares about a little rain?
Yeah, and it's not too bad at all. You know, conditions are pretty good. Very similar to the late yesterday afternoon. Up and riding here, surfer in white. Paul Caesar, short ride for him. Yeah, very similar to yesterday afternoon as far as the wave size and just the chop on the face here. So it'll be interesting to see how the conditions pan out for the rest of the day paddling. Taking a look. Alejo, but no ride for surfer in blue.
Yeah, similar to what we saw yesterday. We're going to have a low tide this morning. And it's actually not for a few hours from now. It's going to be at 10:49 a.m. So keep an eye on how that affects the lineup. We know we've got a very shallow bank out there. You mentioned that the contest director as well as some others had brought some sand in, pushed it out there with a bulldozer, helping to create a little bit more of a bank out there for the conditions that we do have. A couple of scores on the board. First of white at 0.6, second of white at 2.5. Fioravanti last year, great run on the QS. Going all the way to make the championship tour, and he's back wanting to go one better. Last year he was runner-up. This year he wants to win this thing.
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti had a very successful campaign in this event last year. He won every single heat, obviously up until the final. But every single heat that he surfed, he won the first wave exchange, and he found his spot in the lineup, and he appeared to have this break completely wired. Went into the final, first wave exchange with Evan Geiselman. Evan Geiselman got the better of him, and Leonardo was unable to recover. And after that first wave exchange, he changed his tactics that he'd followed throughout the whole event. His winning combination got lured down the beach by Evan, who started to ride at some lefts, threw him right off his game plan, and ended up with a second place. Nevertheless, a fantastic result. So Leonardo back out here in this first heat for him in this event so far. Let's see how he gets out of the gates in this event.
Yeah, yesterday was the the kickoff of round 2. That's when we saw the top seeds take to the lineup. We're finishing up round 2 today, starting with this heat right now. Heat number 17, and going back and reflecting on Leo's 2016 QS campaign, he finished 6th on those standings. Got to be in the top 10 to qualify for that championship tour, so that's how he did it. As we see Slade Prestwich here going for the forehand air. You can see his timing a little bit off there on the landing. His board maybe a little bit crooked as it was landing. Wasn't able to get those fins set, and goes down on that forehand air. So Leo was a runner-up machine last year. You were able to keep your top 5 results at the end of the year. He had a second at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. He had a second at the Australian Open of Surfing, and a second here, as we reflected on last year, against Evan Geiselman. So never was able to get a win last year on the QS, but when you're getting second in QS 6000s, those are definitely going to help you to make that championship tour, as we saw him do last year.
Yeah, he's another surfer that's come out of the gates blazing from the QS qualifying series into the championship tour, and has yet to convert right there. So like Ethan Ewing, struggling on the championship tour despite having an incredible year last year on the qualifying series.
Here we go. Alejo, former championship tour competitor himself, climbs that whitewater out on the open face. Nice little snap back there. And doesn't like what he sees. He'll kick out now. So a little bit of a slow start here to kick things off in heat number 17. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves. There is no max on how many waves these surfers can catch. 4-man priority once again in effect, and first priority will be with Leo Fioravanti. So Leo has first right away on any wave that comes through right now. The other surfers will have to get out of his way. They can ride a wave that Leo is on as well, as long as they don't impede on his scoring potential.
So this is Alejo Meniz. Up and riding behind him, surfer in green, Slade Prestwich. So far in this heat, just a couple of mediocre scores coming through. Surfers not yet finding those set waves with their open face. Still just sort of feeling the breakout. It's the first heat of the day. I'm sure everyone's been out here free surfing, knows the break pretty well, but we saw yesterday a lot of surfers within a 3-minute period getting 2 high scores, and it seemed like, it's like when the fish are running, boom, get out there and get your line out there and reel them in, because the opportunity, that window of opportunity of finding the little open face waves within this break seems to rear its head during your 25-minute heat, but not for the whole period of the heat, just for that 3 to 5 minutes. And if they can find that little spot, grab a couple of good scores, they should advance.
Staying in line with your fishing analogy, it's one thing to hook them, but you got to land them. We saw a few guys have some big missed opportunities yesterday. Take off on a set wave, go for the big move, and not able to land it. Here we go. Paul on the backhand. Quick snap. Climbs that section again, so 2 quick hits there for our surfer in white. And he's been the most busy at this point. That'll be his 4th wave, but last of green will be the best wave so far in this heat. It's going to be a mid-range score, round of 5. Standing by. 18.5 minutes to go. There it is. Last up green, a 5.33. So Prestwich goes out to an early lead, and here is last up Paul.
Paul, yeah, just a couple of backside rebounds off the lip. Mediocre score once again. So surfers yet to find one of those open face right-handers we saw yesterday. The big scores going down out the back. Looks like some movement. Red taking a look, up and riding.
Last year's runner-up, opening up his campaign here in 2017, trying to go one better. A couple of quick turns. Utilizing his first priority, he's going to stay with this. Looks like he's going to get a little inside runner. Nice snap once again. This thing's still sticking to that bank, giving him a little bit of face to work with. So Fioravanti on the board. And this kid's impressive, obviously, out in the water. But what's impressed me, I've watched this kid travel for many years with a longtime friend of mine, Stephen Bell, being that he was with Quicksilver, and obviously Fioravanti being a team rider. This kid can speak 5 languages, Pitsy. I thought you were impressive being able to speak Japanese and, well, I guess you got 3. You've got English, Australian, and Japanese.
Yeah, good on you, Todd.
Here we go.
Okay, so here's Leovanti up into the left. Carving back into the foam. Sticking with this one again. Now just looking for a little extra wall on the inside here. Gets speed. Bang. Hits the lip again. And he'll just give it another rip at the end. Leonardo Fioravanti.
And now we got Alejo out the back, really trying to get around that whitewater. He was playing catch-up from the start. Not able to get out on the open face. Muniz opened up with a 3.67. And Paul's last wave is going to be his best and the best of the heat so far. So Paul Cesar just posted a 5.43, so he is now in first. Prestwich drops to second. Prestwich in the green looking for a 2.61. And this is that wave that he just basically got caught behind the whitewater here.
Yeah, I just want to we'll wait for Leonardo's first wave to come in, but once again, Leonardo, first wave exchange, he likes to win that one. It seems to give him the confidence to then go on and take out the heat. Arguably, when we see that score come in, he will have won that first wave exchange. And let's see how he goes on to convert the rest of the heat. But this was his tactics last year. Very patient, got priority. He made sure that very first wave that he caught in every heat last year, he posted a good score. And he was able to continue on with that confidence all the way through to the final. Now Leonardo out the back taking another look.
Yeah, another good-looking little right-hander here. He gets into it early. Quick snap. It's going to start to hit the bank now and run a little bit quicker. So he gets another snap off the top. Goes up into the lip again. And 3 turns there. Behind him, though, better-looking wave here for Slade. A little bit more of a runner. 2 quick turns. He's going to have a nice finishing move there. So 3 turns for Prestwich. And a good exchange there between red and green. And you see red really digging hard, trying to get back out there to establish priority. You mentioned that Leo likes to get a quick start, likes to get the opening exchange, the best score on the board. And as we look here at last of green.
Okay, green just coming off the bottom here. Nice big front side snap. Another little cutback opportunity there and a rebound off the foam. So 3 reasonably good turns there. The first one was fantastic. Second one mediocre, but finished off strong. Surfer in green, Slade Prestwich. He should be happy when that score comes in.
Opening score for red came through at a 7.33, so you're spot on, Pitsy. Leo opens up with the best wave score of this heat so far. We've got another one to come through now for his second. So coming in with maybe the same formula he had last year, as you said, wanting to get the best of the opening exchange between the 4 surfers in the lineup. And you have to wonder, Has that been the challenge this year on the championship tour? There's been 4 events. He's had equal 25th in all of them. Is he not getting the opening exchange in those, or what's happening there, Pitsy?
To tell you the truth, I have not watched his heats close enough to pay attention to that little tactical manoeuvre that he loves to execute. So maybe that's it. And I don't know if he's actually aware of it. He might be just, going through the motions as far as his surfing goes. But it was very apparent last year. And then, he stumbled in the final when he lost that first wave exchange. So far this year, Leonardo Favanti, right on track. First wave score, a 7.33. And when that backup score comes in, no doubt he will jump into that first place position. But Slade Prestwich, his third wave score about to get locked in, and I'm sure that is going to be a pretty good score with a 5.33 already posted. Slade Prestwich will also be looking pretty damn strong in this heat with 13 minutes left on the clock, Todd Klein.
Yeah, we've got a pretty solid battle here to open things up. There's a lot of time on the clock. Yesterday we saw a lot of these heats come down to the last 5 minutes. And with this being a beach break and not a tremendous paddle out to get back out in the lineup, despite the 4-man priority, we had a lot of waves ridden yesterday and many surfers getting the scores they needed in the last minute. So we could see that take place here. Last of green was at 5.97. Prestwich goes to second. Last of red, Fioravanti, 5.17. So first Fioravanti, second Prestwich, and right now we got Paul up and riding on the backhand looking for a 5.88. I like that second turn. Was able to really pivot off the bottom and get vertical on it. So we'll see how that one comes through for Paul. He was looking for a 5.88. And if you've just joined us, good morning. It's early morning here in Japan. We kicked off our first heat of the day, which is heat number 17, round 2 action here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. This is a World Surf League QS 6000. And we've got our runner-up from last year out in the lineup, Leonardo Fioravanti. We already lost last year's defending champ yesterday, unfortunately, Evan Geiselman. And we're going to have a new champion here in 2017. And it looks like Blue's going to have a go here. Aleo Moniz, nice looking little runner here. Let's see what he can do. This kid can keep it on rail, or he can go above the lip if he gets the ramp. Nice jam there on the second turn. Little tight pocket, slides the fins. Very smooth style, Aleo.
He does. He's got that signature front side gouge that he does. And we've seen him have a lot of success with that maneuver. It's won him a lot of money up and riding. Surfer in white again.
Yeah, Paul, a little bit late on that first turn. Second one, he kind of gets hung up. Don't think that will stay in his score line because I think we're still standing by for another score for him. But we'll wait and see as we see Leonardo Fioravanti. He still has another score to drop. Goes vertical there.
Yeah, Leonardo looking pretty sharp off the lip here in this event. He's managing to get very square and straight up into the lip out here at Ichinomiya. And we got a little paddle battle going on here for the priority between red and white.
Question, Pitsy.
Yes, sir.
You have the, in the USA, we have counties, we have cities. Here in the title, we say Ichinomiya Chiba, but then we say Shida Beach. If you don't mind for me and obviously all the viewers, kind of break it down, and I'll get to that in just 1 second. We got Slade Prestwich up and riding here. Nice turn off the top. Nice transition into the next maneuver, and again snaps it off the top, and he's not done yet. So a beautiful wave there for Prestwich, and right behind him just quickly Alejo. So break it down for us as far as Ichinomiya, Shida, Chiba. What's it all mean?
Okay, so Chiba's the prefecture.
Okay.
Ichinomiya is the town, and Shida is the beach name.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And this is one of the #1 surfing towns in the nation here in Japan, and this is the destination for the 2020 Olympics. Surfing.
Yes, that's correct, Todd Klein. It is. This is the most intensely surfed beach in Japan, no doubt. It's the hotbed of talent of Japanese surfing, and then any of the young up-and-coming surfers from further south in Japan or further north within the far-away prefectures will move here, grab an apartment close by, and paddle out and surf here every single day because we've got surf media here. We've got a lot of photographers close by. Tokyo's an hour and a half by train, up and riding, surfer in white.
Yeah, Paul gets right up into the lip on that first turn, snaps it in the second. There's a third turn there, And scores, though, dropping for last of Alejo and Paul. We're going to have a highly contested heat right now underway with 9 minutes, 30 seconds to go. That wave you and I like, Pitsy, where Alejo got that really nice, tight final maneuver where he slid the fins. Comes through it at 6.60. Here we go, last of White.
Okay, so here's the point of difference for White. He's had a 2-snap combination. He squeezes the third in, bang, and that should just be able to boost that score slightly higher than his current scores that he's got on the board there, a 5.43, a 5.70, and I think this score should rival that 5.70, so Paul will now be looking in a pretty strong situation, needing a 5.61 to move up, but Slade Prestwich, he also has a pretty decent score to come in as well, so a lot of scores to come in, and we should see some position changing going on with 8 minutes left in the heat. Leonardo Favanti hanging on to that first place position with that 7.33 that he is ever so happy with by coming out of the gates blazing. Leonardo Favanti sitting on that 7.33. He will want to update that 5.17 to something larger because, as you said, we've got Alejo, Paul and Slade all with scores to come in, and I think you'll find that they will be closing the gap between those three surfers and the current heat leader, Leonardo Favanti.
Yeah, Slade might close that gap. He might actually go up on the roof and look down at the other three competitors and move into that first place position. Prestwich has a solid score getting ready to post that you called out. We're waiting on that score as we see Alejo Muniz. There's that tight little pocket jam. Nice transition into that next move. Drifts the fins once again. And that third turn not quite as enticing as the other two, but making the most of the opportunities presenting itself to the Brazilian surfer in blue. And we will definitely see a change here in the standings. We got a great heat coming up next. There is Nelson Clarac and Paul Caesar. A couple of quick turns.
Yeah, I've noticed the surfers now starting to move a little bit further to the left of the judge tower there. There seems to be a couple of little open-faced right-handers further down the beach there that they have now cottoned onto and taking advantage of. And as this heat progresses, we find slowly seeing the scores getting higher and higher and higher. You know, the first 5 minutes, the surfers were feeling out the break. They've now worked it out. They've found out where the better waves are coming in, and they're taking advantage of that. And we're seeing the surfer in blue really starting to wind up that front side hack of his, Alejo Muniz. And with 8 minutes left, don't be at all surprised if we see him throw down a 3 to 4 maneuver combination and really rival for that first and second position. Surfer in blue, Alejo Muniz from Brazil. But still, Leonardo Favanti right now with priority and the heat lead. But he's going to have to get busy again because all the other surfers are slowly, Hoshi Tantanto hunting him down.
Prestwich just posted a 6.83. He goes to first. Fioravanti to second. Fioravanti now with first priority looking for a 5.47. Paul Caesar in third looking for a 6.81. We're standing by for one more score for Paul. Prestwich is our current heat leader. And Alejo Muniz in the fourth position looking for a 5.91. 6 minutes on the clock. That next heat coming up, heat number 18, Davey Cathles in the red, Ricardo Christie in blue, Nelson Clarac in the white, and Jacob Wilcox in the green.
So there you see it, Todd. Slade Prestwich moving up into first. So Leonardo's going to have to get his foot back on the accelerator. So if he doesn't do it soon, you never know. We might find he'll have to move over to the left lane because we've got some passing traffic moving through.
And keep an eye on that tide. I mentioned a moment ago, I've been watching that. The bottom of our screen there is that's getting very shallow. You're starting to see a lot of little bit of what I refer to as reverberation, little chops coming off that shallow bank. And aside from that northeast wind that's also throwing some chop on the face, you're going to have to, just like yesterday, be very precise with your timing of your bottom turns and make sure you choose the right equipment, because if you catch just the slightest bit of edge, you will miss the opportunity on a wave. There's not enough power out here to make mistakes. You've got to be very precise, like a Ginsu knife. Here we go. Flying in the line. Alejo not going to like that wave, so he'll kick out. We've, throughout this event so far, both with the women and the men, A lot of the surfers electing to choose the epoxy foam, which is more buoyant, lighter, but it can pose some challenges sometimes when you get a lot of that chop on the face. You get a bit of a chattering effect. White having a look here. Going to go on the forehand potentially, looking at this left. Here he goes. Quick high line, gets to the bottom. Nice turn there, but you can see there was those little chops coming up the face and catches that front edge and goes down. So that will not go into his score line. He's looking for a 6.81. We're still standing by for a couple scores for Surfer and White. And Alejo just posted a 6.0. So Muniz now in second, our defending runner-up from last year. Leonardo Fioravanti drops down to third, looking for a 5.27. He's got the highest single wave score of this heat. That's 7.33. But Matthew Pitts just pointed out a moment ago, hasn't really been able to back it up yet with a substantial score, so finds himself on the outside of advancement, looking in, sitting in third. And Paul, our surfer in white, just posted a 6.27, and he is now in fourth place, looking for a 6.34. So an interesting situation here for Fioravanti. He opened up with priority, sat on it for quite a while, cashed in that priority card, and got a 7.33. Do you think he can do it here again with 3 minutes on the clock, Pitsy?
I think he can. He's got his game plan that he's sticking to, but once again we saw yesterday, priority could be your killer. It's his first heat for the event, so let's just hope for him he does find that wave and he works that out, that sometimes priority, especially out here at Shida, from what we've seen, can also be your enemy. But there's a bit of movement out the back. Leonardo's starting to get a little bit edgy out there. The nerves will be starting to seep in. The cooler water, so there's a little bit going against him right now. But Slade Prestwich, Alejo, hats off to them because they've put on a fantastic performance where they've slowly put their scores together, and they're now in that advancement position.
You mentioned this being the first heat here for Leonardo, and he's on the championship tour this year. Fortunately for the competitors on the championship tour traveling all around the world, you have a first heat that there is nobody that loses. First goes straight to the third round. Second and third will have another chance. Not the case in a QS. You have to advance right out of the gates. So you got to come out firing, and this is the opportunity here for Leonardo, looking for a 5.27. And that's one of the unique things about the format on the championship tour. Gives the guys a little bit of an opportunity to maybe test some equipment, adapt, and acclimate to the time change. Here on the QS, it's a straight grind. You better come out firing because the other 200 and however many competitors that are there in this event. We started out with the round of 144. So 144 competitors kicking this thing off. You got to come out firing, and Fioravanti, we'll see how that last score comes through. As we mentioned, he had priority, needing a 5.27.
Yeah,
it's
a tricky one because when he took off on that wave, he really had to pump and scratch and squeeze some speed out of that. He managed to get a little bit of flow happening and managed to punch in 2 exclamation marks towards the end of that wave. But the beginning of the wave, there was a fair bit of downtime as far as manoeuvres went. It'll be a tough one to score. But I don't know if Leonardo is going to be happy with that because it just didn't quite have that top to bottom opportunity on it. Todd Klein, how did you see it?
Yeah, I think it's going to fall just short, especially now that there's already been a couple scores dropped on the screen. We're going to have one more judge put it in, and we will give you the situation. But Leo needs a 5.27, and it looks like it's going to fall short of that. So with a minute on the clock, we could potentially see last year's runner-up bowing out here in his opening heat in round 2, heat number 17. There it is, last I've read. Will not change the situation. It's a 4.43, so Fioravanti still looking for a 5.27. He currently now is in fourth priority, so he's going to want to separate himself from the other 3 surfers out there. And I can guarantee you, being a veteran competitor, Alejo Muniz or Slade Prestwich potentially could make their way over and have a little conversation with our boy Leo to make sure he does not get a wave.
But geez, I tell you what, if Leo goes down in this first heat here, he's had a tough year on the CT tour. If he goes down here, man, his confidence should take a couple of body shots for sure. Does he need the black rails back again, Todd? Because it seemed he was on a black rail board all last year. He posted big scores, incredible results on the World Tour, great qualifying series campaign, and he's got rid of the black railed surfboards. He's on this whiteboard all year, and I don't know, is that a psych that's worth even mentioning? Who knows?
Who knows? There's a lot of variables in our sport. An air spray could be one of them, Pitsy, but unfortunately here for Leo Fioravanti, he goes down in third place. Paul Caesar in fourth. And that means advancing on in the blue, Aleo Muniz. And also getting the win was our surfer in green, Slade Prestwich. Stay with us. Coming up next, heat number 18, more round 2 action at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
Jeep.
Welcome back to Japan here on a drizzly Friday. It is just past 7 a.m. here in France on Friday morning. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. We've got one heat under our belts. We kick things off with heat number 17. Pitsy, you're rubbing my shoulder. What's happening?
Yeah, you just said you're in France. You okay?
Did I say France?
Yeah.
I was just reading a competitor was from France. Did I really say that?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Well, we're here in Japan, actually.
We're
It's the
up
Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
Good on you, Todd. I know you're dead right about that. We're out here. Second heat of the day. Let's just go back to that first heat. We've lost both our finalists from last year, Todd Klein.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yesterday we lost Evan Geiselman. This morning we've already lost Leonardo Fioravanti. And it's going to be, we're going to have 2 new surfers in this year's final.
No, it'll be great stuff. So out in the water, we've got Jacob Wilcox in green, who was a standout in that first heat that he had. We've got Nelson Clarac, Ricardo Christie from New Zealand. And
Yeah, Nelson up and riding right here. Pitsy, sorry, as he's already got a couple turns, making his way across this right-hander. And looking for a little double up here, and it's not going to happen. So quickly on the board for our surfer in white. As you mentioned, a lot of these competitors like to get a quick start. And just finishing up, we've got David Cathles in the red, Ricardo Christie in the blue, Nelson Clarac in white, and Jacob Wilcox in the green. And it looks like Christie also got a wave before we came back from break, this being a 25-minute heat. And score starting to drop for first up blue, looking pretty solid.
Yeah, Ricardo Christie from New Zealand, former Championship Tour surfer. Davey Cathles, Championship Tour surfer. And Jacob Wilcox, he is no stranger. He was a wild card in Western Australia this year. He's also had a wild card in Portugal. He knows his way around a 25-minute heat on the World Surf League Tour. So Jacob Wilcox just stumbling on his first wave, uncharacteristically. Davey Cathles looking to open up his account with priority. 21 minutes left on the clock. Christie, Clarac, Wilcox, Cathles, and this is Heat 18, round number 2 of the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. It's a world qualifying series 6,000 event. Big points and money up for grabs here.
25 grand for first. More importantly, $6,000 towards next year's qualification of the Championship Tour. And we've already got some scores on the board. Former Championship Tour competitor Ricardo Christie opened up with a 7-1-7. Live action here with Nelson. And just a quick little wave there. Not the one he was looking for. And his opening wave, the surfer in white, was a 4.00. Wilcox opener was a 0.93 for that one where he fell. And so with 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, we lost our runner-up from last year, Leonardo Fioravanti, and getting the win in that heat was Slade Prestwich, and he's standing by now.
Good morning to all the viewers watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. I am the interview now for today again, and standing next to me, the winner for round 2, heat 17, Slade Prestwich. Congratulations and good morning to you.
Good morning, thank you.
How was your morning job? You seem to be wonderful.
Yeah, it's despite the rain, everything's great. The conditions are the same. It's basically just been the same as since I got here, and there's no difference right now to yesterday or the day before. So I'm just, I was excited to go and surf in the rain. That's it.
When did you wake up and when did you first went into the water for this morning?
Probably at about 5 a.m. I woke up and then I cruised down to the beach. I didn't surf before the event because I was feeling so good, so I just went straight in for my heat from as soon as I woke up. And I'm going to go for a free surf now, get the body loose, and that's it.
Since the condition's not really good today, you got your plans?
Just going to surf, that's it. I'm not going to, no plans except surfing.
But you made very beautiful maneuvers, 3 maneuvers and 4 maneuvers with 5.97 and 6.83, and that worked very well with your board, isn't it?
Yeah, it did. I mean, it got me through the heat. Out there, it's all about whoever gets the best wave. That's it. It's all the surfers, they're surfing the same conditions, and everyone's ripping. So out there, you get the best wave, you're gonna go through no matter what.
And I am sure that all the South African surfers are happy with your result today. And I heard that QS contest is going to be held a lot in South Africa. How do you feel about that?
I'm not doing events in South Africa except for the 3000. All the competitions outside South Africa, so I'm trying to focus on that right now. But it's good for the country. You know, the younger surfers, we got great younger surfers in South Africa that are coming up through those events. They're getting experience, so it's good.
Thank you for the precious stories. Good, well done for you. Round 2, heat 17, the winner, Slade Prestwich. Back to you.
Thank you, and congratulations to Slade Prestwich getting that win, and Aleo Moniz also moving on. Unfortunate there for Leo Fioravanti in third, and Paul Caesar in the white, getting a 4th place finish. Shifting gears now, heat number 18 out of the lineup. Round 2 action. Ricardo Christie opened up with a 7.17. He backed it up with a 3.00. He's out to an early lead. Jacob Wilcox on his first wave fell, but take a look at that second score that's come through now for our surfer in green, a 7.83. So Wilcox now sitting right there in that advancing position, currently in second. Nelson in the white, his opener a 4.33. His second wave a 4.00. He is currently in third, looking for a 4.44. And Cathles from Australia in the red. He has first priority and is looking for his first wave to open up his campaign here. 25-minute heat, 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you just said Jacob Wilcox throwing down a 7.83, and during that interview we just saw in the smaller screen there that wave, and beautiful combination of backside snaps, super fast out of the lip. And the board that he's on out here looks fantastic. Jacob Wilcox, he is looking like a real threat in this event. He seems to be adapting very well to the conditions out here. And yeah, look forward to seeing more out of him. Up and riding now, surfer in blue. This is Ricardo Christie from New Zealand.
Yeah, beautiful wave here for Ricardo. He got that first opening vertical hit, and then he came out of it with more speed than he went into it with. So a beautiful transition into the next maneuver, and then absolutely applied that pressure to the tail, throwing some power, a lot of spray, and that one's going to be a good score there for Christie.
Yeah, big boy, big maneuvers. Ricardo Christie's going to be very happy with that one, and his preparation for this event looks fantastic. He's been spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast, training and surfing there, and Ricardo Christie looks very confident out here, and his surfing is right on point. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get a bigger score than his current 7.17, which I wouldn't be at all surprised if he does.
Oh, he's going well north of that. I could see it probably going even higher, potentially, than his 7.17. Granted, it was only 2 maneuvers. I really appreciated his approach to that wave. It was a critical section on that final maneuver. He pushed hard through it, and so we'll stand by for the third score there for Christie. Looking to better a 3.00. He's currently in first. But like I said, I think we're going to see a solid score on that last wave of Christie. And as I look at the conditions today, Pitsy, and even throughout this event, this is one of those events where being a competitor, you can make or break your result before it even starts mentally. A lot of the competitors, it's funny, the guys that are doing well seem to be real positive, and unfortunately, some of the guys that have lost out in conversation and hearing them converse, whether with with me or with their friends, and overhearing it, not really appreciating the conditions and almost basically writing themselves off before they even got in the lineup. And that's one thing about our sport and every sport. You got to always maintain that positive mindset and do all you can to prepare. Here we go. David Cathles, his first wave of this heat. Let's see what he can do. Opening carve, goes straight into another one. This wave is giving him some opportunity here. Snaps it back one more time, and he'll kick out. So David Cathles waited for 10 minutes for that first wave. Let's see what that wave does for him. And last up blue was a 7-7-0. And here we go. Wilcox on the backhand. Couple of quick snaps, but have a look at that last score for Christie, 7.70 for those two maneuvers.
Yeah, you called it, Todd Klein. A couple of huge turns from a big boy, big power turns, and rewarded and very justified score, 7.7 for Ricardo Christie, now way out in front. Jacob Wilcox, he's locked in that 7.83, top score in the heat so far. All he needs to do is to back that up, and then you'll find Clarac and Cathles with a lot of work to do. Davy Cathles with a mid-range score to come in. It was a nice wave, but just not quite enough flair in that to go up towards that excellent range. But nevertheless, a good opening wave for the surfer in red. Now he's got 13 minutes to back that one up, and Davy Cathles, a seasoned competitor, should be right in the mix towards the back end of this heat here. So a really hot contended heat at this stage of the game. Jacob Wilcox just slapping in the water around a little bit. He's got a 7.8. I don't know if that's because he's just trying to call upon a wave. You see Kelly sometimes slap the water when he's ready to ride, and more often than not, a wave comes straight to him. So maybe Jacob's seen him do that and doing the same thing, and hoping that a set wave will come to him. But currently fourth on the priority list. So Jacob Wilcox just trawling the inside of the break here, trying to pick something up underneath the noses of the other competitors.
You mentioned Slater. Do you think the Jedi still has the force?
I think the Jedi's got the force, but it'll depend on the conditions.
Well, I could tell you he's licking his chops going into the next event, the Outer Known Fiji Pro. There is rumor that he's got a little bit of an ailment with his back, but I think that thing will get... She'll be right by the time it comes.
She'll be right, mate, when he sees 6 to 8 foot cloud break lining up in front of him.
Yeah, the old saying down in Australia, she'll be right. And yeah, I think he'll be right when it comes down to Fiji. He's got the best results in the history of that event down there, and whether it's at restaurants or cloud break, it's a second home for him down there, and he spends a lot of time down there with the owners of the island on Tabarua. He's good friends with the crew over on Namotu, and that's going to be an epic event coming up. We kick off the women's of the Outer Known Fiji Open in just 3 days' time. May 28th is the opening of that window for that competition, so the women could be underway here shortly. 11 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. Current situation: Ricardo Christie in first. He is looking to better his low score of a 7.17, so a very solid heat going down right now for Christie in the blue. Wilcox sits in second with that strength of that 7.83, which is the best wave so far in this heat, but is back up at the moment, still leaving the door open. He's only got a 2.70. Nelson Clarac in the white in third, looking for a 6.21, and Cathel's opener was a 6.00. He now requires a 4.54. So, as you pointed out a moment ago, Pitsy, Wilcox really needs to get something of substance to back up that 7.83.
Yeah, I've got no doubt that he will. Yeah, Kelly owning that Fiji event in more ways than one this year, and I'm sure probably every person in the world's got him in their fantasy surfer team up and riding. Davy Cathles, just a quick little in and out for Davy Cathles as a backup, and then we see Nelson down the beach from France.
Yeah, just potentially the final maneuver there for Nelson, as we saw him drift the fins there on his forehand snap. We are past the halfway mark in this heat, 10 minutes, 40 seconds to go.
Nice front side snap. Bang, another one for Paul. This is going to be a good score.
Yeah, that'll be a good score
Sorry
there.
for Nelson.
Sorry, yep. Nelson looking for a 6.21. And we've seen some big scores go down for only two maneuvers. We'll see how that one comes through. Christie got a 7.70 for a two-maneuver wave. but two very good maneuvers.
It's interesting I said Paul when there's actually no Pauls in this heat.
That's okay. You said that I said we were in France, so maybe something's going on in here right now.
Yeah, little elephant in the room. Who knows? But
maybe someone left their car running outside our window. No, we'll be all right. We're just getting rolling here. We've had some
mate.
Some long days
Good
here
on
in
ya.
Japan, but some good ones.
You're not wrong about that, Todd Klein. There have been some very long days. It seems you're either sitting in the box or lying in bed, one of the two. But it's been a great event so far. We've seen incredible surfing yesterday. The swell just backed off a little bit today. We got lumpy, bumpy conditions with smaller conditions. Tide running out to a 10:30 low tide. But I'm sure that today will be no different to yesterday, and we're going to see some fantastic surfing. We already have, and there's plenty more to come. Currently, Ricardo Christie out in front.
Pitsy, even though we've got a competitor area upstairs here, it looks like they've got a makeshift competitors area going down there on the beach. A couple of the boys trying to seek shelter, and it looks like potentially that was, I think, White. Josh Burt coming up next.
Yeah, just trying to find a bit of comfort in discomfort down there.
Well, he's from Barbados. He's used to a little rain, and he'll be doing battle in heat number 19 up against Tomas Hermes, Michael February, and Harley Ross Webster. So another good heat coming up next. Tomas, a small in stature but big in power surfer from Brazil. 8 minutes, 50 seconds.
So Davey Caffels with just that 3.07 as his backup. He's had a pretty quiet heat. 8 minutes to go. Only 2 waves ridden. But the focus now is the chokehold. The blue is getting on this heat. He's out in front. He's got first priority. And then we've got Jacob Wilcox looking for that backup score in second priority. So Jacob is ready to pounce despite the fact that he's down there into third place. He only needs now a 3.17 or better to get back up into second. But we said before Nelson Clarac, we saw those 2 big front side hits. He's been rewarded for that, the 6.67. He's now up into second place. So Cathels and Wilcox looking for a solid backup score, which has eluded them up into this point in time in this particular heat. 8 minutes on the clock. Still pretty open slather as far as that second place position goes. Paddling, taking a look, trying to consolidate that second place position. Nelson Clarac from France. Boom, nice big frontside snap there. And just not quite converting. Boom, out the back. This is Cathels, a better way for him.
Yeah, a couple of nice turns here for Cathels. Jams that section, goes by his competitor, and he kicks out. So Cathels was looking for a 5.01. Very well could get it on that one right there. He had waited a while after opening up with a 6. His wave prior to that was a 3.07. So Cathels sitting in fourth place looking for that 5.01. This heat's going to come down to the end as we see Wilcox here looking for a 3.17. Quick snap. He's going to have to get busy to get straight back up into it, and that's exactly what he does. Beautiful maneuver there to finish things up. And I think it's safe to say we'll see Wilcox now move up into advancement.
Yeah. Well, we saw a good contrast of waves there between red and green. We saw Davey Castles with a lot of speed and flow. And then we saw Jacob Wilcox with that precision.
Here we go. Ricardo Christie, better looking wave. This guy's got a couple of 7s already. Let's see what he can do. Throws some spray out the back. Nice little section there. Gets the fins up and over. Is able to ride out of it. So similar to a wave that we saw him already get in this heat. He's already got a 7.17 and a 7.70. He's our current heat leader, looking to better that low score of the 7.17. So Christie definitely the man to beat right now in this heat.
Yeah, he really is having a great heat. Luck's falling into his lap here. Wilcox, little nothing turn, bang, but then straight up and down with that second backside snap there. Unfortunately, probably on the strength of one maneuver, the score shouldn't go too high. Definitely more than a 3.17. But he's going to have to get busy because...
Well, we got Nelson up and riding. Look at that little layback snap right there. He already went vertical once. He's out on the open face. This wave's really flattened out on him, but he's sticking with it. But that second layback snap, pretty impressive for such a small wave. And he probably would have seen that last exchange from Wilcox and Cathel, and even Christie as well. So he knows he's going to have to put something on the board to maintain that second position.
All the momentum here with Ricardo Christie. Big front side snap. Nice double up section. Bang. Hits that lip. Comes out of that nicely. So all the momentum at the moment with Christie and Nelson Clarac. Wilcox and Cathels. Can they shake this heat up?
I think they already have. I think Wilcox is going to move up into advancement, and it's going to be close between him and Cathles because Cathles got a wave too. So that two-maneuver combo from Wilcox and the final maneuver that he had on it, I think, is no doubt going to be currently the 317 that he needs. The question is, how far north of that will it go to solidify that position up there in first or second? It'll be a challenge then between Cathles and Clarac. And at the moment, I'm going to have to lean towards Cathles over Clarac. I think he opened up with a 6.0, and I think he's going to get potentially the score he needs now. He needs a 5.01. So stand by with 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and he's not done yet. Bigger wave here for Cathles. A lot of speed. Just a quick little turn there. Kind of a little bit safety there to open up. Then he goes and pushes harder on the second turn. Climbs that whitewater on the third. Carves it back. And going to wrap things up on the inside. But scores for his third wave. Looking like it's going to help him. Still standing by for last of Wilcox. Wilcox is up and riding quickly there. And we're going to have a shake-up here in a moment, Pitsy.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Davey Cathle's last wave. A bigger wave, as you said, Todd Klein. I think he served it a little conservative but smart. Hits the lip, doesn't get too carried away, negotiates the bumps, back up into the lip, pulls the nose out, back up over the foam. Not too crazy, but he knows that this could be a very, very crucial score for him. He's got 2 sixes.
No, he just got that last 6, so he is now in second. He was in
Yes.
fourth. Okay, so he's moved up into advancement. We're still standing by, though, for the wave prior for Wilcox. Wilcox only needs a 4.17. Wilcox just posts now a 6.3. He goes back to second. Cathel drops down to third. Cathel's now looking for an 8.13. So as I thought Wilcox was going to start to separate himself, look at what Cathel's needs. After posting 2 sixes, he now requires an 8.13. Clarac in fourth, needing a 7.47. Time winding down 3 minutes. A very well-served heat by Wilcox, pulling himself up into the second place.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox getting a 6.3 for that big backside precision snap. One more score to come into Cathles, but I don't think it's going to be an 8.13. Ricardo Christie still out in front, holding on to that lead with another solid score to come in. And Nelson Clarac, he had the momentum for a while there. 5 minutes ago, he had all the momentum. He was getting the scores, but now he's getting a little bit stuck in the mud. Everyone's just sitting there now and digesting where everyone's sitting as far as the heat positioning goes and the priority. 2.5 minutes now. Last chance to strike for red and white. White sitting in second priority, but red way down the list there in fourth place.
Yeah, and you can see him starting to break out of the left of your screen, trying to move to the north there, and you see a couple of the other surfers having a look. Wilcox says, hey, wait a minute, mate, where are you going? Let's hang out. And Wilcox potentially with that third priority, and Cathel's having fourth priority. Wilcox could make his way over there and just get a little intimate, have a conversation, make sure that Cathels does not get away with giving him an opportunity to get an 8.13, but I think the one you got to keep an eye on is the surfer with second priority, sitting in fourth place, Clarac in the white, needing a 7.47. So the odds are a little bit more in Clarac's favor, even though he sits in fourth. Here we go. Current heat leader just posted a 7.23, has bettered his situation once again. Christie opens up with a nice little snap. Momentum down the line. Huge carve there, throwing some spray out the back, sets the fins free, and then jams that final section. Christie can do no wrong right now.
No, I think you'll see that that'll go as the highest score in the heat so far. The point of difference we saw from Christie just now. Okay, here's Clarac. Sitting in fourth, needing a big score here, 7.47 or better. And not quite opening up for him at the end there, but we saw Ricardo Christie. The point of difference was that big rail work that we haven't seen too much of through this event so far because it's been tough for the surfers to find that open face to do turns like that. A big, powerful lad from New Zealand. He found a bigger set wave and he really opened up with a first big carve, another big searing hack, and a nice flow hit to finish that off. 3 solid manoeuvres for Ricardo Christie, and as you said, Todd Klein, he can do no wrong in this heat.
Well, scores in for last of Cathels. It's a 6.17. He's looking for a 7.96 now. Sitting in third place. Time winding down. 28 seconds to go. Standing by for last of Clarac, and he's going to go once again. He's going to have to go big on this smaller inside wave, and unfortunately they're not able to get the projection above the lip that he was looking for. Falls down. 10 seconds, Pitsy. Unofficially, it looks like Ricardo Christie with a fantastically served heat. He has a 7.17 that he's not even utilizing, and he's going to get the heat win with a pair of 7s. David Cathell's falling short in this one because Jacob Wilcox was able to take out second place. Cathell's in third and Clarac in fourth. Coming up next, heat number 19.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Ricardo Christie from New Zealand posts an 8.70 at the end of that heat and even strengthens his lead further, winning heat number 18 over Jacob Wilcox in second. David Castles in third, Nelson Clarac in fourth. Todd Klein joined by Matt Wyborn now, and you are watching the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Todd. Great to be here. Have another stuck day. The weather is be awful today. We have a full day of rain up and riding.
Right out of the gates, February here from South Africa. A couple of quick turns carrying a lot of momentum across the face of this wave. And for a taller surfer there, continuing with a lot of speed across the face. Challenging conditions out here today. The bigger boys having to make the adjustments with their equipment. And looking like he chose the right one for this heat, February there, to open things up in heat number 19.
Yes, looking very lively there in his first wave. Having a lot of energy. I'm sure the judges will like that and reward him well for his first score.
As we look at this first heat, we've got Tomas Hermes, the heat number 19 in the water, I should say. Tomas Hermes in the red, Michael February in blue, Josh Burke in the white, and Harley Ross in green. And it looks like Tomas going to open up here on this one. Nice opening turn and a big layback snap, setting the fins free, sliding in, and then re-engaging that outside rail to kick out. So a good opener there for the Brazilian in red.
Yeah, that was a very nice turn. To do that turn, the layback with a drift like that, you need a lot of speed. So to generate that much speed in this kind of smaller, junky conditions is a testament to his talent. I just noticed in event last year's event number 2, Leo Filavante did not wear a leash in his heat. Do you think that may have played into his psyche a little bit, or why would he have chosen not to surf his heat without a leash? That's interesting.
So sorry, he didn't wear a leash in this event?
He did not wear a leash in his first heat. Leo Filavante.
First heat meaning today.
Today, yes.
Yeah. No, a lot of the competitors not using leashes in this event. You know, smaller conditions, you want to minimize the amount of drag as much as possible. The other thing is, you know, sometimes athletes, you know that they cannot fall then, and sometimes it can help them. That last heat was absolutely smashed by Ricardo Christie, and he is standing by now.
Gotcha. Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Standing next to me with the beautiful blue eyes and beautiful blue jersey. Congratulations to you. You won for round 2, Heat 18, Ricardo Christie.
Yeah, happy to make a heat in conditions like that.
Well, when the heat started, you caught the first wave with the 7 points, and for the third, you scored 7.70. At the very last, with your first priority, you scored 8.70. It was great. You rode 5 waves. Out of 5 waves, you scored the high points. Well, you were great in the conditions, right?
Yeah, yeah, I was just lucky to be in rhythm with the waves. Yeah, before the heat, I had a free surf before the event started, and I didn't get much at all. And I was like, well, I'm just going to go into this heat and just, you know, if I get the waves, I get the waves, and if I don't, I don't. So kind of took the pressure off myself because I knew getting the right waves was so important.
Well, for this poor kind of conditions, I think it's really hard to approach to the wave, but can you tell me your technique of the waves of approaching?
Yeah, well, just since I arrived in Japan, I've learned how to surf small waves again. I'm living on the Gold Coast and it's been pumping lately, so I haven't really been groveling much. So, but I haven't surfed for like a week here in the contest, so I've just been free surfing every day, and yeah, used to my board and used to the waves now.
Well, these days, Japanese surfers goes trip to New Zealand. Can you tell me the waves of the New Zealand?
Yeah, yeah, we got lots of waves, lots of coastline, lots of swell. You got to kind of know where to go. There's a few main spots that everyone goes, Raglan and stuff. It's yeah, it's cool. It's worth a visit for sure.
When's the best season?
Best season's like now, like yeah, kind of like May, June. Even winter's fun. It's just cold. It can be raining and stuff, but there's more swell.
I'm sure you missed your country. You want to say hi to your family and friends?
Yeah, for sure. Hey to my girlfriend, Soph, sup, and the kids, Eli, Milo, and just family. Dad's probably watching. Mum, maybe. Love you guys. See you.
Big congratulations to Ricardo Christie for the winner for round 2, Heat 18. Back to you.
Congratulations to Ricardo Christie, and again, a blazing performance there for him. 2-wave total, 16.40. Jacob Wilcox in second. Also advancing and missing out on advancement was Davey Cathles in the red, Nelson Clarack in the white. Heat number 19 in the water, a couple scores on the board. February opened up with a 6.00, Surfer in blue. Tomas in the red opened up with a 6.83 and a 0.5, so an early lead for our surfer from Brazil. Tomas is in first, February in second, looking for a 1.34, and our surfer from Barbados, Josh Burke, in the white, and Harley Ross in the green from Australia. Those two surfers yet to catch a wave. And we've got Josh Burke here, little right-hander. Nice section in front of him. Beautiful turn. Goes vertical and pushes the fins up and over. Second turn. Beautiful layback underneath the lip there, pushing through it. And now on the backhand, Harley quickly in and out.
Yeah, so this is our second day of the winds from the north. So we do have those ribs, but I think today we'll see a little bit more open face kind of surfing. We'll still see the straight up into the lip attack, but we might see a little bit more of the rail game, which the judges were eating up yesterday. Up and riding now is a replay of Michael February, looking very light there on his first wave. Looking at a second wave now.
This is live action right here. Solid wave here. Quick little turn. Straight into that next section. Fins up and over, forehand air to reverse. So after opening up with a little setup floater, February takes to the air and rides out of it cleanly. So the South African with another solid score to go in that score line for him. He currently sits in second, looking for a 1.34, and no doubt he's going to get that and then some. Should solidify his position in that top two. Tomas currently in first, and February I think is going to take that place.
Yeah, so definitely very contestable here this morning. Guys are finding it not too difficult to get the average or just over the average point range. So yeah, we have Thomas Hermes sitting in the lead, as you said, and Michael February waiting for that second score, which may change the situation, seeing that Thomas Hermes' backup score is only at a 0.5. So yeah, the situation will change with 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Standing by for that opener, too, of Josh Burke. He had a great heat yesterday, winning his round 1 heat, and finds himself now up against the top seeds here in round 2. And we'll see how he can perform against the top seeds. At the moment, it's those two top seeds in first and second.
Yesterday, it was interesting to note the high score coming from a Japanese competitor, one of the highest scores, and then Hiroto Ohara and Hiroto Arai didn't disappoint the Japanese fans, all making it through yesterday, though. Some of the standout performers. It was good to see.
Yeah, good point. You know, Igarashi, his parents both from Japan, getting the highest single wave score of the day and the highest two-wave total, 17.17. So, and then Hiroto Ohara right below him with the second highest two-wave total of a 16.90. Scores in for the opener of White, 7.03 for that combination of maneuvers. Sees him jump straight up into second place. Standing by for last of February, though, still waiting on his second score. And Harley Ross opens up with a 3.73 and a 0.5, so an impressive score here for the youngster, 20 years of age from Barbados.
Yeah.
The Bayesian, 7.03.
The Bayesian, he's looking great. Looking very lively in these small conditions. So we're looking at, it's currently 7:45 here in Japan. We're looking at a low tide of around 10:23 a.m. and then high tide of a 5:15. So hopefully we see those high scores coming again in the afternoon like we did yesterday. Seems a little bit easier for the competitors to find those scores with that little bit more water on the bank. We have a replay here.
Yeah, this is that 7.03. You see that first turn committed, and that second turn 100% committed. So once again, like we've seen some of these bigger scores being posted this morning on a two maneuver combination, so you don't have to get down the beach and ride for 100 yards. Just capitalize on the opportunities that present themselves in front of you, and that's exactly what Josh Burke did there. Last up blue, 5.97, so February goes to first. Tomas just posted a 0.5, and now Tomas is in second place, and Burke drops down to third. Burke only looking, though, for a 0.30. All he's got to do is get to his feet, and he's got that. So with the highest single wave score of the heat with Josh Burke, he's going to be the person to watch at this point to see how he can back up that score. Harley Ross really hasn't got anything under his belt at the moment. He's got a 3.73 and a 0.5, and he's going to have to get something of substance to maintain his name in the conversation of advancement in this heat.
You made a good point, Todd, about surfing what's in front of you. We saw in that post-heat interview for Riccardo Christie, he said in his free surf he couldn't find a wave, but in his heat it seemed like everything came to him, and he got his high scores from just basically doing two major maneuvers. Exactly what you said, just surfing what was in front of him and being in the right place at the right time. So in these tricky, peaky beach break conditions, can be a little bit of a lucky dip, but worked well for Riccardo Christie. For a bigger guy as well, he seemed like he didn't have any problem in these smaller waves. Also mentioning that he has been training in Gold Coast and the waves have been pumping there for the last few months. He hasn't had really a lot of chances to get his small wave game dialed in, apart from just the last few days of being here in Japan.
Yeah, Christie having a good run so far on the QS. He comes into this event ranked 12th and got a win at a QS 3000 at the Martinique Surf Pro. So already having a win here in 2017 and hoping to get 4 more, because your best 5 results go into your overall points at the end of the year, and you need to be in the top 10 of that qualifying series rank in order to make next year's championship tour. Riccardo Christie's been there before on the big stage on the championship tour, and he's definitely looking strong to get back there once again, potentially on that 2018 tour.
So currently in this heat, it's a very international field, everyone travelling from quite a long way. Has any of these competitors that we're seeing in front of us now, have any of them spent any time on the big stage, Todd? I think maybe Thomas Hermes might have a wild card opportunity at one stage. I'm pretty sure I've seen him in one of the major events. Yep,
Tomas has scratched the surface a few times there with his ranking on the QS, and February's having a good run this year on the QS as well. He's another one of those youngsters coming out of South Africa that has the potential to make it to that championship tour. He's got a win already this year in 2017, winning a QS 1000 at the Nelson Mandela Bay Surf Pro. So winning an event down there in South Africa. February, this kid's a high flyer. He will definitely go above the lip, but has a very strong rail game as well. Currently our heat leader at the moment with a 6.0 and a 5.97. Sits in 17th place on the QS. This is that wave we saw of our Bayesian surfer Josh Burke, where he posted that 7.03, which is the best wave so far in this heat. So it's kind of the benchmark, if you will, here in heat number 19.
Yeah, we saw the competitors in the morning yesterday a little bit more spread out than they are this morning. Everyone sitting on that one little patch of sand that was bulldozed here last week to make the bank a little bit better for the competitors. The sand seems to have been dragged out into the centre of the beach, and that's where all our competitors are sitting. We have a jetty on either side where it creates a current along the wall, so we get little kind of right wedge on the right end and a left wedge on the left end. Little elevator ride out. We don't even have to duck dive on the way out here, or dolphin as they say in Japan.
Is that what they say?
They say dolphin, yes. When you we say duck dive in Australia. Is it the same in America?
Oh, yeah.
Todd?
Yeah,
Duck dive, yeah.
Which is an interesting term, but it's been around for as long as I've been around surfing.
Yes, so yeah, Japanese say dolphin when they are doing their duck diving up and riding.
Here we go, Tomas. Nice opening slash there. Snaps it back one more time. Still got some open face to work with. Hits it again, and one more. So 4 maneuvers there for Tomas. He has a 6.83. That'll be his best wave now to go into his score line to back up that 6.83, because prior to that he only had a 0.5. So he was looking for a backup of a 5.14 to move to first. Currently sits in second. And Tomas having a solid start here now to back up that 6.83.
It's interesting that Thomas is quite small in stature and really carrying his speed well through these smaller waves. But then in the last heat, Ricardo Christie is quite a big guy. Didn't have any problem in these small conditions finding scores. So I think as our sport is dealing with Mother Nature, it's very up to luck, of course, but it doesn't matter these days so much about your stature. The equipment that these guys are riding is so dialed in. We have the epoxy styrofoam that give us that little bit of extra lift and buoyancy, but as you mentioned earlier, Todd, with these bumps on the face, you can't get the chatter. Here's a replay now of Thomas Hermes. Nice big carve to start off. Wrapping it back to the power source, get another little section here. Looking nice and loose and speedy. So I'm sure the judges reward that with quite a decent score. So he was only holding a 0.5 back up before that wave. And scores are trickling in now. Wow, there you go. 8-point ride.
Yeah, no, that was beautiful surfing there by the Brazilian. I knew it was going to be his best wave so far, and he had the strength of a 6.83 that he opened up with. And as we said, this kid's been around for a while. Small in stature, big in moves. He finished 18th overall last year on the QS, and he's up and riding once again. Gets the fins up and over there. We didn't catch the beginning of that wave. I think we might have caught it a little bit towards the tail end. But looking to better his second score that's in his score line at the moment, which is a 6.83. February sits in second, looking for an 8.83. The race really at this point for that second position between blue, white, and green. Burke with the strength of a 7.03, requiring a 4.94. And Harley Ross hasn't really found the rhythm yet in this heat, and time is winding down on him. He requires an 8.24. Looks like we might have a little bit of movement in the lineup. Red ducks that one. A couple surfers go up and over, and it looks like it's going to be a one-wave set. So,
yeah, even though we're heading towards the bottom of the tide here at just after 10 o'clock, it does seem to be quite a lot of consistency still with the surf here, or what we have on offer. Sometimes here in Japan, when we do get those northerly winds for a few days, it feels like the sets are basically just constant. You can kind of ride anything because it's kind of very peaky, and we only really be looking for the rights today. I don't think too many competitors will be using the left until the tide does get high and that little rip bowl reform starts to come into play. And we have Thomas Hermes up and riding.
Yeah, another little runner here, right-hander. He's going to have to go big. It's going to shut down on him. And just gets a couple of floaters there. Not going to go into his score line. Looking to better a 6.83. 7 minutes on the clock. And my eye is on that surfer there in the white, Josh Burke, 20 years of age, requiring a 4.94. We've seen surfers already in this event. My mind reflects back on Mikey Wright in round one, opened up with a 7.13 and was unable to back it up. And hopefully that is not the case here for Burke, looking for a 4.94. Sometimes when you have a score as solid as a 7 to open up, it can sometimes be very hard for whatever reason to find a backup, and that's where we see Josh right now with 6.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so we're up and we have a replay here, up and over. That was a pretty cool little rock and roll floater to finish that wave. Even though he knew that it wasn't going to be into his top two, he still had a little bit of fun with that one. And then up and riding here.
Yeah, it almost seems like it's picking up a little bit as we see Harley Ross. Nice carve to open up, little whitewater climb, and he'll kick out. That'll be potentially, I think that'll be his best wave so far. He's only got a 3.73, so hopefully that'll help his cause, needing an 8.24 at the moment. Still got plenty of time on the clock, 6 minutes to go. But you need to start building that momentum, otherwise he's going to find himself in a real tough position come the dying minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Todd. I think the pressure would be very much there.
Here we go, Josh Burke. Nice opening turn. This kid is on fire right now. Look for something big. Two big maneuvers there for Burke. He opened up with a 7.03, and we were wondering, will he be able to find a backup? Well, that question has been answered. He's found it, and he will be moving up into advancement after that last exchange. Let's check this last wave out.
His board looking very lively. It has a blue spray, but then again it has a blue tint, so I dare say that's epoxy. Looking very spicy in these small, a little bit lackluster as far as power goes conditions, but he's seems to be finding it quite easy to come by those scores. So he was looking for a 4.94. So yeah, as you said, Todd, that'll be a decent backup. So he's gone down to fourth priority. So first priority is with Michael February. He was looking for an 8.83 to take the lead position, and Joshua Burke was looking for a 4.49. So we're just waiting for that score to drop in. Last of Joshua Burke, getting a nice little air.
Yeah, it's going to be a solid score for Burke. There's no question he's going up to probably potentially pushing first with Tomas, who is sitting in that first position, but no doubt he's going to bump February out of the conversation. February will drop down to third. It's just a matter of what will February need in order to get back into advancement with 4 minutes 15 seconds on the clock. There it is, last of white. It's a 6.77. Burke moves to second. February drops to third. February now looking for a 7.80. Harley Ross, I mentioned he needs to get busy. Look where he's at now. He's in a combination situation. Here we go. February, look for a big air. Blows the fins up and above the lip, tail high, inverted, and unfortunately unable to ride out of it. So February possibly feeling the pressure as he would have heard the scores come through for last of white. Burke got that 6.77. February needing a 7.80. This is going to be a tough one here to see. Can February find it? I'm sorry to inform Harley, but he's got a very tall task, needing two scores of a 13.81.
As we watch this replay, he definitely lands hard in the flats there. Couldn't control that upward pressure from his board landing so far out in the flats. It's pretty amazing that guys don't get more hurt than they do trying those maneuvers, but that definitely did look like a very good air section for a young guy who is very accomplished in the air, Michael February from South Africa. We've seen him get some good results in previous QSs going to the air, and yeah, unfortunately unable to complete that one, so he will remain in third place.
Here we go. A couple of surfers going to split the peak. Green going left and red going right. We're going to stick with green. Harley, second turn there, a little bit hung up, not getting the open face that he needs, where we've seen these other surfers with the bigger scores having the opportunity to get up into the lip and really push on the tail. That wave had as you pointed out, these lefts are a little bit more challenging than the rights, and Harley's still going to be in a combination situation after that last exchange. 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, and Tomas with an 8.00 and a 6.83 is our surfer currently in first. This was that split of the peak. Tomas went right, getting a couple turns off on the inside, looking to better his low score, which is that 6.83. But February, no doubt right now, wondering will a wave come through with 2 minutes on the clock, needing a 7.80. All of South Africa, no doubt, tuned in to see if their fellow countrymen can make it through against a stacked international field here at this QS 6000.
So we have another good heat coming up next with Jesse Mendez, Billy Sturdman.
Elijah Gates and Taylor Clark, so another stacked heat, as you point out. Coming up next, Jesse Mendez, currently number 1 in the world on the QS ranks. So we'll see how he goes as we'll see him for the first time. Our top seeds here in round 2. And Mendez currently first in the world, looking to qualify for the championship tour. He got a big win down at the Australian Open of Surfing.
I noticed one of the competitors in the next heat, he's using the black and white spray on the bottom of his board, that striped zebra almost pattern, which is apparently a shark deterrent. Over here in Japan, we don't have any problems with sharks. But yeah, maybe using his same equipment from where he's from.
Speaking of creatures in the ocean, you mentioned the northeast wind we've had the last 2 days. I've been over here quite a bit, this being my 21st trip to Japan. I don't recall ever seeing any blue bottles or man of war on the surface. Did they get them over here?
I've never seen a blue bottle here, but we
Pitsy?
do get.
Oh yeah, Pitsy's shaking his head saying, "Oh yeah." So yeah, it's interesting. Is that
In the summertime we do.
in Nijima? Yep, you're right. I actually think I have seen them there.
We do get in the summertime for 1 month. We get these little jellyfish. They're really hard to see, and they burn. So basically, if you get touched by them, they'll burn for 30, 40 minutes as you get out, and they die. And then after that, get a nice little red welt.
Right now, Josh Burke is burning some scores into his score line. It looks like unofficially, as we count this one down, Tomas Hermes with the win, Josh Burke in second, February in third, Harley in fourth. Stay tuned, another stacked heat coming up next, heat number 20. More round 2 action from the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
So we're back in the booth, Matthew Pitts with Matt Wyburn. Todd's just popped out for a break. We got big heat coming up for you here. We've got the previous Oi Rio Pro wildcard Jesse Mendez out in red, Billy Stammen from New Zealand in blue, Elijah Gates in white from Hawaii, and Taylor Clark from the USA in green. So Matt, how do you see this heat stacking up?
Yeah, well, current number 1 on the QS ratings right now, Jesse Mendez. I'm sure he'll be a big threat in this heat. It'd be interesting to see what he does use, whether he's going to go right and use his backhand weapon, which is, as we know, very strong, or he has a good air game also. So here we have a paddler, Taylor Clark, up and riding. That wave, he's not cooperating so far. Gets a nice hit there. I think maybe just washing off a few nerves with that one, just to get feet in the wax and get comfortable for the heat.
Yeah, just an up and down basically for the surfer in green. But Jesse Mendez, as you said, currently qualifying series ratings leader, and he's looking very strong to qualify for next year's championship tour. Jesse Mendez got the win earlier in the year down there in Australia at the Australian Open of Surfing at Manly Beach against Julian Wilson in the final. Incredible final. And Jesse Mendez taking that one out. So here he is in Chiba here at Ichinomiya in the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Jesse Mendez, #1 qualifying series ranked surfer, poised and ready to open his account in this event. Bumpy, lumpy conditions here, not a lot on offer, but the surfers, I mean, this is what it takes to make it to the championship tour. You got to surf in everything, and you got to stay focused. You can't get frustrated. You can't look at the conditions and say, well, this is not suitable for me, and psych yourself out before paddling out. You've got to paddle out in every single conditions that get served up to you. Mother Nature's very unpredictable, and some days it's on and some days it isn't.
Talking about conditions, Matt, the surfer from Hawaii there shaking his hands, coming from balmy waters, up and riding. So we have Billy Sturman, nice 2 hits so far, and gets a little completion there. Yeah, I saw the surfer from Hawaii shaking his hands with the water being quite cool here. These guys wearing full suits coming from warmer climates. It can take a little bit of getting used to, having that weight factor. Riding maybe the same equipment that they do ride at home in those warmer waters, bring that over here to Japan, wearing full suits, dealing with the different wave power, and maybe even the way that if you surf here in Japan, often you really feel like the space that you have to work with on the wave is a lot smaller, not just because the actual wave size is smaller, just the actual power that it generates here. You do have to surf very close to the power source to keep that flow. And yeah, we see surfer in blue, Billy Sturman, opening up with a mid-range score here. It looks like it's going to drop in around a 5.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. Precision being the key element to posting big scores here at Shida. Up and riding on his front side. Another short ride down the beach. Billy Sturman trying to stay busy here. He's already posted one pretty solid ride. Another one for Billy Sturman. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Billy Sturman, I'm pretty sure, was in the semi-finals last year. A big result for him in Japan last year for Billy Sturman, the Kiwi boy, with a 517 for his opening score, and another score to be locked in. Jesse Mendez from Brazil in red, yet to open his account.
Up and riding now. Sorry, this is a replay. Yeah, getting a few turns to start with there, but the wave not cooperating. So we have some live action last year's.
It's our current ratings leader.
Current rating #1 on Jesse Mendez. Yeah, last year, how did he go in this event? I know he made a few rounds, but I don't think he had the result that he was looking for here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't remember him up in the...
Yeah, he may be around this similar round as he is in right now.
Okay, so there's Jesse Mendez, just opening his account with a couple of nice backhand snaps. And while Jesse is paddling back out to look for another wave, we're going to cross down to Nalchon for a quick interview with our last heat winner. Take it away, Nalchon, with Thomas Hermes.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We're broadcasting live from here in Japan. Standing next to me, the winner for round 2 heat 19, Thomas Hermes. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Well, I loved your maneuvers and big sprays. How was it out there in the water?
The waves are there is really tricky, but then first of all, I'd like to say hello to my family, my wife in home. Of course, for sure, everyone watching me right now because I didn't compete for a long time, and I have an insurance and last year in Hawaii, and this is my first event of the year. I didn't surf like for 5 months, and this is my first event right now. I'm so stoked to improve my surf, improve myself, and this condition that I'm really happy.
So you're enjoying to be in the competition again, right?
Yeah, for sure. I love to compete, and I love to be here and for myself and for me. And I'm feeling like a different guy right now. Just like a man heat. Thomas Hermes versus me, and it's so cool right now. I'm feeling like ready to.
So you were making your conditions. You've been training hard for this competition too.
Yeah, for sure. I think every surf that have a bad time with insurers and like I'm feeling strong right now, better than last year for sure, and I think that's a good time for me.
So you're enjoying the trip in Japan too.
Yeah, for sure. I love this place. It's like a quiet city and so good vibes. Have a garden for everywhere. It's just so cool.
So what kind of board did you bring for your competition this time?
I bring like Xanadu boards, X60, and I'm feeling really good with the Xanadu boards.
So you're gonna take that to the next heat too.
Yeah, for sure. Keep safe with this board.
Okay, good luck with your next. Congratulations to Thomas Hermes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nalchan. So we've seen the surfer in red from Brazil, Jesse Mendez, opening up with a 6.33, and during that interview we saw him back that up with a 5.43. Opened up with 6.33 in his backhand, then he went on his front side, got the 5.43 up and riding again. Jesse Mendez staying busy and looking on point so far in this heat. Behind him, this is Taylor Clark. Taylor just seems to be struggling with a little bit of precision and timing at the moment, but getting a little better way for him. He opened up with a couple of quick in and outs. Taylor Clark just finding a little bit more open face there, but still probably not exactly the wave he's looking for. Elijah Gates from Hawaii, Billy Stemman from New Zealand, and here's the replay of green.
Nice first turn there. Up and over again. Getting a lot of speed out of that second turn for another one there. And then he had a good finish. Yeah, he seems to... he's just checking his board there. He's just checking his fins. So maybe he does look like he's going a little slower than the other competitors. So maybe just a little equipment issue there. But after that last wave, I think that'll drop in as a pretty decent score. Jesse Mendez sitting in a total of 11.76, so he'll probably improve his situation with still 16 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. I noticed all the post-heat interviews, everyone's saying that they enjoy the vibe here in Japan. Can you elaborate on how they can feel that vibe, or where does that vibe come from here in Japan? We have the replay up and running now. Nice two-turn combo. Yeah, so where does that vibe come across here in Japan?
I think it's manners, you know. Anyone is always comfortable around people who've got good manners. You know, if you got cocky, ignorant people around you, it definitely destroys the vibe. But when you cruise around Japan, from the moment you step off the plane, even in passport immigration control, they've all got manners. You come out of the airport, everywhere you go, there's helpful people, or there's smiles, or there's people trying to be accommodating to your needs. And, it's one thing that's been very hard to put your finger on is as to why everyone loves it so much. And it is because everywhere you go, you're treated with respect and the courtesy of manners. And it goes a long way. And I think that, that's what people really notice when they come over here. And it's a very comforting, reassuring feeling that you get while you're in Japan, and it's fantastic.
Exactly right. I have to say that I've never been anywhere else where you get the same kind of customer service, whether it's, as you said, the airport, whether it's just a local convenience store down the road. They make you feel like you're very special. 3 nice turns there for Billy Sturman, and finishes strong. So Billy Sturman from New Zealand, definitely going to back up his second score of a 4.33, and his high score so far is a 5.17, so that might even push that 5.17 out of his first high score into his second backup score. Here's a replay now. Nice little sort of check turn there, snaps it up into the lip, nice carve, and good finish. Kicks out with authority, feeling good after that wave.
And looking back to the surfer in green, a 5.93, as we expected for Taylor Clark, the best score that he's posted so far in this heat. Now, this is surfer in white, Elijah Gates. He's been a little quiet in this heat. He's looking to lock in some good scores. That'll be slightly better, but it's not going to be enough. But Taylor Clark, with a little bit of momentum and enthusiasm, confidence built from posting that 5.93, and now he's going to climb the priority list, and he will be looking to back that up with a solid one. Mendez with a 6.33, a 6.23, Stammen a 5.17 and a 5.27. But Taylor Clark, he's got that 5.93. If he can back that up, he'll move up into the top 2 equation and looking good for the back end of this heat.
Yeah, so first and second are quite seasoned competitors on the QS. Jesse Mendez getting very close to qualifying for the big stage for in the last few years, and this year he's looking good to do so. Billy Sturman, yeah, he's been on the QS for a while now, doing quite well, getting some results, but unable to crack the what's required to get onto the big stage. Taylor Clark, I know he's been doing it for a while, but yeah, you can see the experience here. He's coming across in these heats. Nice floater there for surfer in red, Jesse Mendez. Another snap, strong finish. Up and riding in the green, Taylor Clark. A nice turn there. Wow, a nice big fan, and finishes strong. So he's left his run to the mid half of this heat, but then definitely improving by each wave now. Taylor Clark looking good, and then Jesse Mendez looking good also.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of momentum now with the surfer in green, Taylor Clark. He'll back up that first 5.93. Nice big backhand snap. Little cut back, and finishes pretty strong. And prior to that, we had Jesse Mendez. Now he's just looking very cool, calm, and collected out here. He's making it look very easy. That last wave he caught, he just timed it. He kept cool. He allowed the wave to present itself and just casually made the most of that opportunities with a fantastic backhand performance. So just cruises over the foam there, up into the lip, comes off the bottom, bang off the top again, and just kicks out like a walk in the park. So surfer in red looking very confident and in control here in Heat 20, round 2. Jesse Mendez, the number 1 ranked surfer on the World Qualifying Series at this stage of the game. Billy Stearman now in blue, up and riding.
Nice carve there. Another snap through the lip. Wow, that was a good little section. And so he was looking to better a 5.17. So I think that may even be his best wave, just a guess at this stage, not a judge. He's currently down in 3rd place, so here's a replay now. Nice little arc to start with, gets a bit of vertical face there. Big turn there, so that was definitely his 3rd turn, was definitely his best turn of the wave.
Yeah, the contrast in style, as you see blue there, was that mongrel and aggression with his style, contrasting with Mendez with that smooth precision. And now you've got Taylor Clark posting a 6.67, looking pretty strong in this heat. 2nd place, Stearman looking for a 7.33. So the work cut out now for the surfer in blue from New Zealand. A semi-finalist here last year, Billy Stearman, looking for a 7.33 or better with a score to come in. Elijah Gates still pretty quiet with a 1.13 and a 2.0, unable to find much scoring opportunity out here at Shirashita. So that's unfortunate for the Hawaiian surfer, but that's not the concern of the other 3 competitors at this stage of the game. So Billy Stearman, all important score to get locked in here. This will set him up for this last 10 minutes of the heat, and if he can improve on his scores right now, then that'll just help his confidence, because he's got a 5.93. He's still in 3rd, needing a 6.67. So it's red, green, blue, and white, with just on 10 minutes left for this heat in the water.
Yeah, we can see the guys who are staying the most active and catching the most waves are the guys that are sitting in 1st and 2nd, with our surfer from Hawaii only sitting on 2 small scores, only catching 2 waves. Maybe the key today is to stay busy, and there is a lot of waves coming through, and as you said, we need to surf what's in front of us. So maybe just roll the dice a few more times, and then see if we can unlock something with having a few more gambles there.
Yeah, it looks like Elijah may have made a few priority mistakes there, because he's number 3 on the list right now, with only 2 waves. With the other surfers, you've all got 4 waves each. So, that priority list would have rolled over a couple of times for them, whereas Elijah arguably should be sitting right there with priority at the moment, but he's not. He's down in the 3rd position on the list, so it's quite possible he's paddled into a few waves and hasn't been able to convert. So taking another look, surfer in white, with all the work to do comboed at the moment. Now this is green, up and riding again. Nice backhand snap to open. Another one. Now if he can finish strongly here, which is not a bad finish, surfer in green, Taylor Clark currently in second and trying to stave off Billy Stairman, who is hot on his heels, only needing a 6.67.
Yes, we saw Taylor Clark open up a little bit sort of shaky in the start of this heat, and then he all of a sudden got one decent score, and then we just saw his confidence rise from that score, and now he's doing well to maintain that second position. Here we go, our surfer from Hawaii. Oh, catching an edge there. Seemed like he was a little bit indecisive whether he was going to turn or air, or that section was maybe too tasty.
Yeah, it looks like he took off in the wave, and it seems like out in these waves you've got to take off and then hope that the wave will cooperate. He was waiting for that to happen, and it was all too late by the time he decided what he wanted to do. So unfortunately, Elijah having a bit of a shocker out here, and he's still got time. 8 minutes left in the heat. He can turn this heat around. He's just got to stay focused and positive and really start to maybe move around, maybe distance himself from the other competitors, and hope for a little diamond amongst the rough in a different takeoff spot.
He seems like he's a fairly young fellow, so maybe not quite as experienced as his other competitors in this heat. As you mentioned just before, that he doesn't seem to be paying much attention to the priority and what it can do for you in the heat. And Jesse Mendez seems to be controlling the priority and the lead quite convincingly. Even looking like he's not even out of second gear right now. Just going through his paces.
He is. Well, he's a seasoned competitor. He's the number one ranked surfer. He's been here many times before. He knows exactly what to do. And it looks to me like Jesse is just keeping a little fuel in the tank here because, he's been very casual and cruisy through this heat, but holds on to first position. So here's Elijah up and riding, in and out. Another little closeout. So Jesse Mendez looking very confident and in control here. And that's sort of what you would expect from the number one ranked surfer in the world right now as far as the qualifying series goes.
Dead right, Matthew Pitts. Elijah's body language looking very deflated there. Well, he's got busier. As we were mentioning, he was very slow so far in the heat, but he's got busier. We have 6 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. A lot of heats are being won and lost from priority, as we've seen everyone sitting quite close together as of yesterday, and even as I was doing the beach comp for the trials, everyone was choosing a very different place on the beach. No one was really sitting bunched up like this. So for an unexperienced competitor, it can be a little bit daunting, the priority situation. Very experienced competitors, when we're seeing Jesse Mendez having a good stranglehold in this heat, Taylor Clark holding on to second, Billy Sturman from New Zealand needing a 7.91, which is a tall order today, but I'm sure it's possible for him. And our fourth place competitor from Hawaii, unfortunately in a combination situation with just over 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Elijah's trying to stay busy, trying to keep confident, but trying to find those good waves. It can be very daunting sometimes if you're, half the heat or more has gone by and you've been unable to do so. Frustration can set in and unfortunately have you paddling in the wrong direction. But Mendez, obviously with priority, sitting on the peak there and trying to really put a nail in the coffin with one last big score. But we've got Billy Stairman, Taylor Clark, a 7.17 for his second last score, in second place, and just slightly extended his lead over Stairman. Stairman now needing a 7.91, 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Elijah Gates with his best score for the heat to come in now, and Elijah could just get a little bit of a confidence boost here, and you never know, with 4 minutes to go, still anyone's heat. 5.33. So Elijah is now in the game, out of combination, but needs an 8.51. But just to hear that score and realise that he's in the game is going to be a big help to his confidence.
Dead right, Matthew Pitts. It's never over in these small beach break conditions. It's probably about a 10-second paddle out after your wave. Very easy to get too high scores. Obviously a little bit of luck is going to have to be on your side there. But, you know, you can break away from the pack and maybe find a couple of scores to the right or left of where the guys are holding down first, second and third priority. But yeah, a 5.33 average score, but it will be a confidence booster, and he still has 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go, so anything could happen.
So Jesse Mendez just parking up with priority, keeping an eye on the rest of the competitors, because they are all sitting very bunched up, as you said. And the reason why is they've obviously found the peak and where all the best scores have come from. And with Green sitting also very close to Billy Stearman. Now, once Mendez rides a wave, priority will go to Billy Stearman. So he will have the choice of any wave out there, providing he can get Mendez to go for something. And then that will really set up the dying stages of this heat for him to make an upset here for Taylor Clark and pass him up. But he needs a 7.91. It's a tall order out here. So let's see how Stearman can go. Last year's semi-finalist, can he get out of this round? We've seen a few upsets with two of the finalists from last year out of the event. Semi-finalist in the water, Billy Stearman. Can he replicate last year's fantastic performance?
Yeah, I was just about to mention that, Matt. The last year's number 1 and 2 bowing out early in this event. But to the delight of some of the Japanese fans, we have Konoha, Hiroto Ohara and Hiroto Arai.
Whoa.
Ah.
Well, there you go. Elijah Gates. We talked about the confidence build. Huge big frontside air reverse with the shark shield on the bottom of his board. Now, it looks like maybe the judges will deem that it's possible incomplete with him just coming unstuck at the very, very end of that maneuver. But was he there long enough before he fell for that maneuver to make that impression to get the big score? Let's wait and see if hopefully we can get a replay and just see if he did right out of that.
I thought he had that, Matt. He rode out of that, and then all of a sudden his nose just grabbed, flipped him off. But I was sold. I thought he had it, but the judges will have to make the decision there whether they think that was a completed maneuver or not.
So the time clock on our screen has just frozen momentarily. So it's about a minute left. So now we've got a bit of a paddle battle going on here. Stearman really starting to get itchy feet. Dying stages of this heat. Let's see what he can come up with. Billy Stearman looking for a 7.91. Mendez with priority. Okay, the door's open. Stearman paddles. Here he goes.
Up and riding.
Off the bottom. Bang. Into the lip. Air reverse. One maneuver. 7.91. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, 7.91. Needed to be a little higher, a little bigger wave. Maybe a turn before that.
Yeah, he just needed more open face. He needed more turns if he's going to get up into that excellent range score. But unfortunately, wave not cooperating for Stearman. And there you go. Looks like we're going to see a semi-finalist from last year bowing out in this first round. So a lot of upsets in this first round as far as last year's top ranked competitors go.
It's a replay now. Nice air. Maybe even incomplete. Didn't seem to ride out that one, or maybe he thought that wasn't going to be the score.
Yeah, nevertheless, it wouldn't have been an 8. So there you go. Billy Stearman is going to run out of time.
Yeah, we see a Hawaiian surf splashing the water there with only less than 10 seconds remaining. So, yeah, Jesse Mendez, the current QS number 1, looking very good and getting through this heat with ease.
Yeah, very polished performance. So that wraps up Heat 20, Round 2 of the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Matty Wyborn with Matt Pitts, and we'll go on to a commercial break.
「人生はどこへ行くかではない」「どう楽しむかだ」「ジープ」
Heat number 21, round 2 at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, now takes to the lineup in the red Tanner Gudauskas from the area of San Clemente, but I'm going to say he's from Chiba now. He's loving the Chiba style. And we've got William Cardoza in the blue, Nome Mignault in the white, and Fraser Dovel in the green. And I don't know if you've been following Tanner Gudauskas like I have on social media, but there is absolute gold on there right now. He's traveling with his brother Pat Gudauskas, and we see blue here. William Cardoza opening things up. Quick little floater there, out on the open face. Another little jam with the lip, and finishes up there. It'll be the first wave of this heat, and William Cardoza will draw first blood. Matthew Pitts, Todd Klein.
Good on you, Todd Klein. Have you back in the box here. Tanner Gudauskas, as you said, what do you call him, the Positive Vibe Club?
Close. Positive Vibe Warriors.
There you go, the Positive Vibe Warriors. Now, Tanner Gudauskas was my pick to take this event out last year. And he's got an incredible backhand, and I can't wait to see him open his account here. Surfer in red, Tanner Gudauskas. Unbelievable performance here last year, and we've seen him at Trestles last year on the CT event. Incredible performance there as well, causing an upset, taking down Gabriel Medina at that event, causing a real stir at that event. Tanner Gudauskas, incredible surfer, and it blows me away that we haven't actually seen him as a full-time world tour competitor.
He used to be, but that particular event, he was a wild card, and he is no doubt looking to get back there once again full-time on that championship tour. His brother, that is also competing in this event, was once at one point on the championship tour as well. So the Positive Vibe Warriors are coming in here ready to do battle, and we'll see, can Gudauskas get over that first heat hump? A lot of the competitors, the biggest hump or hurdle for them generally in competition is that first heat. They've been here for a few days now. They've been doing a lot of free surfing. But when you put that jersey on, a lot of things can change. Scores on the board for first up blue. It's a 4.33 for Cardoza. And so he is currently out into first position. That last heat, Pitsy, how was that when I went out and had to catch up with a couple of the competitors? I didn't get a chance to watch that heat. We'll talk about that in a moment. Tanner Gudauskas here on the backhand. Goes vertical. Nice little section there for him. He gets one more hit, and he's keeping this momentum going. Smaller wave right there. That thing was probably thigh high, a little bit below his waist, and he was able to pivot and get a couple of vertical turns on the backhand.
So there you go, thigh high, but Tanner Gudauskas going sky high over the lip on that with 3 little hits. And big boy, like Cardoza, we've got 2 big lads out here and staying very nimble on their feet in these smaller, tricky conditions that we've got on offer here today. The wind's kicked in, the swell looks like it's backed off a smidgen since yesterday, and very tricky conditions and a real test to the surfer's motivation to stay focused, because they've got to be able to perform in all conditions, and we saw that in that last heat with Jesse Mendez with a very calm, polished performance, led from start to finish, ended the heat with priority, and as a rule, as the tactics or the coach's book goes, a perfect heat pretty much for Jesse Mendez. So he's a real threat to take out this event. Current qualifying series ratings leader Jesse Mendez from Brazil. So a great performance, but scores coming in, Tanner Gudauskas a 5.17. So for a thigh-high wave, Tanner Gudauskas surfed it brilliantly, a 5.17, the score being a reflection of how well he turned a pretty small nothing wave into a reasonable score of 5.17. Cardoza with a 4.33, Minot with a 3.77, and Fraser Devell, surfer in green, holding priority and looking to open up his account here. So we saw Mendez with a really intelligent use of priority throughout that heat. He was careful to take priority, but his wave choice was great, and when he got the waves, he surfed them very well. So he had a great feel and got into the rhythm of the waves out here, which is very tricky, as you can see. And you've got to find the waves to get the scores. Cardoza up and riding on his second wave.
He was also formerly on the championship tour as well, Cardoza. Cardozo. He's had some success in smaller waves over at breaks like the U.S. Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach. So for a bigger boy, They call him the Panda. He's got a body that looks like a panda, but I tell you what, the Kung Fu Panda they call him actually, because he will come kicking right at you there, Pitsy, if you give him an opportunity. He's opened up with a 4.33. He's got a 3.00. Opener for Gadauskas on that right-hander, a 5.17. So Willian out to an early lead in the blue. Gadauskas in second, looking for a 2.16, and McNaught and Dovell. Frazier in the green has yet to catch a wave, and Nome has a 3.77. So pretty small scores right now, Pitsy, and I think as we see the tide start to bottom out around 10 a.m. this morning, actually closer to 11, it's probably going to be the trickiest conditions we'll see as we see Tanner quickly up and down on the backhand there, a couple of turns. Pretty testy conditions right now.
So it looks like we're going to cross to Jesse Mendez, winner of that last heat. Take it away now.
So
To meet the winner of round 2, Heat 20, Jesse Mendez. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Well, you look so relaxed and comfortable in the water. How was it out there?
Yeah, I'm trying to stick with my game, and I prayed and asked for God to keep me calm. And the conditions are very hard, so there's nothing you can control of it. So I was just hoping to God send me the right waves, and I'll be calm at the time to make them right. There's a lot of bump and super small, pockety, so it's really easy for you to catch the edges of the board. So I was just trying to be focused on what I had in front of me, and it worked out, yeah.
Well, I saw many vertical rips. What was how can we do that? How can you do that?
I think it's almost an advantage on your backside, because when it's so short like this, you can get vert easier on your backside and your front side. If the wave was running a little faster, like the other days, maybe front side would be easier because you run down the line. But like this, it's good for your backhand. You do 2 vertical turns, just much easier than front side. And yeah, my strategy was to catch a lot of waves, and you can't really tell which wave's the good one, so you just kind of got to grab it and see how it goes.
And your partner for today, your board, what kind of board did you choose for?
Yeah, this is a new board that I just tried 2 days ago. It was actually in my room. I had kind of a copy of this, but a little bit different. And I tried the other one, and I was surfing with the other one, but I wasn't really feeling it. And then my coach was like, you should try this one because it looks like it could work in these conditions, and it's pretty good. It's a Fever All-American, and yeah, I'm stoked to be riding their boards. They're working very well in every condition, and yeah, this Fever is pretty, almost like it's gonna get to the magic point probably.
Perfect. And your current QS current leader, how do you feel about that?
I'm feeling stoked. First time, and I hope that I keep rolling until the end and finish winning the QS. Yeah.
And all the teammates are doing very well in this contest. You want to say hi to your friends and families back home?
Yeah, for sure. Agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo por mim, a galera do Brasa. E é isso, agradecer a Deus por... A galera tá zoando ali atrás, por isso. Agradecer a Deus por mais uma bateria, ter me mantido motivado e mandado boas ondas na bateria, mesmo com condições difíceis, e vamos para a próxima. Valeu.
Congratulations to Jesse Mendez. Good luck with your next heat. Back to you.
Thank you, and congratulations to Jesse as we go straight to live action. Green up and riding Frazier. Quick snap off the top. And Pitsy, what did he say at the end of that?
He said, I just want to thank Todd Klein for just reiterating the fact that it's a lot easier to surf out here on your backside so you can get square off the bottom and post those big scores.
Well, I am a goofy footer myself, and a big fan of all the goofy footers out there, but I don't mind my regular footers as well. And last year this event was won as a goofy footer with Evan Geiselman, but unfortunately he has already bowed out here in round 2. And so we will have a new champion this year. We also lost last year's runner-up, Leo Fioravanti, already in this event here in round 2 action with the top seeds out in the lineup. Our top seed in the lineup right now is Tanner Gadauskas, finds himself in second place. Nome opened up with a 3.77 and a 4.23, out to an early lead. Cardozo up and riding now. Kung Fu Panda, quick snap. He's got a nice little double up here on the inside. And you can see there, Bigger Boy wasn't able to get the speed he needed to get up into that lip. And the conditions challenging right now on this lower tide, 10:49 a.m. You'll start to see there at the bottom of the screen that it is starting to go dry out there, just like we've seen the past couple days. We've got very high and low tides, so a lot of water moving between those tides. And just like yesterday afternoon, hopefully we'll see a little bit of a push, a little bit more surf, and as we get a little bit more water back on the bank, it'll clean up the faces a little bit and give these guys a little bit more opportunity at scoring potential. But no doubt, I liked what I heard from Jesse in that interview, talking about, hey, you know what? Yeah, the conditions aren't great, but, you know, somebody's going to have to win, basically, and it might as well be me. Here we go, Tanner Gudauskas. Nice opening turn. Let's see how he can follow it up. Beautiful double up. And, again, that's going to be a great score right there for Gudauskas. 1-2 punch, and leaving his competitors feeling that one on the jaw.
Yeah, great surfing again, as you said, Todd Klein. Tanner Gudauskas, incredibly powerful, sharp backhand. And another thigh-high wave for him, but Jesus, he made the most of that. So a 5.17 for that first score.
Thigh-high wave, sky-high spray.
You knew that, Todd Klein.
Big scores dropped here today.
Nice.
6.40 scores already in for Last of Red, so the Positive Vibe Warriors no doubt beating the drums right now as they see Gudauskas up into first. Nome drops to second, looking for a 7.34. William Cardozo looking for a 3.67, and Fraser in the green looking for a 3.43. And I've seen Tanner and Pat cruising with the boys from Channel Islands, and some of the coolest brothers you will ever meet. They've got another brother back home, Dane, or actually, who knows where that guy is. He's probably scoring some perfect waves somewhere out in the world. But 3 brothers and 3 of the coolest cats you will ever meet outside of yourself, Pitsy.
Cool, good on you, Dane's the taller, hairy guy that we see charging out at Cloudbreak that massive day.
Well, I've never seen him with his shirt off, but he does have longer hair. Yes, he's a little bit hairy. And, yeah, he is a mad dog. He will, no doubt, if it jumps, it lurches, he will paddle and go. And same goes for Pat, you know, a bit of an underground big wave rider. I mean, that dude surfed some giant outer reefs in Hawaii, and he's also caught some of those waves down there in, I believe, Code Red over at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I remember that was that full free fall backside takeoff on a massive wave out there where he reconnected with the face and survived, much to Kelly Slater's belief, because I remember Kelly was calling that one, just going, oh my God.
Scores in for Last of Red, so we actually were waiting on the one we just saw. That 1-2 punch comes through at a 7.83, Pitsy, for Last of Red. Gudauskas, now he is way out in front. Nome, who sits in second, requires a perfect score, a 10-point ride. Cardozo in blue in third, looking for a 3.67. Fraser in the green, looking for a 3.43. Gudauskas has definitely started to pull from the pack now, and it is a race for second place. Here we go, Nome. He's going to go on the backhand. Quick turn off the top. Another one there, but you can see not the opportunity that we've seen Gudauskas get. Gudauskas being able to select better waves, and with that said, he's able to generate more speed and more critical maneuvers. And the other competitors right now in this event, especially if you are a goofy footer, no doubt taking note on what Gudauskas is applying to these conditions out here that are challenging here today at the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro.
Yeah, we've seen a really dominant performance in these last 2 heats from the goofy footers, and Cardoso. Cardoso's got a great read of the lineups. You see him always on a nice wave. He's got great wave choice. Cardoso looking to convert the second end of this heat. We saw earlier, just before we passed to that beach interview with Jesse Mendez, we saw white and green up on the same wave. Todd was saying who knows, this could have been an interference. Obviously it's not. Thank God for those 2 surfers. And up and riding on his backhand, the Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda there, going up vertical on the backhand, but that wave really shutting down pretty quick, Pitsy. So Cardozo is still going to be in that third position, looking for that 3.83.
Yeah, Tanner Gudauskas, man, incredible performance so far, and maybe he's even surprised himself, because as you said, there have been thigh-high waves, but he's really timed his big bashes into the lip perfectly. He's got great scores for that, and he'll be going, geez, if I can get a set, imagine what I could do.
He's been preparing for this event for quite a while. He's been doing some training down in Oceanside at the beach breaks down there. I saw it on his social media. And just, even though he's been having some fun on his social media, on the Instagram, talking about Chiba style and having some fun with some of the cartoons, or I should say the movie Karate Kid, Mr. Miyagi, and you got to check it out. I can't even articulate what it's on there. It's hilarious. But what I took from it, even though he was having fun, he was coming into this event with a lot of confidence, and he's been putting a lot of time in, he and his brother Pat, during the free surfs, and they've had a lot of time off until the top seeds now taking to the lineup here today in round 2. We kicked off round 2 yesterday. We got 16 heats done, and now we are into heat number 21, and Tanner Gudauskas finally getting a go here to open up his campaign in 2017 at this event, and he is not disappointing with a 6.40 and a 7.83. Last of Cardoza needing that 3.83 comes through at a 3.5, so still looking for a score of a 3.83. Time on the clock, Pitsy, 7 minutes, 50 seconds.
Yeah, so once again, as you say, Tanner Gudauskas dominating this heat so far. And who have we got coming up in our next heat?
We'll get to that in just a moment as we see Cardoza on the right this time. Couple of turns on the forehand. Heat number 21 out in the lineup coming up next. Pitsy, it'll be heat number 22. Soli Bailey, Beric DeFries, Kaito Ohashi, and Luel Philippe. And this is last up blue.
Yeah, so there, once again, William Cardoso still struggling with finding a wave to offer him that open face. Looking for a 3.83. It's not a big score, so it must be really frustrating that he's having so many cracks at this score and not being able to get it. So Willem Cardoso still in third place. Fraser Devell just kind of disappeared off the pace here a little bit. This Australian surfer with just a 2.07 and a 4.57. So we've seen throughout these heats one of the surfers just getting a little bit pushed out of the pack here, and hopefully he will be able to finish up strong. Fraser Devell from Australia.
Yeah, right now, even though he doesn't have much on the board, Pitsy, because our current surfer in second, Nome, does not really have anything on the board either. It's wide open for second place. Plenty of time on the clock, 6 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And you look at third and fourth, only needing scores in that 3-point range. So it's really going to come down to who can get a solid score to separate themselves and solidify up in that advancing position of second place. Right now it's Tanner Gudauskas currently with a pretty good hold on first. 7.83 and a 6.4. He's been able to obtain those scores on his backhand on the rights out here this morning, and that's been the prominent break throughout this event and was last year as well. The right-handers generally the go, but we have seen some solid scores come on the lefts on occasion. Those first couple days we had that southerly wind blowing into the face of those waves. We saw a few of the guys take flight, doing some nice forehand airs, and here we go, live action. Fraser out on the open face, pretty flat wave here, Pitsy.
Yeah, in and out of that one, so not much on offer for Fraser, and looks like he may reposition the lineup. Here goes Cardoso. Now this is a better wave. A couple of big turns, and then bang, a nice frontside snap. A lot of water being displaced by the big boy from Brazil, Cardoso, arguably with his best wave of this heat so far, and I think you will see he will climb up into second place.
Yeah, no argument there. That'll be his best wave, and it was good to see the big boy get that momentum that we've seen him been able to do in the past on smaller waves. So far in this heat, he really hasn't been able to pick off the better waves. He hasn't been able to get that momentum down the line. Not the case on that last one there. Cardoza able to get a string of maneuvers off. Nice transition in between those maneuvers, and no doubt he will move up into that advancing position. Currently looking for a 3.83. Scores starting to drop for Cardoza, looking very good. And he will be right up in the conversation now to potentially take the lead with Tanner Gudauskas. And this is what I mentioned a moment ago, Pitsy. It's going to be a race between the other three surfers outside of Tanner to get a score of substance. And Cardoza, there it is. It's a 7.83. And Cardoza will now, standing by, we have a couple more scores for Cardoza, but have a look at that social media there. This is what I was referencing about Tanner Gudauskas. And this is just scratching the surface. There's another one. Have a look at that. Shogun Master. How does one make a 7.5 in such grindy conditions? Relax, young grinder. Trust your groveler. And your frontside airs stay low.
Nice. And?
Shogun. What happens if I get an early 9 but fall or fail to back it up in such grindy conditions?
Priority is your friend. Friend young grinder. Wait for the buzzer beater. It will be your only shot with the incoming tide.
How throw so much spray on such small waves, Master Shogun?
It has taken me many years to perfect. My own rail backhand snap, young rider.
And there you go, boys. Check it out. Instagram. That's one thing about the Gadauskas brothers. They are a ball of fun on tour. But when they get out in the lineup, the Positive Vibe Warriors will go to battle. And right now, Gadauskas is in the lead. And check out Cardozo. There it is. It's a 7.20. So Cardozo jumps up into second place. Nome now drops to third in white, looking for a 7.3. Green, Fraser looking for a 6.97. So the Kung Fu Panda says, okay, Master Shogun, you want to go grinder? I go grinder too. I drop a 7.20, and I'm up there in the conversation now. So we have definitely got a battle in the dojo.
Yeah, well, what I love to see is Cardozo. We said, he's always got a good read of the lineup. He's got great wave choice, and we saw him just busy, looking for waves, looking for something, creating his own luck. There is no luck, you make your own, and he's done that. You saw him working hard, paddling to and fro, catching waves. He finally found that opportunity, capitalised on it, a 7.20. Cardozo, a seasoned competitor, and once again, very strong here in this Heat 21, round 2 of the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by Todd Klein.
Pitsy,
By GoPro.
luck is where preparation meets opportunity.
Nice. I like that. I think I read that in the movies. Was it?
Take that. Grab your jersey and good luck.
Okay, thank you, sir.
2 minutes on the clock. Heat number 21, and Tanner Gadauskas holding this one down. Cardoza, our two former championship tour competitors, in first and second. Nome in third, looking for a 7.30, and Fraser looking for a 6.97. And you look at white and blue, both of those surfers having 9 waves, so a lot of activity in this heat. But when all is said and done, it's first for red and second for blue. Nome and Fraser on the outside looking in, trying to get up into that second place position. 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock. Solid heat on the backhand for Gadauskas. And then Cardoza finally gets a real solid one of his own on that right-hander. But he is a regular footer, so he was on the forehand. And you see Cardoza just going over and having a little conversation with Nome. And look at the speed being carried here by Gadauskas once again. Big blast to the tail and finishing strong with another. So Gadauskas, just like we've seen throughout this heat, leaning on the backhand attack and throwing some nice spray out above the lip. He's looking to better a low score of a 6.4.
So obviously taking a leaf out of a page out of Mr. Miyagi's book and just really motorboating the spray out on that grinder on his backhand. Tanner Gadauskas with incredible speed and power for that wave size.
He's no doubt swept the legs, Johnny. You didn't see the movie, did you?
Johnny Utah.
Here we go. Out the back. White. Last ditch effort looking for a 7.30. And, well, that's not going to do it. With time winding down, less than 20 seconds. Unofficially, it looks like Tanner Gadauskas and William Cardoza moving on into round 3.
And talking of seeing in movies, King Kong, Willem Cardoza advancing through a tough battled out heat between those second, third and fourth place positions there. And Gadauskas pretty much dominating on his backhand.
That is it. That's all she wrote. Heat number 21 in the books. Coming up next, at the start of heat number 22. More round 2 action here from the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Heat number 22, round 2 in the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Now taking to the lineup, this is a World Surf League QS 6000. Todd Klein joined by former QS competitor Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, that last heat at the end, Gadauskas post another 7.83, so he has definitely made Master Shogun proud.
He certainly has. He really has, obviously, as you said, done a lot of practice, done all his homework, got here early, and, man, unbelievable performance from the big boy out here on these little, gnarly right-handers. And he certainly created speed that we haven't seen yet in this event, in my own opinion here. But Willem Cardoso also, the big Kung Fu Panda from Brazil, coming through with a hard-fought second-place position. Currently now, in the water, we've got Solly Bailey from Hawaii, Beric de Vries from South Africa, Kaito Ohashi from Japan, and Luel Felipe, a former event winner here in Japan 2 years ago in Shonan, where the waves were very similar to what we see out here. He is going to be one to watch in this heat. Luel Felipe from Brazil in green. And I think you'll find, correct me if I'm wrong, Todd Klein, but Luel Felipe was against this very young man, Kaito Ohashi, in that event final back in Shonan 2 years ago. So we've got Sol Bailey from Australia in red with priority. Beric de Vries in blue.
De Vries.
De Vries. What are you talking about, man?
From South Africa. And one of the waves that will always be entrenched in my mind from that South African, Beric getting a perfect 10-point ride at Sunset Beach on a massive inside pit. That thing wedged. It looked like a wedge at Sebastian Inlet on steroids, and he stood tall and proud, and the entire beach erupted as he came spat out of that barrel, 10 points across the board. And that's just a testament to this kid's talent. He can do it out here in 1 foot, or he can do it in 10 to 12 foot Sunset Beach. This kid is a talent, and we'll see if he can pull this heat out and move into round 3 up against this stacked heat.
Well, whether he can do it out here in 1 foot remains to be seen. Beric de Vries yet to open up his account here in Heat 22, round 2, up against Sol Bailey, Kaito Ohashi, and Luel Felipe. Tricky conditions as we're just about hitting the bottom of the tide here. I've actually lost track of time. How are we shooting for time there as far as the tide's concerned there, young man?
Don't worry until we're done.
Okay.
We don't need to worry about the clock. We've got a long day ahead of us, Pitsy.
Okay.
But the tide,
Yes,
10:49 will be 10:49 a.m. will be low tide. I was talking about the performance of Beric de Vries in Hawaii at Sunset Beach a couple years ago. Well, this year, right out of the gates, QS 3000, the Vulcan Pipe Pro, was won by this competitor right here up and riding, Solly Bailey. He's going to open up his campaign. A couple of nice maneuvers there for the surfer in red. So Solly's another one that can perform in the big juicy waves over the reef, and we'll see if he can put it together here in these challenging beach break conditions today on the shallow sandbar.
Yeah, very impressive stuff for Sol Bailey. To win at the Vulcan Pipe, the backdoor shootout, I mean, that's a tough gig with all the Hawaiian surfers who are, incredible. They're the best in the world out there for sure, and occasionally for a young Australian guy with not a massive profile compared to some of the Aussies, Solly Bailey, incredible stuff to take that event out. So here he is, out here in Chiba. Carried a lot of confidence into this event. He's got a nice swagger about him. He looks very confident, especially after that Vulcan Pipe victory.
Well, I'm pretty sure you'd have some swagger if you were currently 5th on the QS, Pitsy.
Yeah, well, there you go.
You'd be strutting it around here, I'm sure, too. And he had another follow-up with a great result at another QS 3000 at the Martinique Surf Pro, where he took a 3rd place finish there. So it was a great start so far for him. We'll see how he can go out here today. In that last heat, young Grasshopper, not disappointing the sensei. 783, 783. Tanner Gadauskas now has left the dojo and is standing by.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. We are broadcasting live from Japan. And standing next to me, the winner of round 2 Heat 21, Tanner Gadauskas. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It was fun. I was stoked to surf a heat again.
So nice to hear the word fun, but the conditions were a little tough, but how was it in the water?
It's been nice. Like it's been small, but there's been actually a lot of waves. So it's in terms of competing, it's actually okay because you get a lot of chances. But I think we'd all like it to be a little bigger. But you just make 4 guys go out and then 2 come back and make the heat. So.
But in these conditions, I saw big sprays. You had a confidence to make a spray in this kind of small waves, yeah?
I don't know. I just was trying to get onto the rights. I was just thinking if I had a shot, I'd just try to stick to my backhand. And my board's been feeling really good. So I think I got lucky because I got one of my good waves under priority. I think maybe everybody was looking at like a closeout and just allowed me to do 2 turns. So I was stoked.
I'm sure it is difficult to choose your board, kind of this onshore small waves. What kind of board were you riding for the contest?
I actually have 2 boards. I had one that I kind of made specifically for here in Chiba. It's a Rocket 9 Channel Islands, and we ordered it a lot wider and a lot smaller. Fits really well in the pocket. But it's funny because I ended up going for my short board out there. It's one of my magic boards. I've had it all from last year, and it feels good. It's like comfortable under my feet. So I just chose for that one.
So you worked it out.
Yeah, I just worked it out. Either way.
And watching your Instagram, the story of Chiba Kid, that was so funny. Is it the story's gonna go on during your trip?
Yes, of course. Well, we've been having such a good time over here. I actually just love coming over to Japan, and we're staying with Hiromori from Channel Islands, and we were just laughing. We're like, gosh, you have to almost go dojo style out here. Like it's small, so you got to bring a lot of energy, and it's just all about having a good time.
Right. This place is called Dojo too.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Well, there we go. Perfect.
People, all the kids train here, and they make their levels up. So we call it Dojo Shita.
Well, yeah, gosh, the level here in Chiba, there's so many good surfers, and we've been seeing like Hiroto every day, and like it's cool, like the community, you can feel it here in Chiba. So for us to get to come over and compete and like kind of go against the guys, it's really fun.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much, and enjoy your stay in Japan, and good luck with your next round. Tana Gudaskas with me. Back to you.
The Shida Dojo.
You called it, Todd Klein. Well, they actually called it too. Isn't that incredible how you come over, you get a vibe for a place, and once you understand the meaning of the names around the area, you are spot on by calling the place the dojo without actually having no idea that it is called the dojo.
Well, how can you not like Tanner Gudaskas in and out of the water? Excellent performance, taking out heat number 21. William Cardoza in second. Nome McNaught in third, and Fraser Dovell in fourth. Heat number 22 out in the lineup. Sully Bailey out to an early lead in this one. 5.27 and a 4.70. Surfer in red is in first. Currently in second, Luel Philippe in the green. He requires a 4.24. He's got a 5.73 and a low score of a 2.93. Beric de Vries in the blue, looking for a 4.17. And there's a great shot there of Tanner giving some feedback to his brother Pat, who's about to come up in the next heat. Heat number 23. So no doubt will give some insight on how to approach his competition in the dojo. These guys are staying together, traveling together, and the difference will be Tanner was able to approach those rights on the backhand. Patrick, being a regular footer, will see him on the forehand, so he'll have to digest the input from a goofy footer and see how he can apply it on his forehand. But great to see these boys traveling together. I love those dudes, and we'll see how they can go in this event. It's got a long way to go. We are only into round 2 right now. Top seeds in the lineup.
So, yeah, a couple of mid-range scores posted so far. Luel Philippe just on his third wave here. Just a couple little front side snaps, but a small wave and not much on offer there. But Luel Philippe, as we've seen with a lot of the Brazilian surfers, just keeping positive, keeping busy, keeping the vibe alive out here at Shida. So far, what have we got? Sol Bailey with a 5.27. Beric de Vries, 4.5 is his highest score. 5.33 for Kaito Ohashi, the Japanese surfer from the Shonan area. He's been a standout performer here in Japan for years. Goofy footer out here. So once again, Todd Klein, the goofy footers, getting square off the bottom, high off the top, and making the most of these tricky conditions. And as I think we heard earlier with one of the surfers' heat win interviews, saying that if the waves are running off a little bit quicker, it becomes more of an advantage to the front-siders. But when the pace of the wave slows down, Jesse Mendez was saying that you can get a little squarer and a little sharper out of the lip on your backside. So an interesting insight there. Todd Klein mentioned that earlier on in the event, saying, you know, I think Pitsy out in these tricky old conditions is actually better to be on your backside. And I beg to differ, but when you hear it from the best, Jesse Mendez reiterating that point, there you go, the backside surfers. Gadauskas, Mendez, has been a lot of incredible backside performances so far today, sir.
To your point, Pitsy, we'll keep it neutral as far as the goofy foot, regular foot conversation. The pros on the backhand, you can go more vertical. The cons, it's a little bit more challenging in the smaller waves to generate the speed versus being on your forehand. So it's tick or tack. But I think one thing that I'm seeing across the board that is something I'll continue to beat throughout this event is the mental aspect. And again, in these challenging conditions, you can shut down the game before you even kick it off. And the surfers that I'm seeing win these heats are speaking very positive despite the challenging conditions. You heard Tanner Gadauskas say, you know what, 4 guys are going to enter, 2 guys are going to leave, and it is challenging out there, but you know what, I'm having fun, I'm making the most of it, and that's, to me, the difference is right there between the ears, because all these guys out here, obviously, at a QS 6000, a ton of talent, but between the ears is where I think these heats are going to be won or lost.
Yeah, thank you, Todd Klein, for that bit of insight. And the mental side of sport, you know, I mean, you can surf for 20 years, you can do all the practice you like, but if your head's not in the right spot, you pack it up and go home.
You know what I mean? You got to have confidence when you approach that lady when your favorite song comes on and you want to get her on the dance floor. If you're nervous and you go up to ask her to dance, probably not going to get a dance. It's no different here in this competition, Pitsy.
When the wave shows up, if you're not ready to dance,
you got to blow up.
Okay.
And right now, Tanner Gadauskas has no doubt got the DJ playing his song, and he's looking pretty solid going into that next round. Soli Bailey in this one, out to an early lead, that 5.27 and a 4.70, but that has just changed. Scores in for last of blue, Berik de Vries, a 6.17, so our South African jumps to first, and now here we go, Kaito. Nice off the top. It's going to be a quick one here. He gets up there a little bit late. That's the difference right there. He could have potentially got a solid score on a 2-maneuver combo. We've seen that happen in this event, but on that second maneuver, wasn't able to get that pivot quick enough on the backhand bottom turn, and gets up there a little bit late on that second maneuver.
Yeah, Ohashi looking for a 4.64 to get up into second position. He'll probably fall maybe a hair short with that last wave, but as Todd Klein said, just slightly late on that second hit, and unfortunate for him. 12 minutes left. The South African out in front over Sol Bailey. Well, Philippe in third. Only needing a 4.24, so it's been a little quiet as far as backup scores go in this heat. Every surfer with a reasonable mid-range score, but nothing really to back that up. Blue up and riding.
Yeah, keep an eye on this. De Vries, nice opening turn. Nice transition into the second one there. So De Vries looking pretty solid on his second score there that I think will go into his score line. It's actually his 6th wave that was just ridden, but I'm saying second score because I think he will better that 4.50 that's currently in his score line. So Berik starting to generate a little bit of momentum in this heat. He was on the outside of advancement looking in, but he just posted a 6.17 prior. We'll stay tuned for that last wave and see how it comes through. And last of white, a 4.27 for Ohashi. So Ohashi sits in third place, requiring a 4.64. And Luel Felipe in the green looking for a 4.24. So like we've seen in the heats past, no real separation in the pack right now. All of these 4 competitors very much in contention to advance until one of these guys can get a solid score of a 7 or better. As we see our Japanese competitor working this left-hander over. We don't see many lefts ridden so far, but that one he elects to go on and gets a couple of maneuvers off. As I mentioned, looking for a 4.64. Did you like that last wave for our surfer in white?
Yes, I did, and we talk about the wave not cooperating, but in that case, we saw the wave cooperate, and he managed to find that little inside reform double up to get that third hit in, and I think that score is going to go very close to his 4.64 requirement to move up into second place. A little better, a little bit more speed, snap out of the lip. Let's see how the judges saw that one. Unfortunately, the wave was a little bit small. That could be the
point of difference.
Yeah, that could be the only bit that could hold that score back. But the surfing was great, and the intent was good as well.
Well, look at the scores starting to post for Last Up Blue. I knew he would better that 4.5, and he's probably going to better his 6.17. De Vries on that right-hander, getting off some nice maneuvers. Judges appreciating his surfing on that wave. And now he will start to separate himself from the pack. There it is, a 6.70. So Soli Bailey now in second, looking for a 7.60. And Ohashi, score starting to drop for that left-hander, Pitsy. Not going to be what he was looking for. It's definitely going to be south of that 4.64, potentially because it was a smaller wave. It's a 3.6. Will not go into our surfer in white's score line. So he still sits in third. Luel Felipe in the green looking for a 4.24. So I think in order to really manufacture a score on those lefts, you're probably going to have to go above the lip. But we'll see. You know, every wave is different out here. That's one of the things that one of the many things that makes our sport so unique, and also makes it challenging. It's not like many of the other sports where it's always a 100-yard field. It's a same size rim for a basketball game, and we've got red going on the left. So I mentioned that you're going to have to go above the lip. He does not there, but he gets a couple of real solid turns on the backhand, so potentially a score there for Bailey. And now we've got Luel, nice looking right, opens up big. He's going to go big one more time. He kind of missed a section in the middle there. I don't know if you saw that as well, Pitsy. He was content on that final maneuver, and I saw an opportunity there for one more turn there, but he commits to two. And no doubt it's going to help his situation, but I saw a little bit of meat on the bone there that he didn't eat.
Yeah, well, I think that he was actually lining up that last section to go to the air, and he was hoping that was going to cooperate. He could have gone to the air and posted a big score. It didn't happen, so just maybe a little bit of misjudgment there for what the wave had on offer for him. But as you said, if he had caught that middle maneuver with a closeout front side snap to finish, it would have been 3 solid turns. But nevertheless, I think it's going to be a good score for him anyway.
We'll see if maybe we can pull that last one up of green. He was looking for a 4.24. Soli Bailey, that left-hander, he kind of made me eat my words because he's going to get a solid score on that left. And this is a great opener here, and followed up with another beautiful turn there for our Japanese competitor, Ohashi. And keep an eye on the score for that 5th wave there for our Japanese competitor. Great surfing there.
Yeah, I think even that left we saw before, small wave, but great surfing. Once again, takes off on a right, on his backhand. Great surfing again, Ohashi Kaito from Shonan.
Soli Bailey gets a 5.23 on that left, so if we compare the left that we saw Soli Bailey get on his backhand to Ohashi's, Bailey covered more ground. He actually got 3 maneuvers off where Ohashi only got 2. Me personally, I liked Ohashi's better though. More commitment to those turns, more rail in the water on the bottom turns, and more vertical board as he committed to these turns on the backhand. So we'll see how that score comes through for last of Ohashi. And we've got a great score coming through for Felipe as he's up and riding once again, generating some speed, and jams that section, catches a little bit of an edge, but he gets that speed going once again. And so even though I felt he missed a section there, the judges really liking that wave prior. And now white out the back, Ohashi staying busy.
Yeah, no, it's a very well surfed heat so far for the surfer in white. Still in third position, Luel Philippe, the danger man now in this heat. Beric De Vries, Soli Bailey, they're going to have to really pick up their game in the last 6 minutes of the heat because Luel Philippe is coming at them and fast. Here's the replay for Ohashi off the bottom. Bumpy lip in that wave, just floats that section. Wave not really cooperating, but still good positive intent with his approach to every single wave he's ridden in this heat. And no matter where he finishes up in this heat, he can come in knowing that he's done his best and surfed well regardless of where the result is.
Scores in for last up green, 6.97. So Luel jumps to second now. Bailey drops to third. Bailey looking for a 7.43. Ohashi looking for a 7.37. And standing by for scores of last up white. There it is. It's a 6.23. So now Ohashi jumps to third. Now looking for a 6.48. So he's right back in the middle of this heat and looking to get in that advancing position. Bailey in fourth, looking for a 7.43. So Ohashi awarded on the wave prior on the backhand attack for those 2 maneuvers, a 6.23, and now requiring a 6.48. Plenty of time, Pitsy, 5 minutes on the clock. And our first priority sits with our South African in the blue. And without priority, Luel Felipe is staying busy, just quickly up and down there. He will now sit in 4th priority.
Yes, Todd Klein, you were spot on with Kaito Ohashi with that backhand approach. You thought it was a little better than Solly Bailey's. You made a little bit comparison between the two rides and the scores relative of that. A 6-2-3 for Ohashi's last, a 5-2-3 for Solly Bailey's last. 1 point the difference. And now Ohashi strengthened his position, only needing now a 6.48 with 5 minutes left on the clock. And with the way he's surfing and the positivity that he's producing here, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he gets that opportunity, he will post that score.
This will be just like the heats we've seen so far throughout this event. Come right down to the wire. We're not seeing really anyone pull away from the pack. No one's got a score up in that 7-point range or better. The heat prior was won by Tanner Gudauskas, who had a pair of 7.83s, and Cardozo also had a 7, and you can see those guys separated themselves from the pack. And third place in that last heat, Nome, he required a 7.30, and you look at the current heat right now, only needing a 6.48 is Ohashi, so he is right there, not needing a huge score. Ohashi, it will be his best wave if he's able to get a 6.48, but point being, he doesn't need a big score to get back into advancing position.
So let's just take a look at the priority situation in the back end of this heat. Blue, the heat leader, holding down priority. Second red, Solly Bailey, currently in 4th. White and then green. So Luel Felipe in 2nd place, trying to stave off the other two competitors at the bottom of the lineup. And here he is up and riding, away from the pack. Luel Felipe staying very busy here and just trying to improve his position away from the pack on his front side in green. Luel Felipe from Brazil, staying very positive and very determined, like just about every Brazilian surfer we see out here. They get out there, they just get out there and go surfing. And with the way these guys surf, I mean, that's all they need to do. And they end up more often than not in the top 2 positions. So here we go.
With priority, going to utilize it. Current heat leader, Barrick, looking to better his low score of a 6.17. Gets one hit out the back. His wave really just flattens out on him, but he's going to stick with it in hopes of getting this oncoming section. Hits it, throws a little spray, but not sure if that will better his low score, which was a 6.17. So cashing in that priority ticket after waiting for quite a while. That priority will now swing to our surfer who sits in 4th, Solly Bailey, requiring a 7.43. 2 minutes on the clock. And going back to talking about the mindset, there's a lot of variables in our sport, Pitsy, and I think it's important the people that you travel with and spend time with in and around these events maintain that positive mindset as well. And so if you get a household of guys staying together that are down on these conditions, you're probably not going to see good results coming out of that house.
No, you're dead right. And
shift gears and you look at someone like Pat and Tanner, who are traveling together, that are brothers and are both always positive. That's why they have a crew called Positive Vibe Warriors. You're probably going to see solid performances out of those guys. And so point being, make sure you surround yourself with people that are positive while you're traveling on these events and want to win just like as bad as you do. And 9 times out of 10, you'll see that carrying over into the competition.
Yeah, and you notice that there are a lot of competitors that choose to just travel alone so that they aren't influenced by the people around them, because it can be tough to have everyone up tempo all the time. So there's a lot of surfers. Tommy Curran back in the day was a classic example of a surfer who just liked to travel alone, and he could stay focused and produce the results that he did were incredible stuff.
To continue on with that conversation, I think that's why you see the Brazilians do so well. They are so hungry and want to win so bad, and they are always positive, and that does carry over into their results. And so, to each his own. Not everybody likes to travel with somebody, but I think more so than not, people usually do travel together. There's many reasons to do that. You can offset costs, and you can definitely help lift one another, during those times when you don't win a heat or when you're maybe having some challenges with your equipment. Just having someone there in your court to help you can bring you up from continuing to spiral with a negative mindset. And that's why so many of these guys on the championship tour and women are employing coaches now, because that's exactly what their job is.
No, you're right about that, and the Brazilians are incredible with their positive mindset, always training, always staying positive and helping each other. So Yeah, you're dead right there, Todd Klein. Luel Philippe, last wave of 5.37, won't come into the equation. Ohashi is going to run out of time. Unfortunately for him, couldn't find that last score of a 6.48, and it looks like that he will be heading home after that heat. But nevertheless, a fantastic performance.
Alrighty, well, with the win, unofficially looks like Beric de Vries in the blue, Luel Felipe in second, and third going to our Japanese competitor, Keito Ohashi, and unfortunately getting a, well, we got one more wave to come in, so stay tuned for the final results. Coming up next, the start of heat number 23, round 2 action.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
So back with Heat 23 action here. We got Pat Kadauskas, Maxime Husseneau from France, Miguel Tadella and Rafael Teixeira. Another loaded heat with seasoned pros. Heat 23, round 2. This is the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. World Surf League qualifying series 6,000 event for the men, and a 3,000 qualifying series event for the women. Tricky conditions here today. It's a little bit grey and overcast. We've had a bit of drizzle this morning. The wind's been coming in from the north. It started to break up this little south swell that we've had over the past few days. As we've heard from the surfers, it's tough out there, but the positive vibe warriors are the ones that are advancing, and if you can get onto that club, then you can only expect positive things to happen. So as Todd Klein mentioned,
I'm pretty sure I could get you a pair of sweats and a sticker from those guys. You're a
reckon
positive vibe warriors yourself.
Could I get in the club?
Yeah. We'll throw one on the back of your wagon. Throw a sticker on the back of your wagon so you can take it down to the Goldie and start spreading the vibe.
There's plenty of vibe around there with the waves that we've been getting lately. Jesus, I tell you what, the last 2 months.
There's a vibe down there. Just paddle out with your 300 closest friends at the Super Bank. You better be a positive vibe warrior if you're going to go out there, because that's a place that you can definitely lose it between the ears.
Uh-oh, paddling. Green, taking a look, up and riding on his backhand.
Rafael, nice opening snap. Look how this wave doubled up for him. He's got some opportunity on the inside and hits it one more time. So while I ran out just for a quick second, this was a heat I was really looking forward to personally. A great matchup out here in this heat. Patrick Kadauskas in the red, Maxime Husseneau from France. This kid's very good in smaller conditions, regular footer. We've seen the likes of Miguel Tadella. This kid is a dynamite out there in the white, and Rafael on the backhand as well in the green. So this is a heat I'm going to pull up right here on my chair and enjoy.
Pull up your chair there, Todd Klein, and let's enjoy this one together. Rafael Teixeira, Miguel Tadella, Maxime Husseneau, and Patrick Kadauskas. So let's see the contrast between the Gudang brothers. We had the goofy footer Tanner, and now we've got the regular foot Pat out in the heat and the water.
Rafael comes into this event currently 7th on the qualifying series, so having a good run thus far. Got a 3rd place finish at the Barbados Surf Pro QS 3000. Here we go. Tadella on the forehand. This kid will bust an air. He wasn't quite able to get above the lip on that one, so probably will not stay in his scoreline at the end of this heat. He's going to have to bring the heat. Patrick Kadauskas, his opener was a 3.67.
Yeah, a little funky finish to that last wave for the surfer in white. And as I mentioned, tricky conditions. Here's a replay, and just watch the wave just had a little rib in it, which didn't allow him really to finish off cleanly. Wasn't much on offer anyway. So he'll get back out there, get amongst the mix, and Maxime Husseneau Surfer in blue with priority now. 21 minutes on the clock. Scores just now trickling in for Rafael Texiera. He's looking forward to heating things up out there on his springy. Paddling now, surfer in blue. Maxime Hussino from France. The front sider, as Todd said, glides over that lip. Little foam float, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, he was out the other day having a free surf, looking pretty good in the challenging conditions out here in Ichinomiya. And I believe that last heat was won by our South African, Beric de Vries, and he is standing by now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open powered by GoPro. We're broadcasting live from Japan, and standing next to me, the winner of round 2, Heat 22, Beric de Vries. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, I'll take that. That's way better than when most pronounce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you did very well in the heat. How was it in the water?
Yeah, obviously very tricky conditions, small, and then with the tide being pretty much dead low, it was really hard to get speed out there. So I thought I'd come with a little sneak attack and start far to the right on the right bank, and the wave was just breaking away from me the whole time, so I couldn't get any speed. So had 2 over there and then pulled the plug and went and joined the guys on the left bank, and that was a little bit more steep, so you could kind of get a little bit more turns in. So yeah.
And all the sprays made your actions really dynamic. Did you feel that too?
The spray? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think with these small waves, it's timing on the little waves is really important. So stoked that I kind of got the board in the right positions, and I think that's maybe what the spray did. But yeah, thank you.
So you were competing with the Japanese surfer Kaito Ohashi. Did you enjoy with him?
Sorry, what was the question?
You were competing with the Japanese surfer Kaito Ohashi. Did you enjoy surfing with him?
Yeah, we were kind of always about 50 yards from each other. But yeah, I really like Kaito. He's really good and really enjoy his backhand and stuff. Really stylish surfer. And yeah, it was nice to have a heat with him at home.
So is this your first time in Japan? No.
No, this is my 3rd time in Japan, but I think it's one of the first few heats I've made, so very stoked.
Oh, that's great. What do you like about Japan so far?
Definitely the amount of respect that the people show for each other. As you cross them, a lot of energy goes into just the respect, which is incredible. You know, that shows a lot about the nation, because every person is just so nice and always has a smile and always makes you feel really welcome. And then together with the food's really nice. I've been enjoying all the rice and the noodles, the ramen. Yeah, it's really good.
So happy to hear that. You want to say hi to your family and friends back home?
Yeah, I think it's 3 a.m., so either you guys have woken up or you have just had a really good night. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for the support. Hope to keep it going. And yeah, love you all.
Congratulations and good luck with your heat.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Beric de Vries, and an epic interview there. And while we were in that interview, we saw a great wave go by on a right-hander for Maxime Hussino. Going back to that post-heat interview there with de Vries, I really like that the comment he made for the Japanese, and the fact that he has taken note to see how the Japanese greet each other and really show respect for each other. That's one thing I think a lot of the competitors and people just as a whole, when they travel to other nations, don't take time to slow down and really indulge in the culture. And obviously Beric has done that, and it's really cool to see him give a shout out and make acknowledgement of the respect that the Japanese have for one another.
No, you're dead right, Todd Klein, and that's what makes for a very a country with a huge population living in a small land area. You've got to have respect, or else it's going to be chaos. And that's, you know, big population in a small space of land. You're going to Tokyo, there's people everywhere. If you don't respect each other's personal space, then it wouldn't be too nice, I'll tell you that.
How do you respect someone's personal space rush hour on the train? Because I'm curious. It's hard for me to do that when I'm in Tokyo.
It is, and I think it is to keep your comments to yourself. You know, if you get a bump, you just go, okay, I can understand that because it is squishy in here, so I'll just pretend that it never happened. And by people, you know, pinballing off each other in that crowded train and not getting frustrated and, you know, saying, hey, mate, what are you doing? And then that's how they all get on very well, and the country works very nicely.
Scores dropping for Last Up Blue. We just saw a beautiful wave there for Gadauskas. So as things start to unfold here, scores start to drop. We will update the situation. 16 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And have a look at this last one here for Gadauskas.
Nice front side combination of snaps. Nice front side glide to close. Pat Kadowska's smooth speed and precision on that one. A smaller wave, but yeah, I think the speed, and we don't talk about length of ride being a criteria. He consistently was up on the lip of that wave, off the bottom, back up again, with a bit of speed and flow. It'll be a decent score.
The last up blue during that interview came through at a 5.70. Maxime out to that first place position with 15 minutes on the clock. Pat Gdauskas in second. I believe it was the wave prior, came through at a 5.37. So Gdauskas in second, requiring a 3.74. Tadella in fourth, having a look here at this one, looking for a 6.97. Nice opening snap, draws out the bottom turn. Nice pivot right there in the pocket. He'll kick out. 2-maneuver combo. Looking for a 6.97. Now Gdauskas staying busy. Look for something big here as this thing closes out. And that was very impressive. A bit of a combination between a turn and an air. Pushing so hard, getting the tail up and above the lip, and then pivots around on the nose, freeing the fins into a reverse. And now Rafael keeping it on the face of the wave on the backhand. A couple of quick snaps. Snaps it back one more time. He's got a little inside runner here. Going to get one more turn off. So the big boy, Rafael Teixeira, in the green. He answers back looking for a 3.54. So a good exchange there between those competitors, Pitsy.
Yeah, incredible stuff there, Todd Klein, especially the way Pat Gudang rode out of that reverse. I mean, it was incredible. So let's see if we can see that. Here's Teixeira's wave. Small stuff, working hard. I tell you, the performance out here is incredible for these conditions. These guys are really, really going to work out here. Here we are, surfer in blue, Maxime Husseneau.
Yeah, great opening maneuver. Look at this wave, really cooperating. He gets two jams. That third one, though, goes down. I think his timing was a little bit off on that second one, but you know what? That's going to be a solid score there for Maxime Husseneau, and he's already in first. Pitsy, have a look what he's currently got in his scoreline. It's a 3.4. No doubt he'll replace that. That wave was one of the bigger waves we've seen in the last couple of heats as we are on that low tide mark, so not a lot of water on the bank. A lot of these waves are being very challenging out there, and scores starting to drop for Gdauskas, as you made point that the final maneuver where he was able to get the fins up and above the lip was very impressive, especially how small that wave was.
Yeah, and I love the way his feet were both feet were close together on the nose, and he actually just rode that round like a skimboard. Incredible stuff. And let's see what comes in for him. It's going to be a decent score. Pat Gdauskas now setting up the second half of this heat.
Last up green, 5.27. Pitsy goes all the way to first, so Rafael takes over the first place position. Husseneau drops to second, standing by for last up blue and last up red. At the moment, Gdauskas is in third, looking for a 3.74, but that's about to change here in a second. And Tadella in the fourth place position, wearing white, looking for a 7.03. So watch for a change here as we see scores coming through for that wave where we saw him finish with a air reverse. Pat Gdauskas, surfer in red. It was his third wave. He's been selective in this heat so far, 25-minute heat. We're on 13 minutes to go. And we still have a score for Tadella as well. So we're going to see a lot unfold here as these scores start to pose. Live action now with green. Rafael, current heat leader. Final maneuver goes down. Will not change things for the surfer in green.
Yeah, just getting hung up on that last maneuver there, Rafael, but all-important score. Still waiting on Patrick Gdauskas' third wave score to come in, because that's going to shake things up a bit. Now Husseneau with another decent score to come in. So yeah, things all happening here at the moment.
Yeah,
number 23, round 2.
Gdauskas, Husseneau, and Tadella all with good waves getting ready to post. So things are going to change here quite a bit. But what I'm seeing as far as the scores dropping, they're all very similar. So one of them will move up into advancement, possibly two of them. But my point being, with those similar scores, it's still going to be a very competitive heat all the way to the end, because we're not seeing any scores yet up in that 7+ range like we've seen the guys separate from the pack in the past. And there it is. As I say that, a 7.07 for last up Gdauskas. So now he does start to pull away from the pack. Rafael drops to second place, looking for a 7.47. Husseneau looking for a 5.03, and Tadella looking for an 8.66. Pitsy, impressive score for Gdauskas, but still standing by for last of Husseneau and Tadella.
Yeah, when those scores get in, 6.47 for Husseneau. It's going to be the battle of the backups here. So, as you said, all surfers now starting to post those decent mid-range scores, but yet to get up in the 7. Kadauskas has got one, so it's going to be up to the other surfers to back up their previous strong scores. And it's still going to be a wide-open heat. So just waiting on for Titella's last wave score to get locked in. Now, I'll notice the way Todd Klein in the earlier round, Miguel Tadella was one of your picks of someone to watch out for. He's been a little slow getting out of the gates in this heat, and looks like a decent score coming in for him. And no doubt he won't upset you, Todd Klein, and he'll get real busy in the later part of this heat in the last 10 minutes. Up and riding here, green.
Yeah, good little runner here for Rafael. Smaller wave though. Being that he's a bigger boy, I think he's going to need to be a little bit more selective. That wave was impressive for how small it was, that it was running along the bank, but it just didn't give him the opportunity to get up into the lip. So I'd recommend he just waits for a little bit bigger wave out there. Score starting to drop for the wave prior for Rafael, though. Coming through looking very solid.
Tadella a 5.97 for his last wave. In 4th place, looking for a 6.21. But as Todd Klein said, Rafael Teixeira with a decent score to come in. And a
solid score.
A solid score, okay.
Going to be his best yet.
And that is going to probably move him up into 1st or 2nd. And Maxime Husseneau, down the priority list at the moment, is going to have some work to do if he is to advance. Right now, White, Tadella in 4th, holding priority.
Looks like red, Pat Kadauskas breaking from the pack, heading towards the north. First priority sits with the surfer in white. Second priority with that surfer in red. So Pat Kadauskas seems to think maybe he's got something to the north that he's going to be able to go over and pick up on his own. And it looks like green's already over there, Rafael. So last of Rafael comes through at a 6.13. So Rafael looking for a 6.05. And at 9 minutes on the clock. Heat number 23 coming up next. Heat number 24, the final heat of round 2 in the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. This is a World Surf League QS 6000. So all of our top seeds surfing in this round here. And this was our first round of the money. If you lost out in this round, you took home an equal 73rd place. 370 points, $450. Third place finish in this round of 96 will give you an equal 49th, 400 points, and $550. So it helps soften the blow just a bit, but you know what? These guys did not fly from across the world to come over here to QS 6000 and go home with those minimal amount of points. This is a huge opportunity for these guys towards qualification for next year's championship tour. And whoever wins this one is going to have 6,000 points towards the estimated qualification point being for your your best 5 results right around that 18,000 mark. So getting a 6,000 here would be huge, Pitsy.
Yeah, you're right about that, Todd Klein. And one surfer looking very strong, Rafael Teixeira. Only needed a 6.05. We didn't quite see the beginning of that wave. Very strong finish. So he's staying busy. Tadella with priority, looking for a 6.21. And Pat Kadauskas, he's been pretty quiet, and I don't know if that 5.9 is going to be enough to see him hold the lead right throughout this heat. Up and riding blue now.
Look for something big right here. Nice opening maneuver and a great little section here in front of him. Floats it back out on the open face, and he needs to finish strong, and he does. So Husseneau right there, that is going to be a great wave for him at a pivotal point in this heat as we start to get into the back end now with 7 minutes on the clock. Husseneau was sitting in 2nd place, requiring a 6.51 to go to 1st, and just as important, looking to strengthen his position and better that 5.70. Take us through this.
Okay, there he is, front side snap, keeping the speed going down the line, glides across the foam there, and then really bangs that lip for a nice exclamation mark. The judges, I'm not too sure where they're going to go with that. It was a little bit of a trickier wave through the middle of that wave.
Yep.
The first hit wasn't probably as hard and high as we would have liked. And but nevertheless, I think it's going to drop in higher than a 5.7.
Oh, there's no doubt on that. I like the beginning, and I agree with you, though. That middle section, the wave got weird on him, but he made the most of it, covered, made a nice transitional maneuver of floating over that section and then got back out in time to get one more hit on the closeout coming at him. So it's going to help his situation, but by how much will it? He needs to better that 5.70, and I think he will do that. But will it be enough to give him a 6.51 to overtake first? Standing by for scores for the surfer in blue as scores starting to drop for last of green. Looking pretty good for him as well. And there it is. It's a 6.30, so now Rafael jumps to second. Husino drops to third. He's going to need a 5.96 or better to get back into that position, so we're standing by for the fourth wave of the surfer in blue. 5 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
And that score's going to go very close. We said it'll be better than his backup, which was the 5.7, requiring now a 5.96. So how much better than that backup remains to be seen. So all-important score coming in for Husino as far as the heat positions go here.
And Gdauskas holds this one down pretty good with that 7.07.
Yeah, but, you know, he sat for a long time. It's been a while since we've seen him on a wave. So after hearing all these scores coming out at him, that 5.9 is going to start to sound not so great for him. And Husino, a good score coming in, better than what I initially expected as far as the score's concerned. And he'll be very happy to hear that score when the beach announcer reads that out to him. And no doubt it's going to put him back up into the top 2 qualifying position for this heat.
Husino's over here traveling with his father. I ran into them last night out for dinner, and there it is, last of blue, a 6.80. It's not only enough to move him into second, it's enough to put him up into first. So now Gdauskas drops down to second place, our surfer in the red, looking for a 6.20 if he wants to move back into first place position. Rafael, our surfer in green from Brazil, requiring a 6.68. And Tadella, one of my favorites in this event at the moment, sitting in fourth in the white jersey, looking for a 7.01. So being one of our standouts yesterday in round one, Tadella up against the ropes here, hasn't been able to find the open face on the backhand like we saw yesterday. He actually manufactured one of his scores on a left yesterday, but the conditions quite a bit different. He had a higher tide heat yesterday. Today, pretty much on the dead low, so the conditions more challenging. We'll see how he can respond with 4 minutes on the clock. And a great one there for Husino. And here he goes on the backhand, Tadella. Let's see what he can do. He's got a lot of speed. Quick jam off the top. Nice turn there again on the backhand and a third. So he likes it, and I think the judges will as well.
Good on you, Todd Klein. Yeah, you're dead right. He got 3 pretty solid hits in there. The norm has probably been, 2 solid hits for a reasonable score. He managed to squeeze 3 in. It was just the wave size that just restricted him slightly there. Here we go. A nice first hit. Bang, up into the lip again. And a third to finish off. Just pulls the nose out last minute. And Miguel Tadella.
Did you like that wave?
I did. I liked it. I thought it was a good it's going to be a good score. It's going to be his best score.
So needing a 7.01. Will his best score be a 7.01 or better? Stand by for those scores. 3 minutes on the clock.
Was it better than Husino's? A lot of distance covered from Husino with a little hiccup in the middle. And, a couple of turns, slightly bigger wave for blue. But I think Tadella's timing and precision was probably a little bit better. So you could expect it to come in fairly close.
Pitsy, you're putting yourself out there, and I'm going to join you.
Good on you.
That way we both can fall if it happens. But I agree. In comparison, and that's what the judges will do too, they'll say, okay, guys, let's reflect. Last of Husino was a 6.8. Granted, it was a regular footer, but let's compare those waves. And here we go, a split of the peak. Going on the backhand in the green, Rafael. Couple of quick turns there, looking for a 6.68. So stand by for last of green and last of white.
So yeah, 2 minutes on the clock. Todd Klein, this is coming down to the wire. Exciting stuff. Heat 23, round 2.
And coming up next, as I mentioned, our final heat of round 2 action here. Federico Moraes in the red, Adam Melling in the blue, and this is a replay, last of white. Went on that left-hander. It looks like he fell on that final maneuver. Gets one hit there, and right there, just one of those uncharacteristic deals where probably the back foot slipped off. And going back to the final heat in round 2, Adam Melling in the blue and Sandon Whitaker in the white. Thiago Guimaraes in the green. So that'll be our final heat of round 2. Coming up next, 1 minute 30 seconds to go in this one. Standing by for scores. Rafael looking for a 6.68. Tadella looking for a 7.01. Scores dropping now for Tadella. And it looks like it is not going to be enough by the looks of the first 2 judges that have put their scores in, Pitsy. So I think it's going to fall short of what you and I thought it could. Although, there's one that's gone up into the region that he needs. So stand by. 5 judges on the panel. We're going to take the high score, the low, and average out the remaining 3. Look for something big right here. Gadauskas, forehand air. Lands in the flats and slides for a second. Rides out of it cleanly. He's currently our surfer in second place. Looking for a 6.20 to move up into first. And his low score is a 5.9. So check this little maneuver out right here. Nice little forehand air. There it is. Last is Tadella to 6.57. Not enough, Pitsy, so he still is in third place, requiring a 6.41. 29 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, tough one for Tadella, but it could have gone either way, as we said. 20 seconds left. Now, Husano up into first place blue. Gudang in second place. Tadella in third, needing a 6.41, and Texiera needing a 6.68.
Tadella there splashing, maybe showing a little bit of frustration. And no doubt he surfed well, just wasn't able to find the waves that he needed to get the scores to advance. So it looks like Maxime Husano with the win from France in the blue. Patrick Gadauskas from the USA in red in second. Third place, Miguel Tadella and Rafael Teixeira in fourth. Stay tuned. More live action coming up next. Heat number 24 at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
「人生はどこへ行くかではない」「どう楽しむかだ」「ジープ」
So just keeping a close eye on the final wave that's coming through for Rafael Teixeira in that last heat. Comes through to 5.23, so nothing changes. Looks like Rafael Teixeira in fourth, Miguel Tadella in third. Moving on in advancement, Patrick Gadauskas in the red and Maxime Husano in the blue. We've got one more score to post for Gadauskas, but it doesn't look like it's going to change the situation. But until those scores are all posted, we cannot start the next heat. We need to clear those computers and get ready for that next heat. So it's unofficial at the moment, but it's one of those official unofficials. How's that, Pitsy?
Yeah, it's a agree to disagree kind of thing.
Kinda,
yeah.
It's black, but different. It's white.
Okay.
Yeah, same, but different.
Got one more for me?
No, that's it.
Have you come up with a female big wave charger, something more complimentary than a mad dog?
Nope, I think
Nothing yet?
I still think that the women will be proud to be called a mad dog if they are charging giant cloud break like we saw them doing the other day. And there it is. We're going to kick it off. Heat number 24, round 2. Federico Moraes in the red, Adam Elling in blue, Sandon Whitaker in white, and Thiago Guimaraes in the green. And this will be the final heat of round 2 as we see red drawing first blood, going vertical there. Federico Moraes. And this will be the final heat of this round, and we are actually going to go on standby. We will come back at 12 o'clock today to assess the conditions. The women are off. We are already into the quarterfinals for the women, so now that we are on what we say woman on woman, our 2 surfers in the lineup in those heats, and into the pointy end of that QS 3000 at the quarterfinals, we need to make sure that they get great conditions. With the conditions out here today, it's a little bit more challenging, And we need to make sure for the men as well at the magnitude of a QS 6000, we are maximizing the best conditions. And so we are going to go on standby following this heat until noon today. We will reassess the conditions and possibly get back underway with the men in round 3. So stay with us as we will wrap this heat up here. We're just kicking it off. The opening wave for red was a 4.67. And now it looks like Thiago on the backhand. Quickly up on this one. Nice section, floats it, goes vertical right there, throws some nice spray. So a 2-maneuver combination there for Thiago. And now behind him, Federico, going to stay busy. Smaller wave here, he's generating his own speed. Now he starts to get some face to work with, goes vertical, climbs that section. Floats it a little bit there, and he's going to kick out. So a couple of waves being ridden. Pitsy, anything impressing you?
Well, the intent's impressed me. I mean, we look at Thiago Guimarães from his first round performance. He won his heat, great surfing, and he's straight back into it, blew up and riding Melling. Now, he's an incredible surfer, in and out, short ride. We've seen Moraes with 2 rides already. His intent and positivity, and he's taken all that experience from the World Tour. He's brought it here to Chiba, and he's looking hungry for a good result. Federico Moraes always puts in a solid performance. Great surfer and a very steely competitor. We saw him at Bells Beach taking down Gabriel Medina in a very exciting heat, which was won arguably through tactics and, of course, brilliant surfing. So he combined the both to take out the best in the world. So Federico Moraes out here with a 4.67 for his first wave and a second wave score to come in. But for a big boy, he's obviously worked on his equipment to help him in the smallest conditions. Todd Klein, what have you got to say about that?
Well, I got to say that Adam Melling, former championship tour competitor, he really wants to get back there. And it's going to be a challenge for him in these conditions. You know, you got a lot of small wave wizards in this event. Adam Melling, I used to appreciate his rail game on the championship tour. He really performs in those point breaks when you get those nice groomed walls in front of him. But out here, it's a contrast of that. You have to really be quick with your bottom turns. You have to really pivot from the bottom to the top quickly, because as quick as it starts, it can end out here on these small beach breaks. And we've got a couple scores on the board. Federico's got a 4.67 and a 4.60 out to an early lead in the red. And Thiago with a 5.67, and this is Melling. And there's a little bit of what I'm talking about. Very smooth, polished surfer here.
Now we talk about point of difference, Todd. Has Adam fallen into a situation where with incredible surfing, rail game, powerful snaps, but is it getting too repetitious and the judges have got too used to seeing the same maneuvers out of Adam? Is it something that surfers need to work on, where they got to come up with something different that the judges haven't seen to really get their attention again?
No, I'm a through and through fan of Adam Melling. I believe he mixes it up enough. He doesn't rely on one turn, and he can take flight if he needs to. But I think he's definitely got a mixed bag of tricks, and obviously you have to in order to make that championship tour, Pitsy. So I think he's got everything he needs, and we'll see how he goes right here. Having a quick look at that one. First priority sitting with our surfer in white. And we've got a former championship tour competitor out there and a current championship tour competitor right here in Federico, as he jams the lip right there. Gets out on the open face. He's got a little runner here across the bank. Goes vertical one more time. Very tricky wave there for Federico. And he currently is 18th on that championship tour. He's got a 5th place finish earlier this year over at the Rip Curl Pro in Bells Beach. So he's had a pretty solid result, and it needs to continue to back it up to maintain in that top 22 so that he can re-qualify for next year, but maybe hedging his bets coming here, trying to chase up some points at this QS 6000. And he's done pretty well, He's got a couple of 13ths, a 25th, and as I pointed out, that 5th place finish in Bells. So we'll see how he goes as we go into the next stop, being stop number 5 at the Outer Known Fiji Pro. So a big event coming up. The women will kick things off potentially on May 28th is when the window opens up for that competition. And here we go on the backhand. Nice opening turn for Thiago. into the next section, hits it one time there and goes down. He opened up with a 5.67, and that will be his second score. Look at Melling's second wave, Pitsy, that we were looking at there. I told you, very smooth, polished surfer, and very easy on the eye, and very easy for the judges to put down a good score, a 7.17.
Great stuff from Adam Melling. A 7.17, high score of the heat so far. And a priority, he's second in priority, so Sandon Whittaker now. With only, well, actually no waves under his belt, priority, and we will wait to see him perform Todd Klein. We've got an interview, I believe.
Well, no, the heat prior, we had Tanner Gadauskas take out a big win. We heard the drums start to beat back at the Positive Vibe Warrior camp, and now they are definitely beating even louder. His brother, Pat Gadauskas, just got another win there for the Vibe Warriors, the Positive Vibe Warriors, and he's standing by now. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 2, heat 23, Maximum Usanan. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. The waves are really small and hard, but with the rain, it doesn't make it easy. But I'm stoked to make it with
In your perfect finish turns, scored 2 double 6 scores. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, the first 6 was a good wave, and I think I could have done a little better. But I was stoked when I heard the score, and then the last 6 I got it under priority, and I got lucky to find the right wave. It's hard to read the wave, so sometimes with the priority you get stuck waiting for a wave that never comes. And then on this one I got lucky that the other guys didn't saw it, and I just find out it was a good wave.
Perfect. And I saw your cuts on the back. Were you training hard before this competition?
Yeah, I was trying some boards in France, and I landed really bad on an air, and I cut my back with my fin. I had to get stitches, and I didn't know how it will end up here, if it will be okay or not. So I just been resting a lot, and luckily it's not that bad, and I've been able to surf.
Your technique just moved up to your next round, and of course your board. What kind of board are you riding?
Yeah, I'm riding a small board, like 5.9. I usually ride 5.10. It felt really nice, so I'm stoked.
Good. Are you enjoying your trip in Japan?
Yeah, I love it. I love Japan. I love the vibe. The people are really nice, and I always enjoy here.
Thank you. You want to say hi to your family and friends back home?
Yeah, bonjour maman, bonjour tout le monde, mamie, Laura, Charlie, ma copine, Marine. Je ne sais pas si elle regarde ou elle dort, mais voilà, bisous à tout le monde et à tous mes amis de La Réunion et de la France.
Merci beaucoup. Good luck in your next round. Thank you. All right, Maxime Usunat, next to me. Back to you.
Yeah, congratulations to Maxime Husino, and I apologize, I stand corrected. Patrick Gadauskas did not win that one. He led for the majority of the heat, but Husino in the end getting that 6.80 was enough to overtake the lead. It was a very close one in the end. Husino with a two-wave total of 13.27, and Gadauskas with a two-wave total of 12.97. Moving on, and Tadella finishing up in third with a 12.54, so super close right there for that second position, and Rafael with a 12.43, so how close was that last heat right there, Pitsy, as I look back at the two waves for each one of those surfers?
Yeah, it came down to the wire, and Husino managing just to jump up into that first place position right in the dying stages of that heat. Pat Gadauskas led from start almost to finish, but he just needed to improve on that second wave score and was unable to do so, but finished in second nevertheless. So out in the water, Melling backs up his 7.17 with a 4.9. Federico, a 5.83, a 4.83.
Sandon just got a nice wave, too, that he just opened up with, Pitsy, so I'll look forward to seeing that first of white. He waited quite a while, almost 10 minutes, basically, for that first wave. So we've seen that happen before. Sometimes surfers can wait too long, and we know that the water temperatures dropped over the last couple days. We had those southerly winds. We had a bluebird, high-pressure skies over us, and that has obviously changed as we look out there now. We see our die-hard fans underneath umbrellas. It started raining late yesterday evening, and we woke up this morning with wet streets, puddles in the area, and just a steady drizzle. No, not real hard rain, but enough to get you wet if you don't have an umbrella or a rain jacket. But our die-hard fans are out here to support and see the world's best here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And the walls, the beaches, not necessarily the beaches, they like to sit up higher on the banks here and elevate, as we see Green here elevating on his backhand. And on the final maneuver going down, Sandon's opening wave, Pitsy, in the white, a 5.27, so a good start here for him. 14 minutes on the clock. Melling's out to an early lead. That's 7-1-7, a backup score of a 4.9. Federico Marias, our surfer who is currently on that championship tour, has a 5.83, a 4.83. He's in the red, and our surfer in green looking for a 5.0. And that was Melling there, just quickly up and down. Federico does have first priority. Second priority sitting with Sandon Whitaker. Whitaker in that fourth position looking for a 5.40. 13 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, all important scores coming in for Thiago. Currently in third, looking for a 5.0. We saw that wave that he rode. Just came unstuck on the last turn. Now, if he was to complete that turn, I think he was staring down the barrel of a very good score. Nevertheless, the score may get him up into that first, second position here. But Adam Melling, also with a solid score to come through, currently holding down the first place position.
Yeah, good score coming, and can't make out who it is, but somebody getting a little ankle work done. And I know if I was out there in these smaller conditions, I'd be getting some ankle work done. What do we got, Pitsy?
That's like one of the Japanese women competitors who's been a standout. She had that ankle injury. Remember the girl surfing in the booty?
Okay.
Earlier in the rounds. It's Minami
Kawai.
Minori Kawai. Todd
Klein. Teamwork.
You got that, brother. And she wore the booty because she had damaged her ankle. Obviously getting a bit of work on that and seeing her wincing with pain a bit there, up and riding now green in and out.
Yeah, that first day we watched her in round one, I was under the impression she was wearing a booty. And then it wasn't until she came up for her posting interview that I could see she was actually wearing a bit of support there on that ankle. And not showing, though, in her performance whatsoever.
No, she's still in this event, alive and well in this event, into the quarterfinals. And she's been a standout performer throughout this women's event, despite the ankle injury. Now, Green's last wave, a 4.53, won't be enough to get him up into that advancing position here. So, blue, Adam Melling, holding on to that lead with a solid performance, a 7.17 and a 6.93. Federico in second place.
Yeah, we saw Minori there, Hawaii, getting her ankle worked on. And she will be in quarterfinal number 3, Pitsy, up against Isabella Nichols. And we know that will not take place today. The women are off. And we will go on standby following this heat. The following heat will wrap up this heat will wrap up in 11 minutes, 30 seconds. Heat number 24, the final heat of round 2. And we will go on standby until noon for the next call. Conditions just a little bit too drained out on this low tide right now. And the idea is let's go on hold. We'll wait for that tide to turn, start to give us a little bit more of a push, a little bit more water on the bank, and more scoring opportunities. So let's hope that those stars do align and we can regain and kick things off with round 3 of the men potentially here later this afternoon.
Yeah, I think a good call, Todd Klein, because we've seen through the past 3 days in the afternoon, the tide come in, the swell pick up a bit, and there's been some fantastic action and a lot more point scoring opportunity as that tide moves in on the bank and the size kicks in a bit. So we're hoping that that'll happen again today. That's why we're going on hold to see that tide bottom out and give a couple of hours for that tide to push back in, and then we should be back on again this afternoon. And it's going to be incredible stuff as we move into round number 3. We've got some stacked heats, some incredible world leaders in pro surfing here in Japan at Chiba. Great old day out there, but I tell you what, the surfing has been incredible.
So Federico Marias, I mentioned having a good run on the championship tour. He's also got a great start here in 2017 on the QS. He's currently 16th coming into this event and had a third place finish at the Pro Santa Cruz earlier this year, QS 3000. So this kid definitely carrying some momentum coming in here representing the country of Portugal.
Yeah, we saw one of the other Portuguese surfers stand out in the first round, one of Frederico's buddies. Can't think of his name at the moment, but I remember in that first round there was one of the Portuguese who's been coached over here. Let me see, the fine young man who won his heat in green in the first round.
Tomas Fernandez, he lost. Maybe Vasco Ribeiro?
That's the one, Vasco Ribeiro. He put in a very solid performance. So one of Frederico's buddies got through and put in an awesome performance. So Frederico currently in second. Thiago looking for a 5.0, not 5.0. Not a huge ask here for a surfer of his ability. Thiago Gomes from Brazil. Here's red, taking a look. This is Frederico trying to extend his second place position from the surfers in green and white. Sand and Whitaker been a little slow with a 5.2, 7 and a 1.0.
Yes, to your point, Vasco winning both his first round and second round heats, so carrying some momentum into round 3. Eight minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Melling in first, 7.17, 6.93. Marias sitting in second position, looking for an 8.27. We've got a score to drop still for last of red. Does not look like it will change things for him as far as moving up into first. It won't be an 8.27, but stand by. There it is. It's a 4.53. It will not even go into his score line. And he's up and riding once again. He's got a lot of speed. Hits that first section out on the open face, snaps it back. Working it through, smaller little inside runner here, and you can see on this low tide it's going to be a great call for us to go on standby. That is no water out there right now, and with that said, it's making it even more tricky out here in these smaller conditions for these competitors to find the potential to unleash some turns so that they can generate some scores. So going on hold, following this heat number 24, round 2. We will come back at noon. Assess the conditions. Just so you know, local time here in France right now, it's just past 10 a.m. The sun rose at 4:30 a.m., so we've been up for quite a while. A lot of these surfers have been out in the lineup early this morning getting warmed up before we kicked off competition. Melling, flying down the line, floats the first section, jams the second one through the lip, floats that again, and, oh man, nearly runs himself over right there. Catches the nose and goes down, and that board comes straight up and over him. So luckily for him, it did not catch him.
Yeah, just prior to Melling's wave, we saw Sand and Whitaker flying across your screen with a nice little air reverse maneuver there. So Sand and Whitaker looking to turn things around in this heat with 6 minutes left. He's had a very slow heat. He does have a 5.27 already, so if he can back that up with a decent score, he'll be right back in the mix. Fourth place looking for a 5.4 to get up into second place. So Frederico been catching a lot of waves, staying busy, but just coming in around those mediocre scores. So still, the heat is fairly open, and a one-set wave, if it is to come through, could do it for any one of these three surfers. Melling looking pretty strong with that 7.17 and a 6.93, two of the highest scores of this heat so far, and Mariah's just coming through with another one of those mid-range scores there, and a Sand and Whitaker with a score to come in as well. We didn't see the beginning of the ride, so I wasn't too sure if he pulled off a few turns prior to the final air reverse or whether it was just a one maneuver wave. Let's see what the judges have got to add in their green with priority. Thiago, now he is looking for the knockout blow for this heat with priority, a 5.67 and a 4.53, needing a 5.0.
So Pitsy, as we'll wrap up round number 2 in this after this heat. I'm just looking through here on WorldSurfLeague.com at some of the matchups coming up in round number 3. Some great matchups right out of the gates in heat number 2. Catches my eye. Coming off a fresh win over at the Oi Rio Pro, Adriano de Souza up against former Championship Tour competitor Brett Simpson, Alex Ribeiro, and Vasco Ribeiro. Stay tuned for that one as we got live action up and riding right now. Quickly on the backhand, 2 hits there for Thiago. And Thiago looking for that 5.0 that Matthew Pitts just pointed out. And Adam Melling has a score dropping as well. And that's just one of many great matchups coming up in round 3. We potentially could see those gentlemen out in the lineup this afternoon. We will go on hold following this heat until noon. So I'm sure those guys will be stoked too with that call from the head judge and contest director. Heat 3, Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto, Mitch Colburn, Dylan Goodale. I mean, all of these heats, as I start to just scroll down the page, could be a final, legitimately. And we are only into round 3, and that just shows you the magnitude of the talent here this year in 2017. at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. A couple of nice turns here for our surfer in white, Whitaker. And he is looking for a 5.40, and solid surfing right there, Pitsy.
Yes, it is, but I think he's going to probably need a little bit more once the surfer in green's last wave score comes in. It was a pretty solid performance there from Thiago. He had a decent sized wave, a lot of speed, and 2 big, powerful hits on that. So, turning, paddling, taking a look here. Surfer in red, currently in second. He would have seen Thiago's ride and realised that he's going to have to stay busy and better one of his scores if he's going to stay into those top 2 positions. So now Melling with priority. Frederico, another mediocre sized wave, but did he do enough? Let's just wait and see. We're still waiting on the green's last wave to come in. Thiago with a solid performance there, needing a 5.0, 3 minutes on the clock. This is heat 24, round 2 of the men's division. On hold till 12, Todd Klein said, but all important scores now as we get to the pointy end of this heat. We saw yesterday heat totals in the morning around on this lower tide around the 12-13 mark, and as the tide pushed in the afternoon, the total heat scores slowly rose up to around the 16, even 17 point mark. So positive that this afternoon, when that tide moves in, there'll be a lot more scoring potential, and we'll see some great action and some big scores posted. So waiting for scores to come in now. Thiago,
Stand by, Sandin on this one. Look at that opening turn right there. Pitsy started jumping in, but this is a great wave for Sandin, and this is definitely going to shake things up right here.
Whoa.
That's how you claim a wave right there. You know, he obviously is stoked on that, and he should be, because the way he was able to transition between those maneuvers and pivot on the backhand, straight up into the lip on the backhand. Oh, man. It's all coming together right here for
Here
Sandin.
we go. Look at this. Off the bottom.
Bang.
Bang, up into the lip. Off the bottom again.
Bang.
And
Bang.
bang, 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 Todd Klein. Great performance.
Triple bang right there for Whitaker, and it will no doubt change things for him. He was currently sitting in 4th place, and that was great timing by him because he's only got 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. I'm pretty sure he's going to move up into the top 2.
Okay, so comparing the scores to Green. Green got a 4.6, had 2 big hits, but quite a horizontal approach. White, off the bottom, off the top, off the bottom, off the top. 3 maneuvers, and
so scores just came in for last I've read, Marias. It was a 5.07, so he does change things just a little bit, but Whitaker only looking for a 5.64, so I still feel that no doubt we will see Whitaker jump up into that advancing position. 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock, so that means now that Frederico and Thiago are going to need scores. As scores start to drop here, I'm going to eat my words, Pitsy.
yeah, well, the comparison to Thiago's wave, as we talked about, a 5.37, so it was just under a point better than Thiago's.
So I've put myself out there a few times, but this one right now, I definitely have tire tracks across the back. I just got run over.
That's okay, Todd Klein. As we said, tricky stuff out there. Maybe the wave size was the only thing that let him down, but the surfing was fantastic. Square off the bottom, sharp off the top. Stan and Whitaker be very frustrated with that. 30 seconds on the clock. Priority with blue.
So nothing does change. Frederico Marias still in second, Melling in first, and Whitaker does move up to third, now looking for a 5.54, and there it is. So I can take those tire tracks off my back. There was still a score to come in for Whitaker. Last of white was a 7.43. I feel better, and no doubt Sandin feels a lot better. He is now in second place. Frederico, who is up and riding, requires a 6.98. So I was a little confused. I was expecting, no doubt, that score to be a good one, and it was. Whitaker gets that 7.43 unofficially with the win. Melling in first, Whitaker in second, Marias in third, and Thiago in fourth. But stay tuned. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We will come back because we still do have scores to come through for that last exchange.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Japan, we just wrapped up round 2, heat number 24, standing by for the final scores to come through. We will now go on standby. The local time here in Japan is at 10:15. We are going to go on standby until 12 p.m. today. So right at lunchtime, we'll come back. We'll reassess the conditions in hopes of that incoming tide, giving these surfers a little bit more opportunity. At the end of that heat, it was Whitaker getting that 7.40, which was enough to move him, actually a 7.43, enough to move up into that advancing position. So Adam Melling with the win. All scores are in at this point, Pitsy. Melling with the win, Whitaker in second. Unfortunate there for Marias in third and Thiago in fourth. So rejoin us, local time here in Japan at 12 o'clock today. We will potentially get things back underway with round 3. The women are off for the day. Todd Klein, Matthew Pitts.
Thank you, Todd Klein. Let's go get something to eat, have a little rest, and we'll get back up on deck at 12 o'clock.
Stay tuned, worldsurfleague.com. We'll see you guys after a bit. Actually, you know what, Pitsy? Let's stick around. We'll grab this post-season interview, and then we will duck out. So Adam Melling with the win in that last one, former championship tour competitor, and kept a good pace throughout that heat with that 7.17 and the 6.93 on the forehand out there. And he's been here for a few days now, and he's been doing a lot of free surfs. And it looked like he was in tune with some pretty challenging conditions out there, making the most of it.
No, you're dead right, Todd Klein. Adam Melling will be pumped to get a good win away under his belt in this event because the conditions are very tough. He's used to those nice long point break conditions there at Lennox, so to have this little choppy, lumpy, bumpy beach break and to beat the calibre of surfers in that heat, he should be really pumped because, Frederico Moraes off some great results on the World Tour. Thiago coming off a great win out of round 1. So, very tough heat. And then the underdog in that heat, Sandon Whittaker, very slow start and boom, came on strong at the end. Last wave, went to town and moved up into that advancing position. So, incredible heat, and Melling has got to be happy with that.
Oh, no doubt he's happy with that. And I was very impressed. I'm not very familiar with Sandon surfing, but a very polished approach out there on the backhand. And coming through with the scores that he needed, especially that clutch 7.43 at the end, but consistently holding it down up in the advancement position and eventually getting the win was Adam Melling, and he's standing by now.
Thanks for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner for round 2, Heat 24, Adam Melling. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's good to get that heat, get in the water. I've been in for a week already, but it's good to get the comp started, get a heat win, so feeling good out there. It's pretty grovelly, but the epoxy's going all right.
Right, and the conditions are not really good, but what do you take extra care for this kind of competition to make your action really well?
Extra care? I don't know. I got over here early and got on some light boards, felled them out. I actually broke a board over here, which is crazy, but it was just super light. So, 1 foot waves, breaking boards, that's kind of weird. But just get ready for your heats, surf the grovel and try and have fun.
And all our commentators wanted to know about the way to make your speed.
I think it's this board, it flies. It's nice and light. It's epoxy. It's a little bit thinner than my normal boards, but it seems to still be all right when it's a little bit choppy and windy because sometimes the epoxies bounce around a bit. But this thing's still nice through the water, which is good, and I've lost a bit of weight.
Oh, you did? Because of your training?
Yeah, a little bit, or lack of training pretty much, but still trying to keep fit.
That's perfect. Can you give a bit of advice to all the young Japanese surfers to be a better surfer, to compete the world?
I think for the Japanese kids, they kind of just got to mix it up with the waves. Don't get stuck surfing this stuff all the time, because to get on the world tour, you got to surf big slabs, you got to surf crazy beach breaks and stuff like that. But and there's not many waves on tour like this, so just getting out in the world and surfing reef breaks and chunky, scary waves, that's what you got to do.
Thanks for the precious advice. Well, congratulations to you, and make yourself warm, and good luck with it.
Alrighty, well, congratulations to Adam Melling. Round 2 is a wrap. Round 3 is set, and we could potentially see those surfers hit the lineup. We are going to go on standby now until noon. Local time here in Japan is 20 after 10. Pitsy,
Yes.
let's go.
Alrighty, Todd Klein, let's go do it, mate. Take a break. Great action for the morning. Look forward to big and better things this afternoon as that tide moves in.
Stay with us. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll see you guys in a bit.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
And good afternoon, everyone. We are back in action. We are here at the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro. Just about to kick off Heat 1 of Round 3. My name's Matthew Pitts, and I am here with Maddie Wyborn, also from Australia, currently residing in Kamakura. Maddie, welcome back.
It's good to be back, Pitsy. And the officials saying that we needed to go on hold, so we've had a low tide hold for the previous few hours, and now we're back, and the conditions are looking tricky, to say the least, but we are still seeing some scoring opportunity out there. So in the red in this heat, we have Timothy Bisso from Guadeloupe. In the blue, we have Jackson Baker from Australia, Flavio Nakajima from Brazil, and David de Carmo from Brazil also. It's a pretty stacked heat here. Right?
Yeah, definitely. This round 3, every heat, as you go through the heat list, they're all stacked heats. Particularly in this heat, we've got Timothy Bisso, who's been a real standout so far through this event. Jackson Baker, an Australian surfer who regularly visits Japan and has had a lot of great results over here. And he's continuing his good run here in Japan through this event as well. Flavio Nakajima from Brazil, incredible surfer, and David de Carmo, a very well-known surfer on the international surfing stage. So this is, as you said, a very stacked heat. And we're back here. The tide is now starting to run in. We've got a drizzly old rainy day out there. Pretty rough old conditions. But it's Friday, and we've got Saturday and Sunday to wrap the event up. So we're going to make the most of the afternoon and the waves, and we should see a lot of big scores and some incredible surfing. So I just heard the siren to kick this heat off, and as they say, it is what it is, and these guys will make the most of it, that's for sure.
So they got 25-minute heats here, best 2 waves. So that's plenty of time, I'm sure, in these little shifty beach break conditions, with a very short paddle out to get what they need. I mean, priority will play a part today, considering the guys are all sitting on the one part of the beach, in the centre of the beach where the main clump of sand is. So we're just having a look now. There's a few guys having a paddle. So yeah, I saw Timothy Bisso in Australia, and he had some good success in the QSs there, using his backhand a lot. He seems to have a very, very strong backhand, and it's been doing him well so far in this event.
Yeah, a lot of the goofy footers have been advancing, as we've seen throughout the day, and Todd touched on it earlier, that in these sort of waves, up and arriving David de Carmo on his backhand, get a lot of leverage off the bottom and off the top. So you can see how they sink deep off the bottom and manage to really hook their board around. And David de Carmo, once again, Todd mentioned, he is on a rounded pin, and would that be an advantage or disadvantage for him in these smaller beach break conditions, where usually the go-to is the square tail? But I also noticed that having that little round tail, considered to be a little bit tighter, he is using small fins to balance that out. So here's Tim Bisso. Just a short ride for him as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've noticed a lot of the Brazilian competitors are choosing the rounded pintails, and then, as you said, I'm always for the square or the squash tail. And I noticed that most of the Hawaiian and Australian competitors are using that traditional squash or square tail. So it's interesting to see, and they get a little bit more drive from that tail, I guess. Usually that's what happens. Usually you use that rounded pin in a little bit bigger kind of surf to get a little bit more hold from your tail. So maybe they want that extra bit of hold and drive in the small stuff, and then, as you said, using a smaller fin. Interesting.
Yeah. All surfboard design is basically a trade-off between what's on the board and the fins, and the combination of the two is what is the end result of the magic board up and riding.
Wow.
Big front hand snap and a little foam float to finish. Jackson Baker from Australia in blue.
Yeah, he just flew into screen there with a big turn. We may have missed one turn before that, but that should get his campaign underway nicely. The pocket looks very small here in the low tide. Hard for these competitors to kind of keep that flow, but we saw David DiCamo on his first wave having ample speed and flow on his back end, keeping it nice and tight. So I'm interested to see that score once the judges lock those in.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, it's not your picture perfect afternoon here in Japan, and you know, as far as jumping out there and going for a surf, you probably, if you had the free surf option, you might even head home and jump in the hot bath. But this is the world stage. You got to make or break it in any conditions, and as we said, with the incoming tide, we should see the wave scoring opportunity starting to really open up out there. David DiCamo, no mucking around in this heat, kicks it off with a 6.17, so a great performance from him, staying very positive. Todd touched on that earlier today, also saying how you know, your mental approach, what's going on between the ears prior to a heat start can either make or break the heat right there before you even paddle out. And in days like today, where it is a bit cold and miserable, guys that can just stay amped and positive will get out there and continue to convert big turns and make a great heat of it. And he's wide up and right. This is Flavio, beautiful big backside snap, bang off the top again. So we're getting some great action already kicking off in this heat, and it's only just started. So Flavio Nakajima in white, Jackson Baker finishes up with a 5.0 for his first ride. Timmy Bisso just a 0.67. So already some fantastic rides going down, and we've only just kicked off. We've got a big afternoon of surfing ahead of us. We've got Adriana de Souza coming up in our next heat. Ethan Ewing the heat after that. Yaden Nichols. So there is a star-studded lineup coming your way this afternoon here, and you will see the waves start to push in on the incoming tide onto the sandbank, and we will see some explosive action, no doubt. Matty Wyborn.
Yes, it's we still haven't got the official call on how far they're saying we will run today, but I see in Heat 7 of round 3 we'll have Konoha Igarashi in the red, and then in Heat 8, the following heat, we'll have a local Japanese hope in Hiroto Arai. So yeah, there's some stacked heats going up, and where's
Ohara?
In Heat 6 we have Hiroto Ohara. He was looking amazing yesterday, and yeah, come in all smiles after that great performance, and yeah, the beach was going wild.
Yeah, just Jackson Baker locking in another decent score, a 5.67, and with the conditions, we've had a little bit of a shift around with some of the camera positioning and the staff outside because of the rain, and here he is, blue up and riding, Jackson Baker. So just a short ride in and out. Yeah, we just had a bit of positioning of the cameras out there. I think we're operating off one camera at the moment, and
yeah, I guess we'll see a lot of this kind of surfing this afternoon. Guys taking off on anything they think they might have an opportunity, and just seeing what transpires down the line. Once you kind of get into a bit of a rhythm, you can find yourself, you know, waves kind of coming to you by just rolling the dice. And not maybe sitting there with priority so much today with the conditions like this. You might wait for something that's not actually going to come.
Yeah, we've seen that with surfers in priority throughout this event. It's a tricky beach break with a short period swell, so there's a lot of waves coming in. Although they're small, there's plenty of waves coming through, keeping everyone busy, and trying to pick the good ones is very difficult. And we've had a few of the heat winners in the past, you know, being interviewed saying, did you get priority? Did you sit to try and choose them? And they said, well, actually, we just try to keep busy because it's so hard to pick a good one that you really didn't know until you were up and riding.
Yeah, exactly right. It's but you know, I think the guys that we saw do well and that progressed through the heats were guys that didn't sit and wait. They built their case. They caught a lot of waves, and then they surfed themselves into rhythm. As you can see now, guys really just taking off and whatever they can can get and trying to build maybe a little bit of rhythm. David DeCarmo's first good ride was 6.17, and when he took off in that wave, it didn't look like much, but it kind of just ran along the bank nicely, and one judge went as high as a 7, averaged out as a 6.17, but yeah, that's a great opener today, considering we've seen some of the other competitors already on 3 or 4 waves with nothing too much happening with the scores.
Yeah, well, by going on break and then coming back on, and it's a bit of an unknown quantity of what the waves are, the potential of the scores within the waves that we've got here. And to look out there, you say, wow, this is going to be a tough gig. But as you said, straight away, a 6.17 out of the gates, 5.50, 5.67 for Jackson Baker, a 6.90 for that big backhand attack from Flavio Nakajima. So, as you said, Matty, some nice scores getting thrown down. And these guys just really going to town out here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the judges are appreciating it is very difficult. And if you can link a few turns together, you're going to get rewarded.
Yeah.
We saw in the previous round, just up and riding now, Timothy Bissau. Yes. Unfortunately, going over the hangers there.
Yeah, Timmy a little out of sorts in this heat, which is uncharacteristic for him because he has been a real standout. And for one of those reasons is because he's managed to adjust to these conditions and really stay positive and go to town out there. But at this stage, he definitely looks like he's struggling a little bit just with his weight adjustment or his timing.
Yeah, he's a very energetic surfer. He seems to have a lot of spring and ample speed, and especially in his backhand. He's got quite a vicious backhand. Seems to get the scores quite easily. Judges liking how vertical and how strong he approaches his backhand surfing. I was just going to mention in round 2, you had a couple of big upsets if you're only just joining us. We had last year's event winner bowing out, and then we had even the runner-up, Leonardo Filavante, losing out in the round 2 also. So up and riding there was David DeCarmo from Brazil.
Yeah, we saw the Brazilian splitting the peak there, White going left, DeCarmo on his backhand on the right, and once again DeCarmo just really making the most of the opportunities here, getting a lot of speed, a lot of energy in his ride. He managed to bully his way over the top of that last little double up and turn a potential nothing wave into a reasonable backup score coming through now for David DeCarmo of Brazil.
Up and riding.
Timmy Bissau off the top, bang. Now this is better from him. Wang, now that's going to be a great score. This is the Timmy Bissau that we have seen so far throughout this event, and so he's back up on deck now with 15 minutes left in the heat. He's going to lock in a good score, and all of a sudden Timmy Bissau is going to be vying for that first place position. Right now Jackson Baker from Australia is holding on to that with a 5.67 and a 5.0, but once these scores for white, green, red get locked in, all of a sudden it's a cat amongst the pigeons as far as who will be the heat leader.
Yeah, getting 3 nice turns there, Timothy Bissau. Last turn, I think he was a little bit late to the lip, but still did well to ride out of it cleanly.
Yeah, you saw still the waves are clamping down on the inside on this very low tide, but I think the fact that he landed it positively and with a fair bit of speed and commitment, that I don't think he'll be penalised for that.
So far, the David DeCarmo from Brazil is surfing a very, very good heat, having a 6.17 and a 6 with still over 13 minutes remaining. He's actually sitting quite patiently and waiting for the ones that he knows is going to give him opportunity on his backhand. Jackson Baker from Australia is currently in second, needing a 6.50 to go to first. And in white from Brazil, Flavio Nakajima just dropped down to 4th place. So Timothy Bissau is now in third, needing a 3.8 to jump up into the advancing position.
Well,
so
there you go.
Yeah,
Timmy Bissau, a 6.87. So now Timmy Bissau suddenly, who was struggling out there, almost equaling the top score from Flavio Nakajima, 6.9, now with a 6.87. So Timmy Bisso right now in the mix in third, needing a 3.80. Exciting times ahead of us for this heat. 12 minutes left, and this is going to be a real dogfight to the end between these four guys. And I think you'll find that throughout the afternoon, with this compact little lineup, a lot of waves coming through. It's going to be action-packed plus afternoon of surfing here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
Yes, QS 6,000 for the men and 3,000 for the ladies. So, not seeing any ladies the last day today and yesterday. We didn't see any ladies competition, so I guess we'll get them going again from tomorrow up to the quarters for the ladies. But yeah, the ladies might actually benefit from being on hold today. They might have easier conditions tomorrow, considering the forecast looks like sunny skies and the wind may be blowing offshore tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, sunny skies and offshore winds is definitely going to be a welcome change for anyone around here, but it's just going to be the wave size is going to be the question mark, whether we can get the swell to hang around.
Yeah, we saw some big crowds here yesterday, even though it was round one, with that nice weather. People come out, wanted to see what was going on. We had some government officials even here, lots of men in black suits, for just checking out the competition for the Olympics, of course.
Well, we had one of the main dignitaries from the International Olympic Committee here yesterday with the Japanese Olympic Committee. So they were the men in the black suits. It was the Japanese Olympic Committee down here checking out the potential stage for that 2020 Olympic Games. Is Flavio just going for a boost and coming unstuck? So a lot of focus now heading towards that 2020 Olympic Games. Surfing will be introduced for the first time in the history of the Olympics and this sport. And yeah, a real spotlight now starting to come over the surfing industry here in Japan.
Exactly right, and myself living here in Japan, we see Adriano de Souza on screen now, just checking out the lineup, warming up a little bit for his heat. He'll be coming up next against Brett Simpson, Alex Ribeiro and Vasco Ribeiro. So we have a Brazilian, a US, Brett Simpson from USA, Alex Ribeiro from Brazil, and Vasco Ribeiro from Portuguese.
Yeah, so a truly international field of surfers here this afternoon. We can just say Vasco Ribeiro waxing up for his heat. It's game on here. You know, a few of the guys might have gone home at lunchtime, had a bit of a nap or had something to eat, come back and boom, all of a sudden it's back on, and they've got to put their game face back on all of a sudden, which sometimes, you know, to switch on and off is a tricky thing to do. But it's on again here this afternoon, and right now David DeCarmo out in front over Jackson Baker. Timmy Bisso looking for a 3.80, and Flavio Nakajima looking for a 3.77. So only small scores required for red and white respectively to move up into that advancement position. But David DeCarmo has been a real standout so far in this event with a quick start, posting that 6.17, backing it up with the 6.0. Here's Jackson Baker in and out of that one. It'll be interesting to see what score he gets. Here is Timmy Bisso. He's looking for a 3.80 or better through to the inside, looking very sharp on his backside as we mentioned earlier, Matt.
Yeah, he wasn't looking for much, 3.80.
And you see the way he was paddling just then, just kicking and scratching. You can tell he's obviously got a good wave, and he's pretty happy with the way that panned out for him, and he's straight back out there, and he is full of energy.
It took Timothy Bisso maybe half the heat to find that first score, so now he's surfing basically half the heat time, and he's definitely looking energized to keep that flow going, surf yourself into rhythm as we were talking about earlier.
Yes,
he's definitely doing that now. Here's a replay, nice first turn, is carving it back for his second, finishes very strong. He's fast on his backhand.
Yeah.
It's really, really sharp.
Yeah, and as you said, you mentioned the speed, and in waves like this, the judges look for that point of difference. And when you see a surfer delivering maneuvers with that sort of speed, they'll jump all over that. So Timmy Bisso looking for a decent backup here.
Before we went on our low tide hold, we had the last heat of round 2, heat number 24. We had Adam Melling taking the win there with 14.10 points, and in coming in second was Sandon Whitaker with 12.80 points. So still getting some pretty decent heat totals before we went on break. And currently in this heat we have David DeCarmile, just dropped down to second place. So currently Timothy Bisso has jumped up into the lead with a 12.60 point total, and we have around 7 minutes left, so anything could happen. And as we were saying earlier, with such a short paddle out and with so many waves coming through, the heat can change within seconds.
Yeah, well, there you go. There is no surprise there. Timothy Bisso, a standout right through this week of surfing here at Chiba, and bang, straight back up there into first place. Timmy Bisso.
Judges loved that speed power flow that he was carrying on his backhand there. So interesting to see how the previous world champ, who is just walking down the beach here, Adriana de Souza, will perform in these tricky little small beach poker conditions. I'm sure they get to warm up in Brazil in similar kind of conditions a little bit. So he'll have the right board. He'll definitely have the right frame of mind.
Yeah, actually, to me, I think his frame of mind on this particular event is very relaxed and really enjoying himself, and he might surprise himself as to, when he is so relaxed and enjoying himself, how well he just may end up doing. So up and riding here, Jackson Baker, currently now in third place, looking for a 6.5. Solid ride for Jackson, and if he can squeeze one more turn in here, just a little kick spray there. Flavia Nakajima up and riding behind him. So Jackson Baker now looking for a 6.5. A decent ride there, and
yeah, a little flurry of action.
Yeah, and here comes the replays.
So this is our Brazilian surfer frozen in time. But yeah, a little flurry of action, and White maybe coming close to his need score there of a 5.27. Jackson Baker, what do you think? Do you think he's going to get the 6.5 that he needs with that last ride? It was a smaller wave. He did a lot of turns.
He did. It'll be very close.
He's now down in fourth priority. Jackson Baker is down third priority. We have the last Brazilian surfer, Flavio Nakajima, getting that little backhand smash off, and then looks like he's just paddling for another wave now.
So unfortunately that one not opening up for Flavio. So just one big hit for Flavio and out. David DeCarmo, he's been quiet. He's had 2 waves so far in this heat. A 3.6, a throwaway there. And here's Timmy Bisso, heat leader, up and riding.
Nice first turn.
Digging. See that off the bottom top combo that he's got just locked in.
Yeah.
Great stuff from Timmy Bisso.
So you mentioned Adriana de Souza looking very relaxed, and it may be the key for him to surprise himself and go all the way through this event and maybe even take it out. But still very early days, but at the same time he started off in round 2 and he got second to the current heat leader Timothy Bisso.
Yeah, well, anyone, I guess, coming into an event, being seated, the adjustment to the conditions and acclimatizing, all those sort of little things like that. It might take a heat or two, and as you said, though, I mean, we've talked about, there's no second chances here in these QS events, so you've got to adjust pretty damn quickly. But we saw him in his first heat. He came out of the gates blazing. He locked up some big scores early in that heat, and it was right in the very dying stages, maybe even the very last ride for Timmy Bisso, he managed to get up in the first place, Adriana into second. So I don't think that I think Adriana could almost claim that heat as a win just as far as his preparation goes. But I think you'll see a really solid performance coming up from Adriana in this next heat. But not to take anything away from Brett Simpson, Alex Ribeiro, CT campaigner, and Vasco Ribeiro as well, because Vasco has been a standout so far in this event. Alex Ribeiro from Brazil, he really has been very strong
Well, Jackson Baker was looking for a 6.5 and the judges rewarded him a 5.90. His requirement is better with a 6.27, but we did see him splashing the water there, so he not happy with the decision there. So he has only 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining to try and find that 6.27.
And look who is shadowing him here in the lineup with priority, David DeCamo. So this is going to be a tough gig because David DeCamo is no slouch as far as tactical surfing goes.
Yes, and David DeCamo sitting on him with first priority. Timothy Bisso is down in fourth priority, moving well away from the other competitors. And with Jackson Baker needing a 6.27, sitting right next to David DeCamo. But Jackson Baker does have second priority, so who knows? It's just when the heat tactics are going to come into play.
Well, the thing is, yeah, he does have second, but unfortunately it's the guy he needs to beat that's got first one. And David DeCamo, he won't throw that priority away, I'm pretty sure.
He's not going to get suckered into... Oh, he's having a look now. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 1 minute. And then, yeah, as we were talking about next heat, we have the we have an ex-world champion, and we have an ex-CT surfer in Brett Simpson. We have Alex Ribeiro, who was a standout in round 2. Also, Vasco Rivera was a standout. So it's a very, very strong heat coming up in just under a minute.
So a paddle here taking a look. Here's red up and riding, and I'm pretty sure green just went for a wave there. So Flavio Nakajima, while we have been concentrating on the other two guys, has got a 5.60. He's now up into second place, so DeCamo now needing a wave. So that's why we saw him paddling, because he knows now he needs to get busy and get a wave with only 30 seconds left, needing a 6.34. Jackson Baker now a 6.61. Wow.
Yes, everyone's requirement has gone up too. The last 30 seconds. What they call the mad minute.
The mad minute. Yeah, right.
But yeah, just coming down now, just about to wrap this one up. So unofficially, Timothy Bisso keeping his number 1 position from the halfway point in this heat, doing very well.
Yeah. So started off slow, finished strong again. Tim Bisso continuing his winning run here in the ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Too bad to Jackson Baker. That's finished his successful run here in Japan. And David DeCamo. So we've just heard the siren blast for the beginning of this round 3, heat 2. Adriana de Souza, Brett Simpson, Alex Ribeiro, and Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal. A loaded heat, and I'd just like to welcome back to the commentary box Todd Klein.
Thank you, Pitsy.
Big heat ahead of us, sir, and it's going to be fantastic to sit here and call all the action with you.
Yeah, looking forward to this matchup. You guys were talking in the lead up to this heat about the surfers we do have in the water right now. Former world champ Adriana de Souza, fresh off a win at the Oi Rio Pro at the last stop on the championship tour, up against Brett Simpson, who is no stranger to QS, as he's won a few of them in his backyard at the Vans US Open of Surfing. He also is a former world tour competitor looking to get back there. And Alex Ribeiro and Vasco Ribeiro as well. These guys are not brothers, though. One is from Brazil, the other is from Portugal. Alex being from Brazil in the white and Vasco in the green. So a great matchup. We went on standby there for a little bit on that low tide. Tide slowly filling in now. We should see the improving conditions. One thing that is probably going to help us in the long run is the winds have picked up onshore. Here we go. Brett Simpson just quickly up and down. But you've spent a lot of time in Japan, Pitsy, living over here for 25 years down on the island of Miyazaki. Onshore is our friend in Japan, correct?
Yeah, bring up a bit of swell. We'll just keep a bit of energy coming through to the beach here, because as soon as the wind goes stiff offshore, you usually find that the swell will just disappear on us. So
unless there's a typhoon off the coast, but we don't have that right now.
No, we don't. It's not your regular typhoon season here in May. We are staring down the barrel of rainy season here in Japan that has kicked off in Okinawa at the bottom of the country, and it will slowly make its way up through Japan pretty much wrapping itself up at the end of June, and then summer will kick in into July, and things will really heat up here as far as the weather goes, and then get into August, September typhoon season, and that's when you get some big gnarly swells here in Japan and a lot of crazy surfing conditions over here. But right now it is crazy, but in another way, small, choppy and very challenging, but we've got the best surfers in the world out here, and as we saw in that last heap, some big scores getting posted and some fantastic performances.
Yeah, that last heat, one thing I took note of before we kicked off was Biso was out there actually having a free surf.
Yeah.
So to me, that shows that he was ready to roll, despite the challenging conditions out there. A lot of guys, might have been questioning even running, but you saw the results that Biso was able to have out there on the current conditions.
No, you've mentioned it a few times, and as the event goes down, you see it becoming more and more apparent, that positive approach, and Biso out there having a free surf, and he's obviously worked out that if he makes himself as comfortable as he can possibly be in this uncomfortable environment, then it's definitely going to have to help. And a lot of surfers, get down here and they're getting a bit wet and they got their shoes stuck in the mud and things like that, and drop their wax in the dirt, and they're just like, whoa. But he's just all guns are blazing, and his result is a reflection of his positive attitude here in Japan this week.
Yep, I saw him yesterday. Like you see some of the top competitors on the championship tour, he hung around for the majority of the day yesterday, probably supporting some of his friends, but also really soaking in all of it, from the fans to the conditions as they change throughout the day, the adjusting scale for the judges throughout the day. He was kind of cruising around on a skateboard, as well as watching intently as we see out the back now. Vasco, nice opening hit there, throwing some spray, floats that section, and climbs up onto that white water one more time. So Vasco Ribeiro there in the green, gets on the board. We saw a quick one for Simpson as we kicked off this heat. He's got a 0.50. And still waiting to hear from Adriano de Souza and Alex Ribeiro as well.
Yeah, that Vasco, he's a real workhorse and a real danger man in this heat. And he's staying busy, a solid wave to open up, and real tough heat because, all these guys are seasoned competitors and dead set determined. And we got Brady Simpson thrown in here against all the South American surfers, and it's going to be a tough gig for him, but as Todd mentioned earlier, 2 times Vans champion out of Huntington Beach, huge 10,000 event here on the World Tour, Vans US Open of Surfing. I mean, to win that event twice is an incredible feat in itself. And Brady Simpson out here in Shida, Japan, with just a 0.50. So everyone a little bit sleepy to start out and come out of the gates in this heat. Vasco just posting a mediocre score coming through, but as Todd mentioned also, we are waiting for Adriano de Souza to open up his account here.
Yeah, while we're on the topic of Adriano de Souza fresh off that win, there's a great article up right now on worldsurfleague.com that I highly recommend for you guys to check out. Behind the scenes with Patricia de Souza, and that is his wife. And she is here with him now. They've been over here for this event. He actually booked this trip back in March before he was sure how he'd be going on the CT, and before he obviously got that big victory. But despite getting that victory and having a lot of media commitment right after that, he went ahead and fulfilled that ticket in the booking and took his wife and came on over here to Japan. They've been enjoying a couple of trips into Tokyo on the trains on our off days, and so check it out. It's a great little insight on kind of traveling on the tour from a wife's perspective behind the scenes. So worldsurfleague.com. 18 minutes, 45 seconds to go, and a very slow start. First with a substantial score on the board at this point is Vasco Ribeiro with a 5.00 for that last right-hand runner. And so the Portuguese surfer is now in first. Brett Simpson's in second with a 0.5, so that just goes to show you not much on offer at this point. And the conditions definitely tricky out here right now, Pitsy. And one person that did not find it too difficult was the winner of that last heat, Timothy Biso.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner for round 3, Heat 1, Timothy Bisso. Welcome back to the interview pit.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, you've been working so hard while we were in standby. You were practicing a lot, didn't you?
Yeah, I was the only one in the water with another chick, and I don't know, I felt like it was going to be on, so I was like, I'd rather just go surf for a few waves and then be ready for the heat if it's on, and he actually happened to be on, so it's sick.
Perfect way to warm you up. And I saw you praying before the heat. What was in your mind?
Well, I just, like, you know how the ocean is, it's always unpredictable, and I just want to make sure that I'm feeling good with it, and I say my grateful and my thankful to the ocean, and to be able to have the wave when I ask it.
I'm sure the God was standing next to you while the heat. You made beautiful 2 maneuvers, but if you completed that wave, the score would be excellent scored.
I know, normally when the heat starts, I might fail one time and then be like, okay, now it's no more. And then I got the few scores, so it's sick.
It was perfect, 6-6-0. All right, so you have to move on to your next round. You ready for it?
Yeah, I'm totally ready for what's happening next, and happy to get through today, and then see you tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow will be fine. It's going to be warm, summer back again, so good luck with your next round.
Sick. Thank you so much, guys.
Great talk with Timothy Bisso. Thank you.
Alrighty, and congratulations to Timothy. He'll have the rest of the afternoon off. And again, you continue to see it. Obviously, you're going to be stoked when you win these heats, but there's something about the guys currently with these challenging conditions, both in and out of the water. These guys carrying the positive vibes, and here we go. Fresh off a win, straight up into another off the top there. So Adriano de Souza on the board after waiting for almost 10 minutes. 2 solid maneuvers. Did you like that, Pitsy?
Yeah, and real emphasis on how deep he got out of that bottom turn. You know, when you look at the front side guys, I mean, the really good guys, especially Adriano de Souza, really getting square and off the bottom and high off the top.
And now on the backhand, Alex Ribeiro. A couple of nice pivots of his own there on the off the top backhand maneuvers. Snapping it back one more time here, and he will kick out. Yeah, de Souza really able to pivot. He's riding, I believe, the same board he rode yesterday in his first heat, and it's a little round pin.
There you go, yeah. Getting very tight, and I reckon he'll probably go close to excellent with that score. Adriano de Souza, just once again, reflecting back on that ride. He just got so deep off the bottom. It was a full-scale bottom turn, throw it straight up into the lip, and 2 maneuvers consecutive there. No downtime in speed whatsoever, and you mentioned earlier in the event how it's that combination turns within a short space without any downtime in between them is what has been getting the judges' attention. Here's Bretty Simpson.
Yeah, Brett getting a couple of moves of his own, drifts the fins on that second one. And he's no stranger to these types of conditions. You get this quite often in California. They're at Huntington Beach, where he's from. Now we got Green up and riding Vasco, quick floater. Tries to climb that next section. A lot of bump heading up the face of that. He's able to execute 2 floaters on that wave, so we've got a couple scores now to drop. But you pointed out the point of difference that we saw from Adriano de Souza's opener, the way he was able to really commit to those bottom turns and go square on the off the tops, 8.17. And that's how you make that championship tour. That's how you win events on that championship tour. And de Souza now bringing that here to this QS 6000 to show the other guys in this heat and this event what it's going to take this one out.
Yeah, Todd, interesting thing also with judging, people talk about air reverses, cutbacks, you know, and front side hits, and people don't talk about getting scored for bottom turns as a maneuver. But right there, that score is a reflection of the double bottom turn combination that Adriano threw into that ride. So the bottom turn is getting scored, and it really has become apparent throughout the judging in the last couple of years. The surfers that use the bottom of the wave and really commit to that bottom turn are the guys that are getting the big, excellent scores no matter where we are in the world. Here's Brett Simpson up and riding again, in and out. Unfortunately, Brett not being able to find that open face or that deeper bottomed wave for him to have to let loose out here in Shida.
Yeah, pretty impressive to see him able to commit that much. You know, you kind of expected from the backhanders. We've been talking about that, having the upper hand to be able to really, when you come off the bottom and open your shoulders, it's easier to swing that board to the lip as opposed to having to drive like you do on your forehand when you do a bottom turn. So it is much more difficult to drive on the bottom turn in these smaller conditions when you are on your forehand. But De Souza executing it to a T there and able to come off the top squarely 2 times for an 8.17. Ribeiro's last wave, Alex in white, coming through looking pretty good for him. He was looking for a 2.98, and it's a 6.43. So now white, Alex goes to first, De Souza drops to second. De Souza looking for a 0.86. And Vasco in the green looking for a 3.18. And live action there, Brett looking like he caught a little bit of an edge. And then he blows the tail out, spins it around, and a little bit of a blow tail there for Brett Simpson to finish things up. Not sure what he did on the beginning, but when we caught him there, maybe mid-ride, he did catch a bit of an edge, but he was able to regain his composure. Right there you can see he's buried. Regains it, and then sets up that little turn right there to finish things up. So Simpson, that was a good finish there for him.
Yeah, it was. It was really good. And once again, Todd, some surfers can get really dejected if they catch a rail mid-wave and end up stinking it up at the end. But he caught that rail, pulled it out, and then finished off very positively with a lot of speed and flow. And it's great to see that he's keeping on top of the mental approach right through this whole event so far. Brett Simpson, great to see him out here all the way from the United States with 6.17.
That was for a couple of waves ago. We still are standing by for his last one. So Simpson now moves up into third. Simpson looking for a 2.01. And he's another one that, he's always happy, cruising around, having fun. I actually had dinner with him last night, as well as Nat Young. They're staying with a good longtime friend of mine, Mr. Mitsui. And Mr. Mitsui is the distributor over here for Stamped Surfboards, and that's who Brett rides for. And that was a good, fun dinner. Here we go, Adriano De Souza. Nice-looking little runner here. Let's see what he can do. Nice snap off the top, throwing some spray. Straight back up into it. Gets a little bit off balance, though, there on that second maneuver. But no doubt that is going to take him straight to first place. He only needed a 0.86, Pitsy. But a little bit of a uncharacteristic kind of bobble there at the end of that wave.
Yeah, there was a little bobble there. And the great thing is, though, you saw the length he drew off the bottom into that first snap. And then he's just so amped on that bottom turn, top turn combination, and he just went for it. So, unfortunately, as you said, a little bobble at the end. The wave just sort of, tapered off there. So, he's got plenty of time, and as you said, only needing a 0.86. So, he knows he's up there in the first place.
Last of blue, that little reverse that we saw, the blow tail for Brett Simpson, comes through to 4.5. So, now Simpo goes to first place. Vasco drops down to second. Now the surfer in green requires a 5.68. Alex Ribeiro in third, wearing the white, looking for a 2.74. De Souza on that last wave. He will need more than a 1.0. We know he's going to do that. No problem. So we'll definitely see a shift here. De Souza will jump to first, and Simpson will drop back down as soon as that score for wave number 2 of the surfer in red comes through. We'll update it, but it is definitely going to change things for De Souza because he had that very good wave in the excellent range of an 8.17 when we kick this one off, and there it is. Last of red, a 4.47, so De Souza goes to first. Simpson now in second, looking for a 6.48. Vasco in the green, looking for a 5.68. And Ribeiro in the white. Alex looking for a 4.24. So, just enough there for Simpson, backing up his 6.17 with a 4.5. Sees him up in that advancing position at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic to see Brett over here getting into it, because I used to feel real bad for him when I was watching the CT events, and he, was getting frustrated and eventually dropped off the tour, unfortunately. But, you could see he's got the surfing, but he was just having trouble putting it together all the time. Here's green up and riding. This is Vasco Ribeiro. Now this kid is a danger man, and definitely a danger man in this heat. So once again, you can't sit back and just get a couple of good scores and then start to think that things are going pretty damn good, because there are people like Vasco and Alex Ribeiro also who will become firing straight back at you. And here goes Alex up and riding on his backside, foam float, and just another little rebound. But everyone out here very capable of winning this heat, causing upsets, and it's very busy out there. Here we are. It's Keanu Singh getting ready in the competitors area.
Fresh off a couple of wins this year on the QS.
Yeah, and it is game on here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. You know, everyone took a break and straight back on. We're into the event, and all these surfers are now trying to get their game head back on, everything together so they can get back out there and serve it up to their fellow competitors.
Yeah, he's got a few heats. He's not coming up until heat number 5.
Yeah, he looked pretty amped right there, though. Maybe he's going out for a little quick free surf.
Yeah, no doubt. He was fired up right there. He's traveling with his coach, John Chimoka, former championship tour competitor. And he was able to, he started working with Keanu last year when he got that win in France at the Quicksilver Pro on the backhand. And they've had some great results this year with a couple of wins on the QS. So a testament to Shmoo and what he's been able to bring to the talent of the young Hawaiian there, Keanu Singh. And then we talk about it, the mental side of things. And so whatever Shmoo's doing, he's doing the right thing and helping potentially get that youngster back on tour. Keanu Singh fell just short. He is the third surfer to get the call up on the championship tour. And we'll talk more about that when his heat comes up in heat number 5. 7 minutes on the clock, so this one's really flown by quickly. And right now it's DeSouza still in first, Simpson in second. And Simpson needs to better his low score, which is a 4.5. Vasco Ribeiro in the green only looking for a 5.58, and Alex Ribeiro looking for a 4.24. So this thing is wide open. And if Brett wants to continue in that position, he's going to have to step it up and better that 4.5.
Yeah, you're right, Todd. And we've seen so far throughout this event Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal. He's been a real danger man in his heats, and he's been known to come on strong towards the end of them too. Now here's Brett trying to improve on that 4.5 back up. Front side snap. Moving through the inside here, another nice snap. Now if he can convert this wave, wow, this could be a pretty good score for him. And I'm saying that's probably going to replace that 4.5. D'Souza up behind him. Little front side snap slide.
Pitsy, I was very impressed with Simpo's wave. That whole time, I was thinking that thing was not going to materialize, and it just kept giving it to him. And every time it did, it gave him just enough. He would go square up into it, push through it. And this was the wave right behind it for D'Souza. A little right here for D'Souza. But that wave that Simpson got, you know, when he got to his feet, I was kind of questioning him, you know, when watching him. I'm like, really, he's going to go on this wave? But that wave really came together. He really capitalized on it, and no doubt he's going to better that 4.5 and solidify his position more so than where he is right now. Look at this little double up here for green. Vasco goes to the bottom, squares up that final move. So we're coming up on that 5-minute mark, but pretty impressive, that little wave that Simpo got, and this was the wave behind it for Adriano D'Souza. Nice carve to open it up. Drives out of it, out on the open face, and then it started to run across the inside bank. Slides the tail out, so another good wave there for D'Souza. D'Souza was looking to better a 4.47, so the two veterans in this heat looking like they are the ones to beat. D'Souza currently in first. He's going to extend his lead, and Simpson currently in second and will extend his position. So stand by for that last exchange. His score is now starting to drop for Simpson. It will be his best wave thus far.
Yeah, you're right there, Todd. It's going to be his best wave, and it's going to really put him in the equation here. A 7.50. Brett Simpson moves up into first place, but I think you'll find that when Adriano's last ride score comes in, it'll be back up around that excellent department, and he will probably be back up into first again. But Brett just extending his lead over white and green, because that's where he's going to be sitting, right in between red and white when Adriano's score comes in.
Massive scores coming in for last of red. 9.57 for last of red. Here we go, white on the backhand. Alex, nice vertical hit, pushing hard, getting the tail to drift right there. And he was looking for a 7.25. Simpson, who is in second, requires two waves totaling 17.75 to move up into first, which is currently being held down by D'Souza. And what a heat D'Souza's having right now. Looking at that Jeep leaderboard on the championship tour, you got John Florence in first, and then a three-way tie for second. Jordy Smith, Adriano D'Souza, and Owen Wright. And going into Fiji De Souza is definitely a man that will grab that rail and pull up high and tight in those big pits over there at Cloudbreak. And I think he's going to be pretty excited going into that. He loves it just like anyone else that goes over there to the island of Tavarua and Namotu. Some of the nicest people in the world, and it really makes their stay very nice outside of some of the best surf in the world. Here we go, Vasco flying down the line and takes flight. And that's pretty challenging out there. You got that much wind blowing on the back of the wave, and if you don't grab that rail, a lot of times that wind will take the board from underneath you, and keeping it on the face and multiple maneuvers here after just posting a 9.57. De Souza having some fun out there.
Yeah, Adriano looked like he was surfing out little small onshore snapper rocks, the way that little right-hander lined up for him, and Vasco just blowing that maneuver out was probably caused by Adriano throwing down a 9.57. When he heard that score, Vasco probably just goes, whoa, what am I going to have to do out here? And then just got a little bit carried away. So you could say that uncharacteristically, Vasco just letting a bit of frustration seep into his approach here, and sitting back there in fourth place with a fair bit of work to do, needing an 8.57.
So Pitsy just quietly with 2 minutes on the clock. Prior to this heat, our top two-wave total was a 17.17 being held down by Kanoa Igarashi, and that is now going to go to our surfer in the lineup currently in first, Adriano De Souza, with a two-wave total of 17.74. So the highest single wave was held by Kanoa Igarashi at 9.5. It is now a 9.57 for our surfer in red. So De Souza having the best performance despite the most challenging conditions we've seen in this event. He's adjusting and making it work in a big way as we see Simpson here. Nice slam on that final maneuver.
Yeah, the way Brett just climbed up into that lip, compressed, and then flew out of it was very impressive, because could have easily come unstuck there, but he just read that lip perfectly. So Brett Simpson really showing a bit of form here in a very, very tough heat with Alex Ribeiro and Vasco Ribeiro. Here's Alex up and riding now, currently in third place, looking for a 7.25.
Yeah, he's got another score to come through, but it won't be that score that he needs of a 7.25, so he's still going to be in search with under a minute to go. That last one's not going to do it either. So currently Brett Simpson looking safe at the moment, but anything is possible with 50 seconds on the clock. The wave prior for White came through to 5.47, so it goes into his score line, but it doesn't take him up into second place. He still requires that 7.25, but what it does is solidifies a little bit of an extension above fourth. Vasco currently in that fourth position, requiring an 8.57. We've got one more score to drop for him, and that situation won't change there either, but every little bit helps. Whether you get third or fourth, it's a little bit more money and a little bit more in points. If you get a fourth place finish here in the round of 48, you will take home an equal 37th, 650 points, $1,200 US, and a third place finish, which currently would be Alex. It would be 700 points, an equal 25th, and $1,300. So that looks like it's going to be the results right there. Adriano De Souza with the win, and Brett Simpson in second. Congratulations to those two surfers, and best of luck to Alex and Vasco in the next event. Coming up next, heat number 3. Stay with us.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Todd Klein joined now by Matt Wyborn, and that last heat just finalizing a couple of scores. And Looks like though in Heat 2, Adriano de Souza had a smashing performance, best performance so far in this event. And Brett Simpson looked like he's going to solidify that second spot, but we just got to make it official. Got a few more scores to drop here for Alex Ribeiro in the white. Clear out the computer system, and then we can kick off heat number 3.
Yeah, wow, 9.57, highest hits single wave score so far in the event. So that's pretty impressive from the previous world champ. And catching, I think I see here 5 waves for Adriano de Souza, and I think it was 8 or 9 waves for Brett Simpson coming in second. So Brett staying extremely busy. We have one more score coming through for Alex Ribeiro, but yeah, it's unofficial. Adriano de Souza has definitely taken the win on that one. Brett Simpson coming in second. So this next heat is an awesome one as well. You know, Ethan Ewing, currently on the World Championship Tour, yet to have any kind of breakthrough results. But as we all know, amazing talent. And then Gritham Calipino having some highlights last year, especially in Hawaii, in I think it was Sunset or Haleiwa, doing a huge air reverse, one of the best airs I think anyone's ever seen. Mitch Colburn, we know he's an amazing surfer, and Dylan Goodall has been very impressive so far in this event. So a very stacked heat, as they all are.
Yeah, I saw Goodale making his way down here for this heat. And he was fired up. He was ready to go, you know, and that's the approach you have to have. And when you look out there right now, it looks a bit like victory at sea, but we've seen the best performance of this event take place in the last heat, so the scoring potential is out there. And that's what you got to do, is just buckle up, knuckle up, and make it happen, as we see Red here opening things up. Ethan Ewing, just a quick hit there on the backhand. And I'm very impressed with what he was able to do last year on the QS, and curious to know what has been the big challenge for Ethan Ewing this year on the championship tour. 4 events, 4 25ths, and it's not a question about the talent. You wonder what it is that's been the biggest adjustment for him going from the QS to the championship tour. So maybe we can find out potentially in a post-heat interview, as we see Dylan Goodale here opening things up for his campaign on his first wave. Amazing how he was able to carry his speed through that flat section there, finishing up with one hit where he falls on the end though. So Goodale will be on the board as well. And wave selection is everything out here today, Matt.
Yes, 100%. It's very tricky. You see a lot of guys sort of surfing themselves into rhythm, just sort of taking off on anything, up and riding now.
Yeah, Griffin. Nice pace here, and he lets that wave set up, and then he slams it. Goes square straight up into the lip, straight back out onto the open face, hits it one more time, and then gets one more hit. And to me, that was a bit of a veteran move there as he took off, got to his feet. A lot of guys would be over-amping right there and tried to force something right out of the gates and probably caught an edge. Not Griffin, just kept a nice tempo, waited for that wave to set up on the bank, then he drove on the inside rail and went square up into it. So I like what I'm seeing so far from Griffin, and we'll see how this heat will play out, but a good, wise decision to open up on that wave.
Oh, I totally agree, Todd. It was a very mature approach to that section, and he definitely could have overcooked it. This wind, look at that, it's definitely getting much stronger. It actually may pick up the conditions a little bit, coming from the direction it is. The faces of the wave should stay rather clean, and it may actually have a little bit more power. As that tide comes in, the wave should move closer to the shore and get a little bit punchier. So like yesterday, we saw the high scores come in the afternoon on the higher tide, paddling now.
Yeah, Goodale having a look here on his second wave. Goes vertical on the first hit. That wave runs across the bank, so he'll kick out. We're still standing by for his first. And the surfer that we have not heard from yet in this heat is Mitch Colburn, our lone regular footer in this heat. Or sorry, Goofy. We've got 3 regular footers. He's our lone Goofy. So I'll be curious to see how he goes. We've talked about the benefits, both the pros and the cons of being on your backhand in these types of conditions. A 5-point ride for the opener of green for Dylan Goodale. Puts him out to an early lead.
Yeah, Mitch being on his backhand, being a little bit of a heavier guy than probably his other 3 competitors in this heat. But I think we're going to cut to an interview, Todd.
Yeah, with 21 minutes on the clock, we saw the best performance of the event so far in this event, and it was done by none other than Adriana de Souza, who is standing by now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000. Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner for round 3, Heat 2, Adriana de Souza. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How was it out in the water?
Yeah, it's freezing today, windy, and the waves cooperate a little bit because, yeah, it was like 2 hours ago, it was nothing, and then the tides move in, the waves are starting to show again. Yeah, I'm happy to make another heat. It's, yeah, I'm stoked, surprised of myself, and yeah, I can't wait to do good again.
Right. After the heat started, you waited for 12 minutes and you made 2 big maneuvers, scoring 8.17, and then after you scored 9.57. That was this contest's highest single score and also highest total score, 17.74. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel good. At least I wanna win the heat, you know, no matter what the scores are, and yeah, I'm happy to continue doing well.
And our commentator, Wakita, he wanted to know why you can make so much big sprays in this small, thin board.
I have no idea too. Yeah, I'm happy to make another heat. That's everyone on the heat ripping and pretty much surfing pretty good in these type conditions. Yeah, Alex, Brad, and Vasco, they surf so good in any kind of conditions. So I realized I need to have 2 good waves to make the heat. So I did, and I'm stoked.
Good. I'm sure all the Japanese surfer kids and all the kids in the world are watching this streaming. And can you give advice for Japanese surfer kids to be very strong for the contest?
Yeah, keep practice. Yeah, keep surfing. That's my advice.
Okay, thank you for the precious advice and good luck for your next round. Big thanks to Adriana de Souza. Congratulations. Back to you.
Thank you, and congratulations to Adriana de Souza. And straight into it is Griffin Colapinto on his second wave after opening up with a 6.33. So Griffin once again backing up that 6.33 here on his second wave. Goodale in green is our current heat leader at the moment. He opened up with a 5, backed it up with a 2.40. Colapinto, we just saw him there on his second wave. He's going to need a 1.07. Well, we know he's going to at least do that, so he will move up into first. Colburn, he did get a wave, a 3.50. Surfer in white is in third, and Ethan Ewing, our surfer in red, currently in fourth place. He's got a 2.5. He's looking for a 3.84. And anything you took from that post-heat interview?
Unfortunately, yeah, the weather. You know, living in Japan and only wanting to showcase, you know, what Japan has to offer. And unfortunately, we've had some horrible weather today, and the surf is very, very tricky. But I hear Adriano's been making the most of his trip here, and he seems like he's all smiles. Definitely smiles after winning that last heat with the highest combined heat total of the event. So we have green up and riding now, Dylan Goodale. Unfortunately catching the nose there. He got one nice turn in before he went down, but I don't think that will better his situation. He's currently in the lead. Ethan Ewing looking now. Up and riding.
Yeah, surfer in red here, playing a little bit of a struggle on this one. This wave definitely not cooperating. He was caught behind the whitewater, trying to get back out on the open face. That wave before 4, Goodale came through to 2.4. As we suspected, he did go to first. Colapinto drops down to second. Colapinto looking for a 1.07, and that second score is coming through looking pretty tasty for him. He opened up with a 6.33, and we've got a couple scores to come through once they drop for these 3 surfers. We will update you, Colburn. Nothing coming through at the moment. He does have our first priority. And there it is, last up blue, 5.67. So now Colapinto back to first. Goodale drops down to second. Surfer in green looking for a 7.00. Colburn with priority and looking for a 3.91. Our surfer in white, and sitting in fourth still in the red, Ethan Ewing looking for a 4.91. A lot of time left in this one, 16 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And Matt Colburn does have first priority, and we've seen it yesterday. Sometimes having that priority can go against you. You can wait too long thinking you have to wait for the most perfect wave to come through. We'll see what happens here with Colburn. It can also be your friend. You could have the perfect wave come through, the other three guys being right next to you, and you just go, "Excuse me, guys, I'm going," and they have to get out of your way.
Yeah, we saw Ethan Ewing had first priority prior to that last wave, and that wave turned out to be a nothing score. So, yeah, maybe he was feeling a little bit of pressure, having sat there for quite a while with that first priority. We have Mitch Colburn looking at a wave now.
Yeah, Mitchie here on the backhand getting some nice momentum out of the gates. Throws some good spray, goes vertical there. And right behind him, Dylan Goodale, below tail. And you saw he actually landed, but then there was a double up, and that double up actually caught him. So he was unable to ride out of that maneuver. That probably, probably won't change things because he didn't ride out of it, but he only needs to better at 2.40.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the judges really rewarding the spray today. So obviously, if you're putting spray up, you're connecting with the right place in the wave. Your timing, everything is looking good. So yeah, we're seeing some big scores coming from displacement of water, and in these kind of conditions, that is not an easy feat. But we still have 15 minutes remaining in this heat, so anything could happen. We could have all the surfers changing their current positions, but Griffin Calipino sitting in first position with a 6.33 and a 5.67, looking pretty comfortable with that 12-point heat total, which is seeing guys at least get through with a second place so far. What do you think Ethan should do in this heat, sitting in fourth now, looking for a 4.77, having second priority? Do you think he should be patient, Todd, or do you think he should just start catching anything that looks half decent?
Well, I think he needs to get busy because that number you just read out, that 4.77, that has increased for him. He didn't need as much before because Mitch Colburn just posted a 4.07 and moved up to second. So slowly but surely he's finding a little bit deeper of a hole. Still doesn't need much to that 4.77, and we see Goodale here up and riding looking for a 2.57. Goodale was in second, but after Colburn's last wave of a 4.07, it dropped Goodale down. Now the surfer in green looking for a 2.57. So going back to your question about Ethan, in these conditions, that last heat, Brett Simpson had one of his best scores on a wave when he got to his feet that I was questioning why he took off. And you just don't really know in these conditions, especially now with the hard on shores. It's a bit of kind of connect the dots. And what looks like it is going to be a great wave sometimes turns into nothing. And on the opposite, what we saw with Brett Simpson, it looked like it wasn't going to be good. It hit the bank and just kept giving him opportunities. So we just saw that happen right there for Ethan Ewing. He paddled. As soon as he got to his feet, that thing shut down. So my advice is if you can, stay busy without priority.
Yeah, and we saw the surfers in the previous heat staying very busy. Adriano getting a 9.57. I didn't actually see that wave, Todd. What did he do to get the 9.57?
Just solid committed turns, real deep on the bottom turns. Pitsy was talking about how underrated the bottom turn is in our sport, but it's the foundation of everything that takes place. Without a good bottom turn, I was trying to think of a good analogy before and I couldn't come up with one, but basically it's the foundation of your surfing. If you don't have a good bottom turn, it's probably not going to be real powerful turns off the top either, especially in these conditions. It's hard for you to commit to a bottom turn. It's easy to high line and get a lot of speed and then do a little blow tail or something like that, but when you go top to bottom, that's when you're seeing the judges really reward turns like that right there by Colburn. He squared it up off the bottom, went straight up into it. You saw a lot of spray dispersed into the air, and that's what they want to see. They want to see total commitment from the moment you get to your feet.
Yeah, that previous wave for Mitch Colburn we were talking about, he was displacing a lot of water. A nice big fan of spray. Basically got a 4.07 for one manoeuvre on that wave. Then another similar kind of turn, so that may be enough. The conditions looking very, very tricky, but as we saw in the last heat, huge scores are still available and all these surfers are capable of posting excellent rides.
Yeah, I think that wave he just got is probably going to be better than that for that one maneuver. I really appreciated that off the top, that first committed bottom turn straight into that square turn off the top. But first score is not indicating that. We'll see. Stand by as we see red really having a bit of a trouble out there right now in these conditions. You saw Red just didn't even get to his feet on that one. Maybe a chop coming up the face caught him. Not sure, but Ewing still in fourth, looking for a 5.43. No reason to stress, though, at this point. Tons of time, 11 minutes on the clock.
And as we've been talking about, it only takes a few seconds to get back in the lineup, and even as you're paddling back out, you can sneak a little ride and then come up with what you need. So Griffin Calipino up and riding, nice drifting first turn and throws a fin in the second. So we also see Ethan Ewing up. We didn't catch the start of that wave, so maybe we can keep a replay there, but hopefully it's going to get him back in the heat.
Yeah, going back to Colburn, that one maneuver wave at first, it didn't look like it was going to come through better than his 407, despite that I felt it was, but it did. It came just better. It came in at a 4.77, so now Colburn needs just a little bit less to move up into first place. He needs a 7.23, and he extends his lead over third and fourth. Goodale now in third place in the green, looking for a 3.84, and Ewing looking for a 6.04. So despite Ewing having some challenges at this point, the door is still wide open, 9 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, but this is that pivotal time in these heats where we should see one of these guys outside of Griffin step up their game, and it's really been, if you can solidify a 7-point ride, it really kind of separates you from the pack, and then it's a battle for second. And at the moment, we haven't seen anyone post a 7, so stand by. I got a feeling one of these guys is going to do that pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks like we have Ethan up and riding now. That's actually a good-looking wave. Big first turn. Looks like he's got a little bit more to work with. Got a little inside track here. Another big wrap. Gee, he's got a good style. I hear him getting reference to Andy Irons by the world, the CT competitors always saying that his style is really, really pleasing to the eye. Looks like the great late Andy Irons there. What do you think, Todd?
Yeah, no, it's hard to see that in today's conditions, but yeah, I 100% agree. When he has some real canvas and some open face to work with, he's got that kind of explosive, you're not sure what's coming next performance, and that wave right there, very impressive. He read it well, and out the back, decent looking wave here for our surfer in white. On the backhand, jams it straight up in there for Colburn. So looking to better his low score of a 407. And right behind him, Goodale. Clean little inside runner here. Second turn there, goes by his competitor, Mitch Colburn, and hits that oncoming section. So a flurry of action here, a lot of scores to drop. 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And as we reflect back on that last exchange, anybody or anything in particular stand out to you?
Ethan's last wave was one of the highlights of this heat. I can see that score going very high. Yeah, as you said, he just read that wave properly, saw that was going to have an inside track, kept his energy, and actually we have a good wave of Griffin Calipino's coming in. That was the one that we saw just before Ethan's wave, where Ethan went out of screen. It's looking like it's going to better his situation, but yeah.
Well, remember a moment ago I said it's that pivotal moment in the heat. Someone, I got a feeling, will post a 7-point ride or better. We've seen that throughout this event so far. For whatever reason, it's been coming towards the tail end of these heats. And once you get a 7 or better, that's when you start to separate yourself from the pack. We're about to see that right now from our surfer from Hawaii in green. It's going to come through better than a 7-point ride. So pretty interesting that it's happened once again here in this heat number 3, round 3.
Yeah, it almost feels like the conditions are changing so much. It's hard to have a warm-up, and guys are actually warming up through their heat. And then as it comes down to the pointy end, they're finding the scores that they need. And as you said, getting around a 7, and that's usually keeping it pretty solid up and riding.
Another great-looking wave here. One hit already, straight up into another one. So Goodale, as you said, maybe warming up in this heat and building on strengths of each wave. And that last wave should be another good one for him. Standing by for scores to post. Currently, it's Colapinto in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.67. And Goodale, as we said, about to drop a solid one on the other 3 competitors. He currently sits in third, Goodale, looking for a 3.84. And he will shoot straight to first here in just a second.
Yeah, Dylan Goodale surfed very well yesterday in the low tide conditions, being a little bit smaller in stature. He seemed very dialed in, and he was fitting a lot of critical turns in a very small space, and obviously doing the same thing again today, getting a 7.67.
Well, there it is. It's a 7.67, so Goodale does go to first. Colapinto drops to second. And as you pointed out, Ethan Ewing dropping a good score of his own. So sevens are starting to be plentiful here as we see him across the board getting ready to drop for Ethan Ewing. And he's not done yet. Goes vertical right there on that one. So we're going to have a serious battle with 6 minutes to go here in Heat 3, Round 3. At the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Last of red, a 7.00. Actually, the wave prior came through at a 7.00. So now look, Ethan Ewing, that was sitting in fourth place for a long time, finds himself in a good position. He's sitting in third. He requires a 5.00, and he is right in the mix now with 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Colapinto still sitting in second in the blue with a 6.33 and a 5.67. So Colapinto really needs to better that 5.67 to continue keep himself in that advancing position. If he wants to overtake first, he requires a 6.35. And Mitch Colburn on the backhand out there, being the goofy footer on these right-handers, looking for a 7.23, but he's about to get his best score as well, Matt, and once that score posts, it will lower what is needed for him to get up into advancing position.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the effects of this very strong northerly actually having a few more waves on offer and actually picking it up slightly, giving the guys more opportunity. We just see Dylan Goodall just going out of screen there, so maybe we can catch up with that later, or we'll see the score. Yeah, so Ethan Ewing's last wave that we were talking about comes in at a 7. So yeah, we knew it was going to be good. Put him in a very good position, needing a 5.5 with around 5 minutes remaining.
There it is. Last of Colburn, 5.37. So now Colburn just ever so slightly bettered his low score, which was a 4.07. So now he requires a 7.13 to move up into second and drop Colapinto down. 4 minutes, 25 seconds to go. And first priority does reside with the surfer in blue. And Goodale about to post another solid score. He's looking to better his low score, which is a 5.00. There it is, last of green. Sevens everywhere. 7.10. So he extends his lead. Now Colapinto really needs a score in the excellent range if he wants to overtake first. He requires an 8.44. And the situation's still the same for red and white to move up into second.
So now's the time in the heat where you guess that Griffin Calapino will be sitting extremely close to Ethan Ewing, trying to, considering he has that first priority, Ethan having third priority, with only a few minutes left in this heat, making sure he doesn't get that 5.5 that was very attainable for a surfer of his caliber. If I was Ethan Ewing, would you start maybe be taking a little bit of a sneaky route to the left or the right, trying to put some separation between, or would you stick to where you've been finding those scores?
Yeah, I don't foresee Blues currently sitting on them at the moment. It just seems like they're both kind of out there. It almost seems like Ethan's paddling towards him. So, I don't know, maybe a little reverse psychology here, because you see Blue kind of paddling away. It's just going to, I think, come down to who has the opportunity at another wave, because, you know, I agree with you. If I'm Griffin, I'm going to go over there and try to make sure that Ethan does not have an opportunity to get a 5.5. Mitch Colburn still has a great shot at this, but it's much harder to get a 7.13 than it is a 5.5. And here we go. He needs a 5.5. That's not going to do it, but what I think he did there is try to separate himself from the surfer that does have first priority, Griffin Colapinto. There's plenty of space between them now, but will Mother Nature bring a wave? And look, I mean, red's actually paddling back towards blue, so, you know, go figure.
Yes, it's interesting. But then again, he has been surfing almost half of the year on the big stage, so I'm sure he would have been learning a lot. And maybe he's thinking it's not much point moving to a different place at the moment on this beach, because there's only scores where all of these guys are sitting, knowing that this is where all the sand was pushed out last week. This is where the guys are getting the scores from. A little bit further to the left and a little bit further to the right, it goes a little bit deeper and harder to find that vertical face. We see Ethan and Goodall having a look here.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting because red would have had to give way there to green, because green had third priority, red had fourth, and Goodale there goes for the forehand blowtail. Not sure if they'll deem that complete. It's not going to matter. He's not going to better a 7.10 anyway, so a great performance here for Goodale, the lone Hawaiian in this heat, currently in first 1 minute 25 seconds to go for Griffin Colapinto to solidify that second position, and for Ethan Ewing to try and find a 5.5 to move up out of third.
Here we go. We're going to have a replay here. Wow, he got very inverted there. But yeah, I don't think that was a completed maneuver. But as you said, Todd, it's not that he needs it. He's sitting in first very comfortably. It's the Ethan Ewing's the one we're watching. He needing only a 5.5. Very capable for Ethan Ewing. And we start to see in blue Griffin Calapino sitting very close to Ethan now, coming down to the mad minute.
There's a good shot of John Shimoka there on the left with the cap, and next to him is Keanu Singh. Shmoo, former championship tour competitor, now coaching Keanu. As I made mention, Keanu got a big win last year on the championship tour at the Quicksilver Pro. Shmoo was there helping him, and he's already got 2 wins this year on the QS. So they're doing something right. There's some sort of winning formula there.
And as we know, he's very, Keanu Singh's very accomplished in small waves, getting some of his best results on the CT in that smaller conditions. He's Ethan Ewing up now.
So that's it. Unofficially, it's looking like Goodale with the win in the green. Colapinto in second. Ethan Ewing in third. Mitch Colburn in fourth. Stay with us. Coming up next, heat number 4, round 3 action. Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. You're watching the World Surf League QS 6000.
Thank you, sir.
My throat's like tickling.
Yeah, maybe from the wing modifier would have been crap, giving you a bit of allergy or something. In Japan,
I got a wire, thank you.
pollen allergy when it's windy.
I wonder if anybody's going to have this.
Gaku, the cameraman, he's had a cold. He's got a whole bag full of
scattered.
What's this thing?
Yeah,
so I got it.
What is that?
Never been.
It'll do something.
Jeep.
We're back here now with Heat 4 action from round 3 of the men's Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. I'm Matty Pitts, and I'm here with Todd Klein, special guest here in the commentary booth this year for this event, this 6,000 qualifying series event. Todd Klein, all the way from the United States, joining me here in the commentary box. It's been a fantastic week of surfing so far. We've got some tricky old conditions out there this afternoon with incoming tide and this onshore wind really starting to pick up, and fingers crossed that we see a few bigger sets come through this afternoon. We are into round 3 action, Heat 4. We are looking to complete this whole round this afternoon, and we've got some loaded heats coming your way. Currently in the water, Yaden Nickel, Shun Murakami, Victor Bernardo and Nathan Yeomans upper and riding. This is the surfer in red from Australia, Yaden Nickel, currently residing in the United States. Todd Klein.
Yeah, former championship tour competitor, wanting to get back there, and he had a good round 2 heat to make it into to this one. And he's up against Shun Murakami, one of our Japanese competitors, still going in this large event, the QS 6000. So a testament to his performance. He's been one of the standouts in this event. He actually had one of our best two waves in an earlier round, totaling 15.46. We'll see if he can carry that momentum through here in this round, round 3. He's up against former championship tour competitor in the likes of Nate Yeomans and Yaden Nickel. So he's got 2 guys that used to be on that championship tour out there, a bit of veterans, if you will. We'll see how the Japanese can step up to the challenge. And you know, you've seen this surfer quite a bit. Do you think he can step up to the challenge out here in these conditions? Do you think he's feeling like this is his opportunity to pounce, knowing that he's probably more adept to these conditions than the other 3 surfers in the lineup?
I'm going to say Shun Murakami is the favourite in this heat. He's coming from Shonan area, where a lot of the surfers who've made it this far into the event are from. And Shonan is typical of what we're seeing right in front of us right now. Onshore, small, sloppy conditions. And these guys are like, you know, a pinball flying around the machine. And talking about another pinball flying around the machine, Victor Bernardo. This kid is unbelievable. He looks like he's right on point with his equipment, and he's a very exciting surfer. And right through the week, this guy has really surfed incredibly. And Victor Bernardo, a real danger man in this heat. But as I said, Shun Murakami, I mean, this is the stuff that he surfs every single day. And Todd Klein coming from Florida, you could probably understand that when you're a kid and you're growing up, probably over in Florida, you surf waves like this all the time. And you really become sharp. You really learn to make the most out of nothing.
No, you do, Pitsy, and you know, equipment is always an important part of the puzzle. And well, we'll get to that in a minute as we see our young Shun Murakami going to town on this one. Multiple maneuvers on the backhand, and going back to the equipment choice. You know, in bigger waves, there's a little more room for error. You catch an edge, usually there's enough power in a wave. You can power through it, regain your composure, and keep on down the line. Out here in today's conditions, you catch an edge, it's done, it's over. That wave's going to run right past you. You're either going to bury and not be able to get up into the lip in time. So your timing has to be right on. Your equipment has to be right on to keep those little chops from grabbing your rail and bogging you down. So we'll see who can put it all together. But Murakami, nice looking wave there to open things up.
It certainly was, and he did really lay into that first backhand bottom turn, straight up into the lip. And he followed up with a combination of backside snaps. So Shun Murakami looking sharp and opening up his account in this heat pretty nicely there. And he looks like he jumped into the little rip flying back out. And he's straight back out into the lineup, sitting now with fourth priority. But look at the scores coming in for the young Japanese surfer.
Oh, Sugoi.
Sugoi desho. So,
sumimasen.
You know, as Todd asked me, you know, how's he going to go up against the big names? I threw it back at him and said, well, he's the favourite for this heat, and a 7.17 for his opening ride, Shun Murakami. I'm just trying to give the kid some props because he is fantastic, but I mean, don't get me wrong, you look at the guys he's up against, Yaden Nickel, Nate Yeomans. We saw incredible backside aerial manoeuvre yesterday from Nate, and Victor Bernardo. That guy's incredible too. So, a tall order for Shun Murakami, but he's definitely got what it takes to win this heat against this incredible international field that we see here in this heat.
Well, I think it's similar to when, you know, whether it be a championship tour event or a QS event, when you go to those different beaches around the world and you do have a local there, you have to say a lot of those guys do have the upper hand. So Shun definitely showing his talent so far in this heat. And our young Hawaiian, Dylan Goodale, showed some serious talent in that last heat with a couple of sevens, and he's standing by now.
Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 3 heat 3, Dylan Goodale. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Well, the conditions are a bit tough, but how was it in the water?
It was cold and rainy, but I don't know, where I live it rains every day, so I was excited. But I don't know, it was fun when you got him.
When you got him, yes, you caught 2 7 points, 2 7, 6 7, and 7-1-0. And it seems that you were in the right position and you found the right wave. Did you feel that too?
I think I just started off, like, I fell on like 2 waves, and then I was just kind of under priority, and I was inside of everyone, so every time a wave came, they'd look at it, but they were too far out to see that double up, and I was like in the perfect spot on every wave. So I was just lucky that I didn't have priority for once.
Okay, so I'm sure that you're from Kauai, and do you ever surf in like this kind of conditions there, or are there any waves like this?
Yeah, my home breaks like this all the time, pine trees. Yeah.
Really? Yeah. So it's a good way to practice.
Yeah, it's good beach break. It gets fun. It just does everything. It's kind of does everything. It's like this a lot though.
So how's your trip in Japan so far?
So fun. Just me and Koa Smith are staying together, both from the same place. So good little, just long time before we finally got to surf. But now it's getting going, and he's coming up another heat, so I can go back down and watch him.
Okay, tomorrow's weather is going to be like your hometown, so let's pray for the sun to come out, right?
Perfect.
Okay, good luck with your next heat. Thank you so much. Great talk with Dylan Goodale. Congrats to him. Back to you.
Yeah, Dylan Goodale, just pretty happy little camper there from the island of Kauai in Hawaii, saying that he's used to these rainy conditions because it rains every day where he comes from, but and same pine trees, you know, choppy, lumpy, bumpy, unpredictable beachy. So he's acclimatised very quickly to the conditions here in Nishida this afternoon, and he's got his buddy coming up this afternoon. We've got a paddle out the front, and this is Yaden Nickel from Australia, currently residing in the USA. Front side snap to finish there. Yaden looking pretty sharp on that wave. Not incredible wave, but great surfing, and he should post a mediocre score with that one. And he's just starting to find a few waves to set his two-wave score up here, and that will help him for sure. He's charging back out the back. We just saw Victor Bernardo up and riding prior to him. Victor with 3.5. Yaden with just a 2.50. So with 16 minutes left in this heat, surfers in this heat just sort of trying to find their way into the lineup. And what we've seen this afternoon is, well, throughout the event, with these lumpy, bumpy, unpredictable conditions, the surfers take probably about 5 to 10 minutes to kind of work the lineup out. And then all of a sudden, towards that last 10 minutes of the heats, we've been seeing absolute fireworks out there where we've got the short period swell, plenty of waves coming through. Once the boys find the lineup, then bang, it's just one after the other. Exciting stuff, and more often than not, the heats are decided in the very last minute and occasionally on the very last ride. Up and riding surfer in white, Victor Bernardo from Brazil. He posted a 6.5 prior to this. He's up and riding again, just carving back into the foam. Victor Bernardo staying alive. He's a little energizer bunny in this heat. Victor Bernardo, a 6.5. He'll get another decent little score through there. And this guy is a very positive, energized surfer from Brazil, and really unpredictable. So it's a very exciting guy to watch. And we're just getting scores now starting to trickle through for Yaden Nickel. Up and riding now, green. This is Nate Yeomans. Stand out in the round prior to this with a massive big backhand aerial maneuver. And just kicking out there. So Nate Yeomans, pretty nice little wave. You can see the rip sort of running back out, and then as the sets come in, they hit that rip and kind of turn off it. So we've had a few little open-faced right-handers presenting themselves this afternoon. We saw Adriana de Souza earlier post the highest heat score, would you believe it, out in these waves in the event so far. Incredible bottom turn to top turn combinations from the former world champ. So out here we are seeing incredible surfing performance going down in these choppy conditions, but as the tide fills in, I think you will see the scores slowly heading skyward. 5.57 for Victor Bernardo's last ride. So a 6.5, a 5.57. Vic Bernardo now in the first place. Shun Murakami, he's got a 7.17 in second. Yaden Nickel needing a 5.04 in the third. And Nate Yeomans just waiting for his first wave score to come through, and that'll help him set up the back half of this heat for him. Nate Yeomans, incredible surfer, and if he gets one of those sets with a bit of open face, don't be at all surprised if he goes to the air. Similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon. Incredible high flying backside air maneuver from him. So Todd, the stage is being set for an incredible showdown in this heat. Victor Bernardo out in front. Shun Murakami, the young Japanese surfer from the Shonan region, with that 7.17, but still looking to back that one up. Right now, Shun with priority. It'll be interesting to see how this young man has matured with his surfing and his heat tactics, and let's see how he uses that priority.
Well, it looks like further down the line, we're going to get Yaden Nickel. He just posted a 5.77, so he's got a solid score on the board now. That one's going to shut down. Shun's still out there, so obviously he didn't tap in with his priority further down the line, so he's still out there holding that first priority. And we'll see how he goes. Looks like Cooper Chapman coming up here soon. He'll be up in the next heat, and we've seen multiple shots of Keanu Singh listening to his coach John Shimoka, and he will also be in that heat. So heat number 5 coming up. Cooper Chapman in the white, Tiago Camarao in the blue, Keanu Singh in red, and Tomas Tadella in the green. Another fantastic heat to come up next.
Yeah, you're right about that. We saw Camarao yesterday with a standout performance. Cooper Chapman last year, he was one of the hot favourites to take this event out with the way that he was surfing, busting some massive airs. So Cooper Chapman is no slouch, definitely in these conditions, and also going to the air. Keanu Singh, you know, a revitalised Keanu after dropping off the tour last year. He's really come out of the gates of blazing on the QS this year, and Keanu Singh looking like a new revitalised man, as Todd said, with his coach.
He's got Japanese blood as well. You know, he brought that up in his post-heat interview. His mom's from Miyazaki. So, you know, he said he's feeling like, you know, he loves the culture, obviously. He's been brought up in and around his grandma being Japanese as well, and he feels a little bit at home, even though he lives in Hawaii. He really enjoys the Japanese culture and wants to continue to perform, no doubt, here, and a huge opportunity at a QS 6000. Scores in for first and second wave of Nate Yeomans, a 4.73 and a 6.07. So Nate is slowly climbing the ladder. He's in third now. Surfer in green looking for a 4.74. Yaden Nickel drops down to fourth. Surfer in red looking for a 5.04. So currently in second place, Shun Murakami from Japan. He holds first priority. He's looking to better his low score of a 3.63. If he wants to overtake first, he needs a 4.90. And Victor Bernardo currently holding down first, 6.5, and he needs to better his low score of a 5.57. And there is Tomas Tadella coming up next.
Yeah, so, you know, throughout the afternoon as we run through these heats, tide moving in. Yesterday we saw the scores slowly through the afternoon head and skyward, and the total heat scores getting higher and higher. We had two incredible performances from the two Japanese standouts here in this event. This is a Ohara, local boy from Chiba, and we had Igarashi Kanoa, the American-Japanese surfer in this event, also posting massive scores, and we will see them coming up later this afternoon, and I'm sure, despite all the inclement weather, we will have another big turnout on the beach with all the fans, because these kids have got a massive following, and Nate Yeomans up and riding again, third wave for this heat. One thing that's interesting, Todd, is when you do come to Japan or when you see events, you know, it's the top 10, the big names, the John Johns, the Mick Fannings, the Kellys, and guys like this are the ones that get mobbed by all the fans when you go to Australia, United States. But when you come to Japan, it's 1 to 100, no matter where you're ranked. If you're an international competitive surfer competing in these events, you know, you'll be down at the local 7-Eleven, you'll get people coming hitting you up for autographs, and it really helps those lower ranked surfers when they get people coming up and saying, "Excuse me, can I have your autograph?"
Matthew Pitts-san, please sign post it as. I've seen it.
I like your surfing very much. You're a very handsome boy. It's a real boost for the confidence of these guys. They go, "Really? You want? Hey, okay, sure. Where would you like it?" And it's that sort of vibe that really is going to help some of these lower ranked surfers to go, "Wait a second."
Yeah, no doubt. It'll give them some confidence, but not to get too sidetracked, Pitsy.
Yep.
Being a bit of a rock star here back in the day on the QS, what was the craziest thing you ever signed for a fan?
Just one of those the little cardboard
Really?
boards, yeah.
I had one time, guy had a brand new car, and he asked me to sign the headliner of his roof inside. And so I started to go small. He goes, "No, more big." And so it ended up being about a 2-foot autograph inside of his car on the headliner. I call that vandalism. He called it an autograph, and well, I was pretty blown away.
Good on you, no, Todd. I've heard many crazy stories, but I didn't sort of know where you're actually going with that question, so I kind of sat on the fence with it. But when you're talking about, signing cars and T-shirts and all these sorts of things, I've seen a few guys getting their car signs, that's for sure. I remember over
pretty radical.
Yeah, Najima Island, everyone would get on the car ferry, drive over there, and then, man, they'd bust out the pens and have the pros sign all over the cars, you know, and they'd probably go and get out some clear spray and lacquer it up so that they don't come off. But no, the surf fans here in Japan,
they're awesome.
It's the exact word I was about to say. They are awesome. You read my mind, and they really help to pump up the lower ranked surfers so that they really start to believe it. And belief can be all it takes, Todd Klein, to get out there and really make a name for yourself.
You have to believe to achieve. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Yaden Nickel believes he can get a 5.04, and he's going to have to do it in the next 7 minutes to move up into second place. Currently sits in fourth, the surfer in red. Nate Yeomans in third, wearing the green, requiring a 4.74. Shun Murakami, this would be a huge result for him if he can make it into round 4. It's already a great result for the young surfer from Japan, but he's currently in a great position to keep this dream alive. A 7.17 and a 3.63 has him in second place at the moment. He requires a 4.90 to overtake first from the surfer in white, Victor Bernardo from Brazil. He has a 6.5, and if he wants to maintain that position, I suggest he tries to better that low score, which is a 5.57. So a great opportunity here. All eyes, no doubt, on Murakami, surfer in blue, as you see him right now. Straight up into that backhand attack. Got a section coming at him.
Wow.
Good timing. Again, I liked how he didn't push anything. He waited for that next section coming at him. Now behind him, surfer in white, current heat leader. Quick snap off the top. So Murakami looking to better a 3.63 right there, Pitsy.
Yes, sir. Todd, you saw him slicing and dicing with his Ginsu knife there. I mean, his rail work and the precision in that little backside performance was fantastic. And I really think that the judges are going to love the way he surfed and his approach to this heat. As you said, only looking for a 4.9 to get up into first, but that's definitely going to improve on his backup score.
But what I'm also looking at is he just wants to better that 3.63 that's currently in his score line, because what that's going to do is it's going to make it a taller task for Yeomans and Nickel to get up into second. So all he needs to do right now is better that 3.63, but to your point, if he can get a 4.9, he'll go all the way to first. So we'll stand by for last up blue. A good performance there, a couple of nice turns on the backhand, and I like how this kid's not rushing anything. He's setting up his moves, committing to the rail on those bottom turns, and where he probably could have got 3 moves, 3 half turns, he commits to 2 full turns, and he's going to get rewarded for it.
Yeah, well, and the other thing I'd like to just mention is how long he sat with a priority there. And we've seen priority kill people, but all of a sudden, young Shun Murakami, a real mature approach here, 7.17 to open up, and now he's about to back that up with a decent mid-range score, and he's going to be staring down the barrel of progression through to this heat here.
There it is. Last up blue, 5.53, goes all the way to first, Pitsy, so now Bernardo drops to second, surfer in white, looking for a 6.21. Yeomans in third in the green, looking for a 6.01, and Yaden Nickel looking for a 6.31. So a very impressive performance right now by Shun Murakami from Japan. And just out of curiosity, Pitsy, does he have anyone in his corner that's maybe a bit of a coach for him?
I'm not too sure, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if you see Jason Shibata lurking around the beach somewhere, being a Volcom team coach.
So you just actually helped me answer the question. We've had a lot of interaction with a lot of the surfers and coaches throughout this event, and reflecting back now, I do recall on the free surfs leading into this event, he was getting some input from Jason Shibata from Volcom. Shabbat was also videoing him, so I'm sure he's probably been giving him, if not video analysis, letting him do his own video analysis, but watching the footage that he shot of Shun out here practicing. So no doubt Shabbat's helping here in this performance.
Yeah, definitely, and it's great. This is all a part of that international exposure by the Japanese surfers, getting help from international coaches, paddling, taking a look up and riding again. This is Shun, so he's trying to capitalize now. I guess he got that priority, sat for a long time. He's number 3 on the priority list right now, so he's just trying to keep the ball rolling, keep jabbing, and hopefully he may be able to pick up one of those waves that doesn't look like much at the beginning, but opens up as it breaks through the inside. We heard Jesse Mendez saying that in his heat interview earlier today, he said, it's very hard to pick the waves. You pretty much have got to get them, take off, and hope that the wave will cooperate. So picking the bombs is very tricky today.
3 minutes on the clock. We've got a change in position. Victor Bernardo just posted a 6.60, goes to first. We'll get to those standings in a moment as we see Yeomans. Huge turn there, laying it back, pushing the tail through the lip. He requires a 6.64. So the situation is this, with 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. White up and riding right now, our current heat leader. Goes for the forehand air. Big blowout there, gets the tail up and over on that landing, though. A little bit of a chop catches him, so not going to go into his score line. Our surfer from Japan, Murakami, surfer in blue, is now in second. He's looking for a 5.93 to overtake first if he wants to go to first. I suggest, though, he needs to better his low score currently of a 5.53. And at the moment, we just saw Yeomans looking for a 6.64. Nickel in red looking for a 6.94. So a little bit of a shift there. Bernardo goes to first. Shun drops down, but Shun still sitting in that advancing position.
Yeah, it's a reality check, you know, for any of the surfers. Once they get a couple of scores, they go, woo, here's the scores. Okay, I'm in second. It's okay, I'm still in second, but it's a reality check to realize, well, wait a second, you got to get busy. You got to keep going till the end of this heat. It's not over until you hear that siren. So Shun Murakami, he's going to have to really concentrate now, knuckle down, and try and finish this heat up strong, because look at Victor Bernardo out of nowhere, the jack in the box, bang, 6-6. He's straight back up in a first place, and you know, who knows, he could turn around and take off on another wave and really open up that lead. But Nate Yeomans, as you said, big front side snap. Unfortunately, wave not cooperating and riding out of that manoeuvre, but the potential of him to post a big score is very likely.
1 minute. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, and you know, we've sort of left Yaden Nickel alone a little bit in this heat, but he has got priority. And Yaden, once again, surfer in red, incredible surfer. If he gets half a chance, man, it'll be all over. So it's still anyone's heat with 45 seconds left. It's going to get down to this last flurry of waves ridden.
Well, should Yaden or Nate Dogg get a score right now, it would be heartbreaking for all of Japan. Murakami's been in that advancing position, whether it be first or second, the entire heat, and right now is still sitting in that second position. And it's interesting as I look at the standings, Nate Yeomans, Yaden Nickel, former championship tour competitors on the outside looking in right now, and the two full-time QS surfers are in first and second. So interesting results potentially here playing out with 10 seconds to go. And we're counting it down, so it looks like nothing's going to change. Congratulations, a big result here for Victor Bernardo moving on, and a massive result for Shun Murakami from Japan. No doubt the media is going to want a piece of this young man when he gets to the beach. And Nate Yeomans and Yaden Nickel unfortunately bowing out in this event. Coming up next, heat number 5, round 3 action, Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
So welcome back everyone to round 3 action, heat 5. Thomas Tadella in green, Keanu Singh in red, Thiago Camaral from Brazil in blue, and Cooper Chapman from Australia. So an incredible lineup in just about every heat we've got here this afternoon, and we've seen some outstanding performances. We saw Shun Murakami from Japan holding on to one of those top 2 positions in that last heat and advancing. So a great result for the Japanese, having Shun to advance. Victor Bernardo taking out that last heat, and currently in the water, Keanu Singh, huge performance in his first round heat. Thiago Camaral yesterday afternoon, another amazing performance, power of surfing. And Cooper Chapman, now this guy's spring-loaded, super light in his feet, and incredible timing and precision in that guy surfing. And we've got Thomas Tadella from Peru. Once again, another firecracker out here. This is going to be a beauty. 22 minutes left on the heat. In the heat, I'm here with Todd Klein. It's been awesome having Todd here all week, helping out with the commentary, with his expertise and knowledge of the sport. Up and riding surfer in green, and this is Thomas Tadella from Peru, looking very sharp. The green jersey matching the colour of his wetsuit, and a really fashionable setup there. Up and riding. This is the Brazilian. Low off the bottom, high off the top. Once again, bang. Camarão kicking off from where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, Camarão, impressive right there, and I was also very impressed with how Tomas was able to carry his speed through that wave. Unfortunately, it didn't give him what he wanted on the end of it, but have a look at the opener for First of White for Cooper Chapman, a 6.83, and I think we're going to see a solid score coming through for Last of Camarão. So a good start here. A lot of these heats, it's been taking a little while for these guys to get going. This one's starting out pretty solid already, and I think we're going to have another one that'll come down to the wire. Keanu Singh, a great performance yesterday. He's had a tremendous performance so far this year. Currently comes into this event ranked 6th on the qualifying series. He got a big win in Barbados at the QS 3000, which was the Barbados Surf Pro, and he also got another win already this year at the Community Project Great Lakes Pro, so a QS 1000 there. So having a great start, and you know that wins and losses can be contagious, and lucky for him, it's the wins that are being contagious at this point.
Yeah, so Keanu having a great year so far. So up and riding now. This is Thomas Tadella. He's looking sharp and alive. So kicking off quickly here. 4th wave for him, up and riding. This is Cooper Chapman. A lot of leverage off the top of that wave, using his body to really twist and bend through these tricky dips and veils in these shitter waves that we've got here this afternoon. But I saw him surfing those lefts yesterday and really contorting his body on his backside. Keanu up and riding, short wave in and out, surfer in red. So interesting style from Cooper Chapman. Stands tall and really uses the leverage of the height and length of his body to just bend his board in and out of these waves here. So it'll be incredible to see how he can continue throughout this heat. A 6.83, a great score to open up with. 6.33 for Camarão in blue. Keanu with just a small score to drop. And Thomas Tadella waiting on his 4th wave score in this heat. So an Australian, Brazilian, Peruvian and Hawaiian, all international heat here. And this afternoon we are looking at some very loaded heats. So we're just going to cross down to Nauchan in the competitors area, and he will be talking to the winner of that last heat, Victor Bernardo from Brazil.
Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We're broadcasting live from Japan, and standing next to me, the winner of Round 3, Heat 4, Victor Bernardo. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Good to be back here, right?
Yeah, for sure. I want to do more of this.
You are going to. So I think you caught a really good wave at the good position. Was it hard to find a wave there?
I was close to the guys, and I saw this other wave like breaking sometimes. I saw like a couple waves, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to go there and get one of those, and it worked. Shun turned the heat to first, and then I found that wave and turned back to the lead, and yeah, it was a good wave, so got me back to the lead.
That's right, and we couldn't see your air reverse, but you're gonna show us that tomorrow?
I'll try really bad. The wind kind of, I don't know, is good for airs, and so I tried, but it didn't really work. But I'll try more of those.
Why don't you give tips for the air reverse to the kids who's watching this homepage?
Yeah, for sure.
You want to give advice to them how to do a very good air reverse?
Just surf every day. Keep your mind on surfing, and yeah, just train a lot.
Is it gonna be a long night for you tonight, or a short night for you to wait for the heat?
I don't know. I'm gonna just rest at home at the hotel and maybe surf later, just to keep the momentum, just to keep it up. it's kind of, I don't know, boring to just stay at home and on the internet, like there is nothing else to do on this rainy day. Maybe, I don't know, go for exploring here in Japan, like such a different, how do I say, culture, yeah, yeah, exactly.
So keep yourself warm tonight, and good luck with tomorrow, okay? Thank you for stopping by. Congratulations to Victor Bernardo. Back to you.
So our last heat winner, Victor Bernardo, looking pretty stoked and getting a little tongue-tied there with Nalchan. She's got some classic questions for our competitors, and they're all very refreshing heat interviews.
It is. It's good stuff, and I think the boys appreciate it. She's doing a fantastic job. Heat number 5, or round 3. Tiago Camarão, he's had a couple solid little right-handers here, just keeping it busy. 6.33, 5.07. He's out to an early lead. Cooper Chapman, though, I like what I'm seeing so far from him. Very smooth, polished surfer. And once he gets one of those waves, it's going to allow him some open-face maneuvers. I think we're going to see him separate from the pack. But right now he sits in second. He's got a 6.83 and a 3.73. Another surfer, as I look down the list, I mean, any one of these guys can separate themselves from the pack at any moment. Tomas Tadella looking for a 6.34, and it's interesting. We put a little bit of hype around Keanu Singh because he's been having a fantastic year, a start to the year, a couple wins. Finds himself at the moment in a situation looking for 2 waves totaling 10.57. He's only got 1 wave. It was just basically a quick up and down, a 0.5. So Anu boy looking to get things fired up here and started soon because 60 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Keanu has been a little bit quiet, uncharacteristically here in this heat. You never know. Maybe the tactic was for him to sit and get a little bit more selective rather than just going on anything. But we've seen heats won with that tactic, but generally we've seen the heats have been taken out by the surfers who get busy and just keep surfing. I mean, because that's what we're here for. And as long as you're on waves and you're riding, then you've got potential of getting scores. But if you're just sitting and waiting, and the cold can set in, nerves can set in, and you can get stuck in a rut. So you just got to keep busy, keep moving, keep the blood flowing. And
what does Shogun suggest in a situation like this?
He says to go hard and keep grinding.
Chiba style.
Yeah, you did it.
Nice carve. Beautiful turn there, and another snap for Tadella. He's not done yet. He's going to milk this all the way through to the inside. Quick little hit off the top. So Tadella looking for that 6.34. He's been our most active surfer in this heat. That'll be his 6th wave. Excuse me. We're under that 15-minute mark now. So usually when we get into about that 7-minute range is when things really start to get interesting. For whatever reason, it seems to be when these guys have been getting their bigger scores, Pitsy. It's literally, it's been towards that tail end of the heat where we've seen those bigger scores start to come from. Not sure why that's happened. There's no reason why it shouldn't happen at the beginning of the heat. It's just the way it's been going with the rhythm of the ocean out here today. And we had a fantastic morning with round 2. We actually went on break, though, and took a bit of a standby, I should say, due to the conditions on the dead low. Went on standby for a couple hours and came back and kicked things back off, and the conditions have been improving. We're getting more water on the bank out there as the tide fills in. The wind's picked up quite a bit, but just like anywhere else around the world, it takes just a few, maybe an hour or so for it to find itself, and it'll actually, even though it's windier, it can clean itself up after it kind of starts to get organized, and I think we're starting to see that.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Todd Klein. I think that this afternoon we're going to see a little bit of push in the wave size, a couple of nice sets coming through, but it's going to take a while for that tide just to push in and start to influence the size of these waves and this lineup. So fingers crossed that things do improve. We've seen some massive scores already this afternoon, despite the conditions. So I'm happy either way it goes because it's all good stuff out there today. And Todd Klein, as you travel around the world, you go to acai bowls in Brazil, tacos in the United States, and sushi here in Japan. When the competitors they come down, is the diet, the approach on competition day. Do you see anything that across the norm there? Because I remember back in the day it was bananas and water, but for Mark Richards it was Coca-Cola.
Are you saying in particular across the board, or are you saying here in Japan?
No, just generally all.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I know diet's become a real big thing with.
Oh,
surfers.
absolutely. I think all these guys. I mean, you go back to the early days, Pitsy, and I mean even in the '90s when we competed, it's a whole different cup of tea. All these guys take their fitness much more serious. A lot of training, almost. I mean, if you're not training, you have no shot basically nowadays. Every single one of these guys are very fit and also really in tune with their diet. We'll get more on that in a moment. But as far as in particular what these guys are eating before they go out into these heats, I think they keep it pretty light, obviously. I don't know for sure, and I think it's unique to each individual, but water is pretty much your standard. Make sure you stay hydrated, and like you said, maybe a banana for potassium. Here we go. Anu boy, 2 quick hits. Nice transition between those 2 maneuvers. That'll be his best wave. Obviously, he only opened up with a 0.5, so it'll get him out of that situation needing 2 waves where he was. He was in a position needing 2 waves totaling 10.57. So Anu boy back in the conversation now with just under 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, we saw Keanu Singh there with his compact, solid stance, and we saw him digging into the bottom, off the top, a double maneuver combination there, and I think that Keanu will all of a sudden find himself right in this heat.
So Griffin Colapinto there catching up with Igarashi, the standout yesterday. He had the highest 2-wave total, 17.17, and the highest single wave score of a 9.5, but that changed today when we saw the surfer Adriano de Souza, who posted a 9.57 and an 8.17, giving him a total of 17.74. So the benchmark has been lifted here, as we are now into round 3 of competition in this World Surf League QS 6000. Camarao in first in this heat right now, surfer in blue. And up and riding, green, currently in third, Tadella, looking for a 5.80.
So yeah, just surfing his way out of sight there. Thomas Tadella, Tiago Camarao, Cooper Chap, and Thomas Tadella. Keanu are seeing, just waiting on Keanu's second wave score to come through. Cooper Chapman, a couple of mediocre scores just trickling in for him. A 6.83 for his opening ride, but has been unable to convert with a solid backup at this stage of the game. So Keanu also without a backup, because he will get a pretty good score for that wave that we saw. Tiago with a 6.3 and a 5.07, a 4.23 and a 4.77 for Thomas. Here is blue up and riding. Current heat leader Tiago off the bottom. Second manoeuvre there, setting up this inside section, and a little fan spray off the back of that wave to finish up. Now we got Keanu's replay here. Bang. A couple of nice, powerful front side maneuvers there. And the scores coming in will make his coach pretty damn happy.
Shmoo boy?
Shmoo boy. So trickling in, it's going to be a good score for Keanu, and he's going to be setting up the last 9 minutes of this heat.
Okay, so I know everyone likes a little backstory and wants to hear what these boys are up to. I was able to go out to dinner the other night with Keanu Singh and John Shimoka. We went to one of the local sushi trains, and I know this gentleman right here loves his sushi. He's coming up next, Hiroto Ohara. But we went out and got some sushi, and we had just got there, and we weren't familiar with the new system in place. Each one of the tables now has a laptop, and you place your order, and then they put your sushi order on the train. It comes around. Right before it comes to your table, a little bell will go off and it says your sushi's here. Go ahead and pick it up before it passes you. Well, Shmoo ordered up some eel, and here comes some eel. He assumed it was his. He picked it up, and as soon as he picked it up, the alarm went off for the table next to us, and the guy was looking around for his eel, and that eel was gone. Here we go. Green out the back. Tomas Tadella, and scores in for last of red, a 7.67. So Anu boy right in the middle of this, as we assumed. Plenty of time on the clock. 2 minutes, or sorry, he needs a 2.89, and Tadella looking for a 5.80. So pretty funny story. And Shmoo was tripping because he didn't know what to do at that point. The eel was gone. There's no way he was going to do anything. And then eventually Shmoo's order came out, and the guy looked at it, looked back at Shmoo. Shmoo didn't take it. That guy didn't take it, and obviously it went back to the kitchen. So we learned you don't take what you don't order now on the sushi trains. It's the game has changed, if you will.
Well, there you go, a game changer in the sushi. Todd Klein, fantastic stuff, and great enlightenment into the sushi world of Japan.
The game's changed.
The game has changed. And Let's see what's going on out in the water, because the game could change out here with Keanu Singh taking off on another wave. Nice, powerful performance here. Setting up this inside, and a little foam float to finish, but Keanu setting up a big game change in this heat, needing a 2.89 to head north on the rankings in this heat. A 7.67 to open up, so that'll be a little back up. It'll be better than a 2.89, and Keanu Singh is going to find himself in a situation where he may advance. Top 2 position for him, 7 minutes on the clock. Cooper Chapman, and now here we got the surfer in green, Thomas Tadella, looking to improve, going to the air, coming unstuck. So Thomas been looking at a lot of those left-handers in this heat, and none of them have really cooperated. Tiago Camarão, surfer in blue from Brazil, solid score coming through for him as well, so it's going to improve his position with a 6.43 out in front. Tiago Camarão from Brazil. So the focus now moving back to Cooper Chapman, because Keanu's starting to post some good scores, and Cooper Chapman had better watch out, or else he may get left behind here.
Yeah, we've got as we said, right about that 7-minute mark is when things get real interesting, and it's no different here as you see Keanu Singh wondering what is the situation right now. He's got a couple scores to drop still, so they're not going to be able to update him at this point, but what they will do is reassure him, hey, take it easy. We'll give you those scores as soon as they post. The judges are catching up at the moment. We've had a flurry of action, and as I made mention, the judges upstairs, they do have a computerized scoring system, but they have a card in front of them that they write down as the action goes down, and we see live action right now. First snap off the top and straight into another here for a Singh. So he had a slow start, but he's the man right now in rhythm with the ocean.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Todd. And Keanu, he's incredible. So it's interesting how he went front side on his first biggest score. He's going to back that up with another solid score, and now he's given the lefts a crack because he knows that that is his joker. Keanu Singh, well known for his backside performance, and he's just going to create a little bit of point of difference and also give the judges something to really think about rewarding, and that's those big backhand snaps. We just saw a few of them on that little wave there, and Keanu Singh looking very good with 5 minutes to go in this heat. Had a little bit of a sweat on the brow, had his coach worried for a minute there, but now he's certainly delivering the goods here.
Well,
Keanu Singh from Hawaii.
You mentioned his backhand. That's what got him that victory last year at the Quicksilver Pro in France. It also got him his victory at the QS 3000 in Barbados at a break called Brandon's. His wave prior came through at a 6.67 now, who was in fourth a few moments ago. After a flurry of action, Keanu Singh goes to first place, the surfer in red, and he still has another score to come through. We'll see if it'll go into his score line. Camarão now in blue drops to second, requiring a 7.91. Cooper Chapman, as you pointed out, could find himself on the outside looking in of advancement here soon, and that's exactly what's happened. He's remained a little bit quiet too long. Chapman in white looking for a 5.93.
So we're seeing big front side snap. Rips it off the top, sets up the inside here, and just finishes off nicely. So that was the 6.67 for Keanu Singh. We're still waiting on a score for him, the left-hander that we saw after that. So Keanu with another score to come in, and it'll be interesting to see the comparison with the scores that he gets for the backside as opposed to the front side. Keanu Singh from Hawaii out in front and looking good here in round 3, heat 5.
Ichiban,
Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
4 minutes, and here comes those scores now for that left-hander. It doesn't look like it's going to go into the score line for a Singh, but just tasting it, seeing what it's like. What does that left got to offer? Comes through at a 5.47. So I think 9 times out of 10 he's going to lean on those rights, but this was that wave. He was actually able to get 2 hits on it. That one there just highlighting the final maneuver, but it comes through at a 5.47. It's one that some of these other surfers would like to have at the moment, but it's not going to go into the score line currently for a Singh.
So the relationship between Shmoo and Keanu seems to be a very good one, and I remember after, well, 3/4 of the way through the event in France that he ended up winning, he was just stoked to make a few heats, and they asked him, how are you going with this? And you must be pretty stoked because you're in, the 3rd or the 4th round. We'll get back to that front side snap for Camarão. Another little hack back. The wave not really cooperating in and out of that one. And Keanu was saying, he'd had a bad year, hadn't had many results, and he was just stoked to start making through a few rounds. He said he got on the phone and spoke to his coach, and he said his coach was like, "What? A couple of rounds? You kidding me? It's podiums, bro. All we're talking about from now on is podiums." And Keanu's like, "What? On the podium? Whoa, wait a second." And he had a little mental stock take over that conversation and went, "Yeah, podiums. You're right." And sure enough, bang, he ended up taking the heat out. So an interesting mindset adjustment by the coach into the competitor, and then the competitor went on and delivered. So incredible relationship going on there between the coach and the surfer, and that can be all it takes, Todd. Belief.
Well, I made a little bit of a joke, a few moments ago. I said, you got to believe to achieve, but it's that's factual. If you don't believe it, it's not going to happen. And you hear some of these guys that have the great results that do open up. A lot of times they don't want to share what they're doing for success because they don't want their competitors to also do the same. Because you got to keep some of the secrets to yourself. But it's no doubt what these coaches are doing. They're helping them from a mental side of things. I know back in the day, competitors like Taylor Knox used to read a lot of books on psychology and winning and how it plays into your mind. And I read a book back in the day called The Psychology of Winning, and I want to say it was Taylor Knox that kind of turned me on to that. And it's everything. What takes place between those ears, we'll continue to harp on it, but it's everything. And if you take the time on those long flights to do a little research, have a nice book like that, and just start to think differently, open up the mind a little bit. A lot of times you'll start to find yourself realizing, okay, that's why I'm not doing good, and start to get on the train of winning. And that's what we've seen this year with Keanu Singh, already getting 2 wins, and now looking like he's on his way potentially to get one here at this QS 6000.
Yeah, the psychology of winning. I know Mick Fanning's right into that sort of thing, and you see his preparation.
You talk about, sorry, Pitsy, but you hear him talk about visualization. And these guys will literally, before they get here, maybe they were here last year, they still have a mental picture of what it was like when they saw Evan Geiselman last year up there holding that trophy. And now coming into this, they picture themselves, okay, that's me, I'm holding the trophy. And they see themselves here in 2017 as that person. And a lot of times the person that's going to bed every night with that visualization finds themselves at the end of the event doing it.
Okay. Interesting take on the visualization, because some people say it's actually going through the maneuvers on a wave, visualizing you actually, they say mind surfing a wave that then materializes, standing on the podium, all these sorts of interpretations of what visualization that ends up coming into fruition. Interesting stuff, interesting conversation. And I'm sure there'll be a lot more development there with just 10 seconds left. The heat in the water. Keanu Singh, Cooper Chapman now up into first place. A 6.9. Cooper Chapman has delivered in the dying stages, up and riding a flurry of action. Wow. So did you see that one coming, Todd Klein from Cooper Chapman?
Yeah, I did. I saw the opportunity for, you get to this point in an event at QS 6000. Any one of these guys can make a maneuver to that. When I say make a move, I should say, to climb up into that advancing position. Cooper Chapman gets that score that he needed, a 6.9, puts him in second. So unofficially, Keanu Singh with the win. Chapman in second, third place to Tiago, and we will be right back with the start of the next heat. More live action here in round 3, heat number 6, coming up next.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Good afternoon and welcome back It is 2:15 p.m. here in Japan, and you are watching live the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. This is round 3 action, heat number 6. Eitar Alves in the green, Hiroto Ohara in the white, Koa Smith in red, and Ramsey Bukium in the blue. And we've got a couple scores on the board. 2.60 for green and a 1.00 for Ohara. And Ohara, the local boy from this area, this region.
Yes, sir. Todd, it's interesting because yesterday afternoon, Ohara went out there and just went to town. He posted the highest score to date when he paddled out yesterday. Incredible performance. So, at that particular stage of the event.
Gotcha.
Okay, he was passed up after that, but to that stage, he put down the biggest score so far in the event, and now to paddle back out and to match that performance is going to be a tough gig. Up and riding surfer in blue, Ramsey Bukium. Now this guy, a seasoned pro, an incredible, consistent, strong competitor. So with guys like this, Ohara is now going to have to get back down to the drawing board, get back out there, dig deep, and come up with another couple of big scores if he is hoping to advance through this heat. Because we've got Heitor Alves also, the Brazilian surfer, who is very, very hard to beat, especially in these 4-man heats. An incredible surfer from Brazil, Koa Smith from Hawaii. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hiroto Ohara performs out here. Once again, the beach filling up with all the fans. There's a lot of pressure on the kid, and you know, this is what champs are made of. And let's see if he can convert out here. Hiroto Ohara from Japan in white with priority. Currently spending a lot of time over there in Hawaii and the United States to hone his surfing skills. We've got a paddle here, and this is Heitor Alves from Brazil, up and riding, digging off the bottom, up into the lip, and just losing it there. So Heitor Alves, uncharacteristic mistake there.
Yeah,
and you can see him going to the wax straight away.
Former championship tour competitor, Heitor Alves. We heard him yesterday in his post-heat interview. Something I took from it that I was pretty stoked on for him was that he's been away from the competition game for a little while. He didn't have the support from a sponsorship standpoint. Now he does. So he was stoked yesterday to get the win, and he actually felt good about being able to represent his sponsors more so than him getting the win. So it was pretty cool to hear him. Unfortunately, though, right there, his front foot slips off. He'll get back out there. Couple scores on the board. A good one here for Bukium. We saw him on that backhand attack. Surfer in blue, 7.17 out to an early lead. And now Eitar's going to go on the left. We know this guy can do some airs. That wave's not going to allow it, so he'll kick out. Koa Smith, his opener in red, a 5.07, currently in second. And Heitor Alves in the green, looking for a 2.48, and Ohara in the white. He's got plenty of time. Basically, he's got a 1.0 on the board. He's looking for a 4.08.
Yeah, Heitor Alves, interesting. You said he took a little bit of time out from competition. He's back out there and competing, and you know, I used to watch Heitor surf a lot, especially when he was on the championship tour. And I don't know, I can't help but think that his style slightly changed, and might have done something during that time off. He looks a little thinner, and maybe knees a little closer together, and it'll be interesting. I don't know, maybe it's just me not getting enough sleep. No, I'm just kidding. But
thinner. I don't know that guy can get any thinner. We touched on it yesterday. This kid has probably 0 body fat. He is absolutely ripped to the hill. He's been like that since I think the day he came out of the womb. So if he lost any more weight, he might fly away. But I agree, maybe he's changed a little bit of something there. And I think what I'm seeing thus far is he's committing to keeping the board on the face. Back in the day, you used to see him take to the air a lot.
Yes.
And now, especially, you know, maybe these conditions are dictating that, but he's keeping it on the face so far in this event.
Yeah, a bit more of a rail game happening. I don't know. Anyway, just interesting. I don't know if the fans out there agree or whatever, but when you don't see a surfer for a while and then he appears back on with a bit of a different hairdo and a bit of an image change possibly, you watch them surf and maybe it just looks a little different. I'm not too sure, but nonetheless, no matter what, Heitor Alves, brilliant surfer out of Brazil, just with a couple of scores here, he is into Heat 6, round 3 of this event, and looking to head all the way up into the finals. Heitor Alves, Ramsey Bukium out in the front, Koa Smith in second, Heitor Alves in third, and Hiroto Ohara with Priority sitting out there waiting to stamp his authority on this heat as the local boy.
Well, we talked about yesterday the crowd filling in, the media filling in to watch O'Hara yesterday. He stepped up to the challenge. As you pointed out, at that point, he had the highest two-wave total of a 16.20. Since then, that's been surpassed quite a few times. But at that point, he raised the bar. And then following that heat, Igarashi-san went out and he also just lit the house on fire, a 9.5, a two-wave total of 17.17, and the media and crowd even grew bigger. So as we get deeper into this event, we'll see more and more of that. Hopefully these guys can continue to progress. And in that last heat, we had a progression, a surfer in that first place position, and it was Keanu Singh who started out slow but finished strong. He's standing by now.
Hi there, thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 3, heat 5, Keanu Singh. There you go. Good to be back here, right?
Yeah, it's nice coming back doing an interview with you. Means I made my heat. I mean, that wasn't my best performance. You know, it was a heat win. I just, you know, it wasn't the scores or anything. It was kind of just many little mistakes I was making on my own, and you know, small things that I could do better. And you know, it was a good to move into the next round. But you know, I got a lot of things I got to tune up on my own.
Well, you waited for 15 minutes for the first wave. How was your mental condition? You were so patient. It looked patient.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you come to these contests, you got to be on the best wave. So it was tough out there. There wasn't many good waves, and you got to stay patient, and you can't win the heats on bad waves. So it's like, just got to stay patient. But yeah, it was definitely really tricky. You know, I hear Tiago got really good scores, and Cooper got really good scores, and it's kind of just like, okay, I got to just like wait, and you know, just once I get the wave, I got to really capitalize. So I just try my best.
Yeah, that felt that because once you rode the first wave scoring 7.67, you started the engine and you kept on scoring the good scores, and now you got the lead and you're here, right? And tell me about your coach Shimu. What kind of device did he give you?
Yeah, me and Shmoo just you know, we came here early. We just worked on what boards to ride, and you know, I got an amazing epoxy that I was riding this whole event, and it's been working good. And you know, we're just working on mental things, just things between my ears, and just, you know, really try to stay focused and not get too distracted on other things, and yeah, just stay focused on game plan.
Okay, how are you going to spend your night tonight? You going to be training or just chilling, or?
That last one for green is a 1.0.
Well, probably just go back, have a beer, and have some nice dinner.
Perfect. So good luck with your next heat tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you guys.
Congratulations to Keanu Singh, and back to you.
And
is he allowed to go and have a beer?
Well, when she said, "Are you going to be training?" I was waiting for him to say, "Yeah, sushi training."
Yeah.
Because he loves his sushi, and you know, it's interesting. He said, you know, I'm going to try and just keep it together between the ears. It's all about that mental side of things. And Anu boy started out super slow. A lot of guys would have crumbled after waiting that long for a wave to get started. Not him. Surfing like a veteran, looking to get back on that championship tour, and a great performance for him, getting the win in that last heat, heat number 5. Heat number 6, well underway, 15 minutes to go. Bukium in the blue, out to an early lead with that 7.17. Aether Alves in the green, a 3.67 and a 2.60. Sits in second. Koa Smith, he's got a decent opener, a 5.07 in the red, but he's in need of a backup score of only a 1.20. And Hiroto O'Hara, a bit of a slow start here for our local boy, the Great White Hope, wearing that white jersey. Finds himself sitting in 4th at the moment, but there is a ton of time on the clock. Look for our surfer from Japan, who currently has first priority, to put something on the board here pretty soon.
Yeah, it must be starting to weigh on the mind for poor old O'Hara here, being very patient with priority. You never know, he may be able to replicate Keanu Singh tactics from that last heat, a slow start and a strong finish. So fingers crossed that things work out for Hiroto O'Hara. So 14 minutes left on the clock. It looks like the wind is just starting to drop off a little bit now. Tide continues to push in, and fingers crossed that we have got some good conditions lining up here. 6 more heats to go after this one for today's surfing. And it's all happening here in the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. It's been a fantastic week. I'm here with Todd Klein, fine young man all the way from the United States. We've also got Matty Wyborn. He's a real champ, and he's just having a little meltdown in the corner by himself. Fine young man. And
I was wondering, he looked like he was getting the speed wobbles, and he's not even on a hill, so I was keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, he's a young Padawan here in the commentary box this week, and he's doing a fantastic job. And he's said it's all about that little bottle of Coca-Cola he's got happening, which is giving him the inspiration to power on. So, continuing on here today, Todd Klein. It's been a great week. We got Matt over here living in Kamakura, originally from Australia, and he's a
good boy.
He's a very good boy. Back in the 90s, you and myself spent a lot of time over here, had some great times, and no doubt he is having the same sort of experience himself, living down there in Kamakura, and that was Heater Alvors just coming unstuck there. So, a little bit of downtime in the middle of this heat. Ohara, we noticed he used that priority, and only a very small score trickling in. So, I'm going to say the panic button has just been pushed. Red paddling up and riding. This is Kyle Smith from Hawaii. Just squeezing in a combination little backhand snaps there. Now we've got white, you can see out there, looking a little dejected with just a 1 and a 1.9 with 12 minutes left in the heat. And he's now sitting in second position as far as priority goes. Todd Klein, it looks to me like I am going to be pulled into line. Go ahead, Todd Klein.
No, just quietly, that little wave there, even though it was not anything great for Koa Smith, is going to put him up into advancement at this point. He had a 5.07. He was only looking for a 1.20. And you made mention earlier in this event that sometimes hearing your name in that advancing position can also do wonders for you, and it also can apply more pressure to the other competitors. So we'll see Smith in a moment go up into advancing position. Eitor Alves will drop down and join Ohara on the outside of advancement for at least the moment. And we'll see what happens here as we now have Alves on this left-hander. A couple of quick turns there. But there it is. Koa Smith goes all the way to first. 4.07. So Bukiam drops down to second. He only has one wave. He's got a good one, though. The best wave of this heat so far, a 7.17. So now Bukiam looking for a 1.97 to move back into first. And Eitor Alves requires a 3.51. And I think there's no reason to push any panic button if I'm in the Ohara camp. He's a tremendous surfer, and he only requires a 5.25. But you need to do that now. This is that point we talk about in these heats, because if he doesn't get something of substance here soon, that's when he all of a sudden starts to look for a 7 or an 8, because these other surfers have started to pull away from him. So it's not time to push the panic button, but it's time to push the get busy button.
Okay, now Bukiam, stand by for scores for Bukiam, because the body language it was a good one. We didn't see the whole ride, but you saw him stay with that wave right through to the inside there. A 7.17 for his first score. If he can back this up with a solid one, all of a sudden we will see him solidify his position, that top two, and really put some pressure on Alves and Ohara down in third and fourth position respectively.
That's exactly the scenario that was the foreshadowing of this coming right now. Scores coming through. Going to be in that mid-range. Pitsy to back up, though. That solid score of a 7.17. There it is. Last up, Bukiam. It's a 5.10. Goes directly to first. Smith now drops down to second. Surfer in the red jersey. Smith looking for a 7.20. But like you said, now look at what Ohara needs. Well, it used to be just a very obtainable score, and now is a score of a 7.21. And Eitor in the green looking for a 5.47. So things starting to really change here on the 9-minute mark in this heat number 6.
Yeah, theoretically, Ohara needing 2 waves, I mean, he can get it easily, but it's the mental side of it. Is he mentally believing that he can get 2 waves in 3 minutes, like we've seen done so many times throughout this event before? But just going, crikeys, I've got no good waves, and just hearing those scores coming out from the beach commentators, seeing yourself falling down the position on the heat rating, and then hearing your need score slowly getting larger and larger. Red taking a look. Koa Smith looking dangerous in this heat. Off the lip, gets a nice little setup for the inside. Bang, hits that, tail drifts, and that's going to be a good score for the surfer from Hawaii.
Yeah, it was a great finish there. He was only looking to better a 4.07. Was able to get a nice little turn to open up and a solid turn to finish. So we'll see how that affects the current situation. He was in second, requiring a 7.20. But as I made mention, only needing to better a 4.07. Currently in third, Eitor Alves. Quick snap straight into another one. Better looking wave here for Alves, and it's lining up across the inside. So he gets 3 maneuvers off on the backhand, looking for a 5.47. And our Brazilian surfer potentially going to change the situation here. We'll stand by. And we know that Koa Smith also is probably going to change his situation. So as we said, having that priority, which O'Hara has had now for quite a while, sometimes in your mind you feel like, okay, I need to get a massive score. The other thing that you pointed out a second ago, Pitsy, he really needs 2 small scores, not a 7.21. He needs a 4.5 and a 5.5, and he's back in second place. But when you hear the announcer say you need a 7.21 and you haven't maybe caught up with the entire heat and what's going on and what the other competitors have, you don't know exactly what, that you only need those 2 waves. So you think you need a 7.21.
Yeah, you've seen surfers made the mistake of going for the big KO, whether they can just a double jab.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Yes. Steely competitor, a lot of experience. Let's see what he can do. 7 minutes on the clock. He now has priority, but he's going to have to use it pretty quickly here.
It's about to change quite a bit because Koa Smith's about to post his best wave so far. And there it is. It's a 5.93. Have a look now what O'Hara needs.
Wow. So there you go. The hole is getting deeper and deeper. So a tough gig to dig his way out, but it still is possible. He is the great white hope here of Shida Beach here in Chiba, Japan. This is the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open powered by GoPro. 6,000 for the points for the winner. And O'Hara right up there in the current WQS World Rankings. And this would be an incredible boost to his qualifying potential.
Yeah, he's one of the top right now. He's in the top 5. He's currently 4th.
Look at that.
On the qualifying series. So, we mentioned it. He had a great start down at the Australian Open of Surfing. Got a 3rd place there. And then he's also got a 3rd place at the Pro Santa Cruz. And a 17th at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. And he's got a 1st place finish at the Community Project Central Coast Pro. So he's had a tremendous start here to 2017 on his campaign to qualify for next year's championship tour. But right now, he definitely has the back up against the ropes. And we'll see how he responds. As Matthew Pitts pointed out, he only needs a couple jabs. He didn't need the uppercut, but right now, it's looking more like an uppercut.
Yeah.
Is needed.
Well, you look at Iago Dora, he's out of the event, so a chance for him to climb the ratings. Sol Bailey out, so, it really is a pressure situation for him and a real big chance for him to capitalise on that ranking. But things are starting to look pretty grim. 5 minutes on the clock. He does have priority.
Last of green, 5.87, so that helps out Eitor Alves. He's still in 3rd, but now only requires a 5.3. O'Hara looking for a 9.23. So this is one of those moments where he's kind of he needed to get busy earlier. It's getting worse and worse as the clock ticks away. He still holds that priority.
And just sitting there, the body language is, I don't know.
I wish I could paddle out and tell him, just go. You only need 2 scores that will total an 11.17 is what you need, an 11.17. And here we go. Koa Smith currently in 2nd. Nice opening turn. Setting up this inside section where it doubles up. He hits it. And he's got another score coming through.
See, just 10 meters up the way. White, up and riding. Moving through the inside. Bang, hits it again. Indications are it's going to be a good score. We didn't quite capture the action there, but I got a feeling it's going to be pretty good.
Well, it's definitely going to help him in a big way. Now he's going to have to get out there, and this would be a great comeback. It would definitely get this crowd on their feet if he can pull this out in the last 4 minutes. And that last wave is definitely going to help his situation. It's going to lower the score that's needed in a big way. Stand by for last of white. So you and I were getting a little anxious ourselves. You and I are both fans of O'Hara, and we want to see this kid progress through. And it was hard to watch him sit there with that priority. And now he's back on the board. Stand by for scores of last of white and the situation update. We also saw Koa Smith get a wave too, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, Kyle Smith putting in a fantastic performance here. He's feeding off the energy from his fellow countryman who advanced earlier today, who said he'll be sitting on the beach and cheering him on. So Koa Smith got a lot of support from his buddy.
Goodale,
yeah. Dylan Goodale.
Goodale.
Yeah, good on him. So a lot of support from his buddy on the beach, and you can just see that Koa Smith would love to go home a winner with his mate tonight, to sit down, have a beer and a bit of sushi, and get set up for tomorrow, because it's going to be another big day. We're looking down at 29 degrees, sunny skies, and the stage could be set for a real big finish for this event over the weekend, Todd Klein. And it's been fantastic. Time has been flying because it's been so entertaining, but right now we're waiting on that score for White to see what he needs. With just 3 minutes left, can the great white hope of Chiba, Hiroto Ohara, convert for the fans? Because it really would keep the vibe alive here in town tonight. Yes, sir.
Well, as much as we're standing by for last of white, keep an eye on the scores that are dropping for last of red.
Uh-oh.
Because Koa Smith, as I made mention, got a wave as well in that exchange, and it's going to change things in a big way. And now live action, Eitzar Alves trying to make something out of that one right there. Not going to happen. Scores dropping for last of red. It's going to be his best wave yet for Koa Smith. And as you made mention, maybe going to go have a beer and some sushi with his friend Dylan Goodale. There it is. It's a 6-9-3. Koa Smith goes to first. Bookium drops to second. And now Ohara is in a combination situation, but look at the scores getting ready to drop for him. This is going to be a nail-biting finish. Under 2 minutes. It's going to be a score, a 7 or better. Stand by for last of white. Currently, Ohara requires 2 waves totaling 12.28. And this is going to be a nail-biter. He doesn't need to wait for the score. He needs to get on a wave. There it is. It's a 7.60. Ohara, 4.67 needed. This is what is the entire crowd wants to see, is him get on a wave. He needs a 4.67. He's been quiet the entire heat. Here we go, Pitsy. The entire beach is on the edge of their seats. Straight up into the lip. Beautiful opening maneuver. Straight up again. It's a done deal. Ohara likes it. The crowd goes nuts. And there is still a minute on the clock, though, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But what a performance by Ohara.
Wow. Well, there you go. We've talked about his steely, what's the word I need here?
Approach.
Steely approach. Yes, we've talked about that. And Todd Klein, he has converted. Let's see what happens here. He needs a 4.67. Scores floating in now for Ohara. Wow, it's going to be close.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be very close, Todd Klein.
The ice is thin. We'll see if he can run across it and get to the other side, or if he will fall through.
A 4.80. He moves up into second place with 40 seconds on the clock. Oh, my Buddha. So Koa Smith out in front. Bookium sitting there. What's going on here? Needing a 5.24 and priority. So Blue just going, what happened then? So 30 seconds left. Bookium staring down the barrel now of bowing out in this event. Heitor Alves about to drop a good score, needing a 6.54. Green, you never know, could upset the fans. Scores starting to drop in, and it will go close.
I don't think he's going to overturn the flip the cart here on this one.
Red, white, blue, green, paddling. Bookium up and riding. This will count. Big backhand snap. Sets up the inside. Throws it up into the lip. Will the inside cooperate? A little foam float, and no. So.
Big mistake right there by Bookium. He went high road, needed to go low road on that double up. What a performance. Bit of a victory lap. Even though he got second right there, I'd say a second place finish.
Wow.
Wow. Unbelievable right there.
Bullet dodge for Ohara. The town, the vibe's alive. He survives to surf another day. Todd Klein, exciting stuff.
I say free food for everyone tonight at Sushi Train. Not going to happen?
Let's see. Hit him up on the beach.
He's got a lot of pull, I know that. Here we go. Stand by for the official results for Heat number 6, round 3 action. The crowd's going nuts for Ohara.
O'Hara's last score.
We're going to stay with this because the vibe is alive.
So there was another wave ridden, a 6.8. He moved into first place to win the heat. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not joking.
Did anyone push the panic button? No.
Look at Bookium. deflated, unfortunately. There's the flip side of competition. You've got the highs and the lows, and the surfer in white definitely feeling the high as he comes in front of a home crowd. He waited. He had the entire crowd on the edge of their seat and starting to wonder, shoot, we should probably leave now. We got to get into Tokyo before traffic. But now that they waited to see him take out that heat going from fourth to first, what a performance by our youngster from Japan.
Yeah, this post-heat interview is going to be absolutely fantastic, so stand by for that one. But hold the phone, Todd Klein, because look who we've got coming up in the next heat.
Well, stand by for that next heat. We'll be with you on the other side. Stay with us. More live action. Heat number 7 coming up next.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Just trying to cool down here in the box. I've now been joined by Maddie Wyborn, all the way from Kamakura. Maddie, oh my God, that last heat, the last 5 minutes, incredible stuff. And the young White Hope of Chiba comes through for the fans. And mate, that was nail-biting stuff. Did you get to see that heat?
Yes, I think I have a few extra grey hairs after that heat, Matt. As a good local surfer and a good guy, it was everyone's, as you said, great white hope. Everyone wanted to see him progress, and he did wait a long time to get his scores in that heat, but fortunately for him and all the Japanese fans, he did it. First place.
Yeah, he did it. Here's Joshua Moniz from Hawaii up and riding. Nice solid performance to open up his account here in heat number 7, round number 3. Joshua Moniz of Hawaii out here in green. He's up against Kanoa Igarashi in red, Ian Crane in blue, and Mihimana Bray from Tahiti in white. So, if you thought it all ended with the last heat, no sirree. I mean, it's all going to start again. The drama unfolding here in Chiba this afternoon. Now, the sun is starting to come out. The wind is backing off. And, mate, it is all happening. 2 hours ago, it looked like a really miserable, dreary afternoon where you could have pulled the pin on an event any time. But no, head judge says, let's forge on, let's get it happening, and let's get the best in the world out here. And what a fantastic decision that was, because it really has been entertaining stuff.
Yeah, as we've seen the last few afternoons with that tide filling in, we've been fortunate enough to have this wind back off, but this wind did bring a little bit more swell than we were seeing in the morning, and then actually even during the lunchtime when we saw that tide start to fill back in. It's definitely picked up a little bit and looking very contestable. So we're just going to cut to the previous heat winner, Hiroto Ohara. Take it away.
Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the local boy, Ohara Hiroto. And congratulations for winning round 3, heat 6. おめでとうございます。Ohara Hiroto くんです。
ありがとうございます。
いやー、待って取った高得点でした。どうでしたか、その時の海の中の気持ちは。
そうですね、まあ海入る前にもうコーチとあそこだねみたいな話してて、あれここじゃなかったのかなとかずっと思いながら、まあでももうここで動いたところでもう何も変わんないから、まあ自分を信じてもう待つしかないなって感じで待って、あこれかなって感じで最後乗れてよかったです。
その点数が 7.60 ということで、実はそのスコアが出るのにかなり時間がかかって、自分のバックアップスコアをどのぐらい出していいかっていうのがちょっと想像がつかない状況で2本目3本目と乗っていたんですけれども、どうでしたか、その時は。
そうですね、2位と1位の選手がまあ大体トータルで12点ぐらいだったんで、まあ、5点、6点出ててもまあ同じぐらいの波も必要だし、もし7点とかだったら4点台でも良かったかもしれないから、まあ、とりあえず1本では勝ててないから、どうにかして2本目乗ろうって思いました。
そしてしっかりとしたバックアップスコアを決めた時にガッツポーズ出していましたが、自分でもきちっとした手応えを感じていましたか？
そうです、まあ、ちょっと技はなんか弱くなっちゃったかなと思ったんですけど、まあ、波がすごい良かったんで、まあ、波のこの良さで点が少し上がるかなっていう感じで、まあ、逆転できたかなって思いました。
ひろと君が1位に輝いた時に、このシダの上の上空も雨が止んで太陽が出てきてお祝いをしてくれてると思いますが、まだまだこれからラウンドは続いていきますが、これからの意気込みを聞かせてください。
そうですね、また明日もどんなシチュエーションになるか分かんないんですけど、まあもう自分を信じて100% 出せれば勝てると思うので頑張ります。
You want to give out a big shout out to your fans to the world?
Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. That was really exciting heat for me, and then for you guys. Yeah, I'm really stoked to make it through. And thank you for watching.
Big congratulations to Hiroto Ohara, the winner of round 3, heat 6. Good luck with your next heat. Back to you.
So there you go, Maddie. A pretty stoked young man from the backyard here, just living around the corner, and
his English is quite good.
Very good. Keeping the dream alive. Hiroto Ohara.
So can you break down what he said for those viewers at home?
Yeah, well, of course, everyone wanted to know what was going on there. He sat with priority for so long, and he had everyone on the edge of their seats, including myself. And that was the plan with the coach. Get out there, get priority, and try to be a little selective, because if you're not on the best waves, you're not going to win, was the conversation. So we'll just cross to the live action here. Up and riding on his backhand, Mihimana Brave from Tahiti. Bang, just finish off nicely. So yeah, the plan was to try and get the best wave out there. And then he figured, well, after the 10-15 minute mark, he said, well, I come this far, I might as well stick to it. And he kept the belief, kept the priority, and eventually when the wave came through, he just went to town and gave it 110%. He then posted a 7-pointer, and then the score was slow coming through. He had a rough idea that it was going to be a pretty good score, and he knew he just had to go and get something to replicate that. He went to town on a couple of other waves, but he definitely said he was a little bit nervous on his second and third ride, but fortunately the wave was really good. He said he held back just ever so slightly because of the great wave. He figured that judges are going to probably throw him a good score, which they did, and to his surprise, and everyone on the beach as well, he managed to advance in the dying stages and keep the Japanese dream alive. So Ohara, really exciting stuff here in the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
And we're seeing that a lot today. Keanu was seeing doing that in the previous heat with this short period wind swell. Guys are not needing much time to get those two scores, so it's not over until that bell or the horn buzzes. But so far in this heat,
look who's not mucking around.
Who is not mucking around? Joshua Moniz from Hawaii, an 8.5 and an 8.10 in the first 7 minutes.
So there you go. He's already up into that 16.6 total heat score. Joshua Moniz. Now, it was Seth Moniz that usually surfed first that set the bar for the Moniz family. It's flipped around now. Josh is out before Seth. Now look at how high the bar has been raised from this fine young man all the way from Hawaii, a 16.6 out in front. So this is Igarashi Kanoa, bang off the lip. Really flexible and rubbery through the lip there, through those maneuvers. Looking fantastic, Igarashi Kanoa. This is the young Japanese lad, born and bred in the United States, currently a World Championship Tour event surfer. So having Kanoa Igarashi here in Japan at this event, a real honour, an awesome surfer, an all-round nice guy, and it must be a very proud moment for his dad, Stomu, to be on the beach here, seeing his son out here, just going to town.
So born in Japan, bred in the USA.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But the support he has here is overwhelming.
Oh, it's
He's
incredible.
as popular as Hiroto Ohara, the last winner of the last heat, which has an extremely big media following. And whenever he surfs, the crowd triples on the beach, like your friend Kelly Slater has that effect.
Kerry. Great. I sent you. No. You know what? It's interesting is because I don't know if you've heard of Nomo.
I may have.
Yes. Nomo's one of the pitchers who was a Japanese baseball player.
May have.
Okay, so he went to America and made it on the massive stage over there. And then...
baseball player?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's kind of some sort of little comparisons going on there. And those guys, when they come back to Japan, are giant.
Yeah, so if you spend any time over here and you watch Japanese TV, they do follow a lot of the up and riding now. Kanoa Igarashi, a nice first turn, and nothing too much happening on that wave.
You've heard of Ichiro, the guy who plays for the Mariners, or did?
Yeah, I know. I don't follow baseball so much.
Okay.
I follow golf.
Yeah.
Obviously surfing, and I don't mind the tennis. Nishikori.
Okay.
Powerhouse for Japan in the tennis.
Yeah,
but
no,
baseball, sorry, not a huge follower.
Okay, well, Ichiro was one of the baseball players that was playing here in Japan and couldn't really make a top team. So he went to the States, all of a sudden broke every single baseball record, even Babe Ruth's.
Serious?
Yeah, and Ichiro Senchu was incredible. Played for the Seattle Mariners for years. And he broke all these world records in baseball. And every time he came back to Japan, it was absolute pandemonium. So there's a little bit of a comparison there. You've got Igarashi Kanoa. I think he broke incredible amateur surfing records in America. We'll ask Todd Klein when he comes back, but Kanoa's NSSA amateur record apparently has broken all kinds of records, and here he is now in the World Championship Tour.
And maybe surfing in similar conditions to what he's surfing here today.
You're dead right, because there is a lot of little weak, punchy beach breaks. Well, little weaker, fluffy beach breaks in America. I know the wave quality over there, can get pretty tricky, that's for sure.
Yes, and when we see the Vans US Open, it's always very similar to what we have on offer here today. Small. They have that jetty that has a little bit of a right wedge that they can use to build up the sand, where we use a bulldozer here.
We use a bulldozer over here, up and riding. Ian Crane from the United States. Now this kid here is a real good competitor. He, I'm pretty sure it was just last year, he surfed through the trials and into the main event at the Trestles event. Ian Crane comes to Japan regularly, really good competitor. Awesome backside surfer in blue from the USA, and we got Mihimana Bray from Tahiti. But let's just get a look at those two scores once again from young Joshua Miniz from Hawaii. Now he's a big kid, and if anyone's not supposed to be accustomed to these waves, you would think it would be someone like him. Big bloke from Hawaii, used to surfing powerful waves and laying right into his turns and using all that power because the waves allow paddling. Taking a look all the way from Hawaii, up and riding again, young Joshua Miniz, up into the lip. Just in and out of that one, sort of caught a rail.
Yeah, that's exactly what you just said, Matt. As he took off from that wave, he caught that inside, maybe outside. Something caught and put him a little bit behind. That wave did have scoring opportunity, so that's a little bit disappointing for him. Even though he has an 8.5 and an 8.10.
Well, he could arguably come in and just park up on the beach and let the heat unfold, and he'd probably still end up in first. And here we go, a paddle. Igarashi Kanoa. Let's take a look at this kid. Never to be underestimated. Little front side tap. Speeds. Bang. Air reverse. Beautiful style. How was that compression through that maneuver?
Yeah, he rode out of that nice and compressed. Never looked like he was going to fall, really. Nailed it from the start. And that will probably improve his situation. Only needing a 4.07. Here we go on the replay. Nice. Yeah, nice and lofty. I mean, that wave was small and he didn't have a lot of speed. So for what he did, for the section, what it offered, that's pretty impressive.
Very impressive, and I really love his style and the balance through that turn. Really cat-like manoeuvre, ring from young Igarashi Kanoa.
Exactly what you said, mate. He stays very centered on his board. He doesn't seem to be a lot of the Brazilian surfers like Gabriel Medina are very like a neutral stance. They're not back-footed or front-footed. He kind of is a back-foot surfer, but when he's surfing these small waves, he's very neutral stance. And then I think that with the airs, where he spins out of that air, he's standing center of his board. We see a lot of the other guys that have that front foot right up the nose. The tail is like sticking out. So, as we've seen in this event, he seems to be able to ride out those turns with speed. So maybe, these are the new generation up and riding now. Joshua Moniz from Hawaii, throwing a little air of his own there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So interesting, big kid, strong bloke, doesn't have that cat-like appearance like Kanoa Igarashi with his style, and it's just all brute power. But the timing of Joshua Moniz has been absolutely spot on, and you just saw him just boosting that little air reverse there effortlessly for a big kid. It's tough stuff, but he's making it look easy.
Yeah, well, they do make it look easy. These days, if you don't have up and riding now, this is Ian Crane from the USA. 2 nice backhand blasts.
Yeah, and we've seen waves similar to that scoring very well here this afternoon, so wouldn't be at all surprised if Ian Crane gets a pretty damn good score from that last backside snap performance there.
Up and riding now.
The Tahitian.
Nice. 2 nice turns too.
Yeah.
So this heat's coming alive. We have Joshua Moniz from Hawaii actually having Kanoa Igarashi in a combination situation. That last little wave of Kanoa, that little cut back to air reverse, scored him a 6.07. He has another small score coming in that won't change the situation. So, yeah, White, surfer from Tahiti, looking for a 6.17, and Ian Crane from USA looking for a 7.
So Ian Crane and White's waves, very similar. 2 backhand snaps. Maybe the White's wave slightly bigger than Blue's. Who do you think is going to get the better of that exchange?
Well, you put me on the spot there. I should have paid more attention to... I was looking at your handsome face for a second there, Matt. I missed some of that term, but I think both of those scores will come in very similar, but Mickey Manabray's wave had a little bit more punch to it, so maybe the judges will like that he had to put a little bit more aggression to that turn.
Okay, well, I'll go with Blue. I'll say just the short fire.
But I missed his first turn.
Okay. No, you stay where you're at with that one. But I mean, you could be right. I'm just going to go for say that Ian Crane's probably going to score better. But let's wait and see what happens.
Hey, you seen that score come through? You got me here. You got me.
Well, wait up. We haven't seen White scores come in yet, so you never know.
So look at that. One judge gave Ian Crane a 7.8, so he averaged out at a 7.57. So very nice score.
Yeah, and that is the surfing. Remember we said that's the surfing that has been the surefire backside snaps. No downtime, one after the other. Ian Crane getting 7.57. Now look at the score for White coming through.
Well, I wasn't too far from that, was I?
No.
I don't have egg on my face right now.
A 7.23. So look at that. Pretty damn close as we expected. It could have gone either way. Ian Crane up and riding again.
Unfortunately stuck behind that first section, decides to kick out, quickly get back out the back. Some more opportunity. So yeah, that's a very decent score. We actually saw Ricardo Christie doing that, even though he's not goofy footer on his forehand.
He
just
did.
2 turns. That's all he did, and he had a very strong commanding lead on his heat too in the round 2 yesterday.
And just remember, it's all subjective scores in surfing, so there's no right and wrong, and no one wins, no one loses. As far as us guys go.
Oh, we're winners.
We're winners.
We're winners. Todd's a winner.
Everyone's a winner. Hot chocolate.
And we see walking down to the shore here, some of the surfers coming up in the next heat, is another chance for a Japanese competitor, Hiroto Arai, to get through and have a few more Japanese surfers competing until the finals. So he will be up against.
Was that Oni Anwar we just saw there with that big mop?
That might have been Oni Anwar. We have Hiroto Arai, we have Seth Moniz, and we have Nat Young coming up next.
Wow, that is a tough heat coming up next because Seth Moniz is on fire. And seeing his brother out there, Joshua, dominating, oh my God, young Seth, he's going to be really fired up. So, awesome event so far for the Moniz family.
Sorry, Matt, we can see out the window there, the crowd is at maximum right now. The rain has stopped. Kanoa Igarashi is surfing, and Ian Crane. So we have our Tahitian surf up and riding. Third nice turn.
Yeah, and Todd has just indicated the wind has backed right off. So we're in for a fantastic afternoon. The sun's coming out, the wind's backing off, but the surfing gets better.
Well, as you know, Matt, it does that here in Japan as soon as that rain squall passes and it goes into the afternoon. The winds do die off and we get a glassy condition. And this bank, we should start seeing not only rights, but we should start seeing some lefts coming into this little reform that we saw yesterday afternoon.
So, Matt, let's cross just to the heat situation right now. Now, check this out. We've got Joshua Moniz out in front green. Mihimana Brave from Tahiti in second, Ian Crane from United States in third, and Igarashi Kanoa, uncharacteristically, in fourth place, needing a 7.0. But let's note, the surfer in red has got priority. 4 minutes left. Now, Igarashi Kanoa, this kid is good, so please,
Ian Crane,
don't count him out. Fans at home,
Wow.
Ian Crane, wow, incredible performance on his backside. Dangerous stuff for Igarashi Kanoa. Just seeing now that Ian Crane currently in third, needing a 5.49. I'm going to say he's going to get it. So the bar and the scores are going to be raised here. Tahitian up and riding.
So, unfortunately, he couldn't edge on the start there. He looked like he's a little bit forward on his board, so that'll be nothing score. There were no change in situation there, but I agree with you, Matt, that Ian Crane will better his situation, and that will make it a little bit more difficult for Red Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, but yesterday, let's keep in mind, Kanoa threw down a 9.5.
Oh, he's capable.
So
definitely capable. Oh, we missed the start of our Tahitian surfers wave there, so we might be able to catch up with that. He was needing a 9.37 to challenge first place. He is currently sitting in second.
Yep.
So he is in advancing position.
I think that's going to
saw
change, though.
Kanoa just paddle for a wave. He'll lose his first priority.
OMG.
3 minutes remaining.
So there you go. This is where it all seems to happen. Now, maybe he did himself a favour. Straight back into this wave here. Igarashi Kanoa kicks out of that one. 3 minutes left, and this is when all the fireworks seem to happen in the heats today. 3 minutes on the clock. Kanoa needs a 7+, but we're still waiting on Ian Crane's last wave score, and that is really going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons because Ian Crane has been on fire. He's been an unassuming guy, the quiet achiever. Joshua Moniz, we saw him just come out of the gates blazing, sitting on those 2.8s, and why not? But Ian Crane has been pegging the other competitors back, and I think you'll find when that score drops, he will be up in a second place and looking very strong to advancing into round 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, he's definitely going to replace his backup score of a 5. It's looking like it's going to go a little bit higher than that. Waiting for one more judge to lock in a score. Unfortunately for Kanoa, he's down in 4th priority, but we know he only needs one opportunity, even one quick in and out air section, and he can get now he's needing a 7.48 to advance with only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, Matt.
1 minute 40 now. Look at Ian Crane, surfer in blue. Look where he's sitting, right on Kanoa's toes. So this is a very tough gig for Kanoa Igarashi, sitting in 4th place, 1 minute left on the clock, and 4th place on the priority pole.
So Mickey Manabre has dropped down to 3rd. Ian Crane up into 2nd. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Kanoa needs one more wave, and it needs to be good. But we did see him do it yesterday, and in that previous heat, we saw the Great White Hope for Japan.
Here he goes, up and going. This is it. He needs a 7.48 in and out, so
But
no dice. A minute to go.
Could have been just changing his position, trying to get away from second place, trying to make some space. He's going back and forth, staying close, so he knows he can pick up anything that he needs. He still has 45 seconds.
Look at Ian Crane.
Short period swirl, lots of waves.
Here he
He's
goes,
gonna-
turns.
Okay, so now there's a chance, but then again, nice big turn. Again.
Wow. Ian Crane for the USA. Incredible performance. 30 seconds now on the clock. Can Kanoa find something? But Ian Crane, once again, I reckon he's going to improve his situation again.
I agree. He will improve his situation, make it even harder for Kanoa with only 15 seconds remaining. And disappointment on the face there for Miki Manabre. He was holding second position for quite a long time.
So where is the media storm going to go now with Igarashi Kanoa about to go down? There is a siren. It's all over. And 2017 campaign here at Chiba for Igarashi Kanoa has just ended. So a big upset and a shock for the Japanese fans. Bang, there he goes. Air reverse for a victory. Sorry. What do you call it when it's not a victory lap, Todd Klein? A lost lap.
Yeah, it's a lost lap, and he only needed to do that 10 seconds earlier.
Yeah. Oh,
Time
wow. A
wasn't
lost
his
lap. And look
friend.
at Ian Crane's score for his last wave. So Kanoa needed a 9.37.
Well, that wasn't going to be a 9.37, so unfortunately, one of the favourites here in Japan bowing out in the third round.
Hats off to Joshua Meniers with those 2.8s out of the gate in the first 5 minutes, and Ian Crane with an incredible performance in that heat. So, we are moving on. Heat 8, round 3, and we've got Oni Anwar, Hiroto Arai, Seth Meniz, and Nat Young coming up. Another doozy of a heat.
Yes, we have Oni Anwar that did an amazing grab rail forehand air reverse yesterday. And another Japanese hope here in Hiroto Arai, Seth Moniz from Hawaii, and Nat Young. Okay, we're just going to cut to a break. So we'll see you on the other side.
ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro, and if you have just joined us, we just lost one of our crowd favorites, the standout in yesterday's competition, going down here in the last heat, heat number 7, Kanoa Igarashi getting a 4th place finish, Mihimana Brai in 3rd, and that means moving on with a great performance. Ian Crane in the blue and Josh Moniz getting the win in that one. As we kick things off, already got a couple of scores dropping right now. Heat number 8 underway. Oni Anwar about to open up with a solid score in the red. There it is. It's a 7.5. Hiroto Arai in the blue from Japan. Seth Moniz, he just saw what his brother did in the heat prior, taking out the victory. Out in the water now in the white. And Nat Young yesterday, last-minute heroics was enough to get him into this round. Let's see how he kicks things off here in the green. Todd Klein joined by Matt Wyborn. And an interesting heat we just saw go down. Kanoa Igarashi found himself pretty deep in a hole and unable to dig out. Unfortunate there for him, losing already in this event.
Yeah, we saw Joshua Moniz in the first 7 minutes posting 2 excellent rides, putting pressure on the other 3 competitors. And yeah, unfortunately for one of the favourites here, you see him coming in right now, looking a little deflated of course. Obviously having a lot of time over here in Japan, knowing the waves, and also back in Huntington Beach surfing similar conditions. He would have been probably the favourite, you must say, for that last heat. But we see here Oni Anwar opening up with a 7.5. So good scores are coming a little bit more freely now as that tide moves in on the bank and that wind has completely backed off.
Yeah, so Kanoa will probably tend to Samiti over the next day or two and then probably make his way out of Japan and on to the 5th stop on the championship tour. Currently ranked 24th and climbed 5 spots after that last event at the Oi Rio Pro where he got a 9th place finish. And we'll see how he goes and what the forecast will bring for those men. The men will be underway in a couple of weeks. The women could be underway on the 28th. Here we go. Blue opening up. Hiroto Arai. Oncoming section here. He's already got 1 turn under his belt. And a nice committed turn there. Spins the tail around into reverse. Oni Anwar opened up with a 7.5. That was going to be his second wave there, but nothing on offer, so he kicks out. So a great start. You said yesterday Anwar had a beautiful forehand air. This heat, he opens up with a 7.5, a good start for him.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, opened up yesterday's heat with a very nice crab rail air, very lofty out into the flats, and he actually milked it to the very death, to the shore, and then got another solid turn in. It was almost the same size as where he took off on the wave, right on the shore. So, interview. So, Todd, can you take that away?
Well, the last heat was won by Josh Moniz, as you pointed out, opened up with 2 scores that were excellent, an 8.5 and 8.10, getting the win. 2-wave total, 16.60, and Josh is standing by now.
All right, broadcasting live from Japan. You're watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, I'm finally glad to talk to you, Joshua Moniz, the winner for round 3, heat 7. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to get a heat win. It's pretty tough out there, so I had a pretty dreamy heat for the conditions to get 2 scores out the back. So yeah, super stoked.
For yesterday, I was waiting for your interview, but all of a sudden, Nat Young was in the first place, and we went to the second place. But for today, you scored 8.50 and 8.10 for the first wave and the second wave. You felt comfortable with that?
Yeah, I felt super comfortable. It's pretty dreamy when you get to start a heat like that, especially with the guys we had in the heat. Kanoa, Mihi, and Ian, they're pretty gnarly in this stuff, so I was super stoked to start off a heat like that.
But you kept yourself busy, right?
Yeah, I was trying to pick my waves here and there. I was just more focused on getting first priority again, and then just trying to manage the heat and making sure I was on the best waves that came in.
What kind of advice did you get from your coach?
Just to move fast and make it count when you get waves. There's not too many opportunities, so when you get the wave, you got to really make sure you stomp it.
All right, and now your brother Seth is working hard right now with Nat Young, so he's got to make a revenge of yesterday, right?
Yeah, he's back out of the water. Hopefully, I'm not too sure how he's going now, but he's been fired up to make some heats, and he's been ripping, so excited to see how he does.
Good luck for Moniz brothers, and you want to say hi to your fans?
Yeah, hi Mom and Dad at home, and also happy birthday, my older brother's birthday today, so happy birthday, Isaiah. Hope to see you guys soon in a few days when I come back.
All right, good luck for your next heat, and thank you so much. Congratulations to Joshua Moniz. Back to you.
It's to Josh Moniz, and no doubt Mom and Dad, Tony and Tammy, watching as Josh just finished winning his heat and now out in the water. His brother, Seth Moniz, doing battle up against Nat Young right there. We saw quickly up and down. Seth has yet to catch a wave. He's out there waiting patiently. He does have first priority now. 18 minutes on the clock, and a decent score to open up for Arai at 5.57, but the best wave going to Anwar at this point. He opened up with a 7.5, and he's got a backup of a 0.50, so a good opener. A 7.5 is what's we've seen. If you can get that in your score line, you usually can separate yourself from the other 3 competitors. We'll see if that plays out in this one. But as we get deeper into this event, look for the scores to get higher and higher. The good news is, for these competitors in this heat in particular, that wind has really pulled back. It's starting to clean up out there. It's going to wreak less havoc on these guys when they're trying to commit to their turns, less chop on the face. And it looks like Anwar, as the tide is filling in, trying to make that inside connection, Matt.
Yeah, unfortunately that wave didn't offer anything there, but up and riding now is the Japanese surfer. Nice first turn, kind of a speed turn, setting up lots of spray, and it finishes pretty strong there, Todd, so that'll be a decent little backup and a good little confidence booster since he opened with a 5.57. I was just going to touch on yesterday, the 12-point heat total was seeing most people get through the heat quite comfortably, but even third place in that last heat had a 13.5, and second was 15.44, and the winner with a 16.60. So hopefully that's signs of things to come for the afternoon. We might start seeing some a little bit more high performance kind of surfing, and the scores staying up there in that excellent range is what we want to see.
Yeah, as you get deeper into the event, you have to elevate your game, and with that, the scores will also increase. And like you said, getting closer now to a 13-point average in order to advance into the next round. But each heat is different based on the conditions and the competitors, so we'll see. Out of the gates, Anwar has already opened up with a 7.5, so if he can just back that up with a 6, based on the history so far in this round, it looks like he'll be safe to make it into the next round, but you never know. We saw 2 8s dropped in that heat prior, so there's definitely scores in the excellent range that are available out there in the current conditions.
So we have Nat Young, a CT surfer, up in this heat. Doing quite well this year.
Former CT surfer.
Former CT surfer. So far I've seen him in a few events, and they've been from injury replacement.
He is the first surfer to get the call-up. He will be competing in Fiji. He'll be filling in for Felipe Toledo, who unfortunately won't be making it due to a rule that was in place for his actions at the Oi Rio Pro. So he getting the call-up, and no doubt excited for the opportunity. He had a runner-up finish back in the day. I'll have to go back and look, but he's made the finals there. He has podium before at the Fiji Pro, and excited to get back there.
Yeah, being on his forehand. I'm sure everybody loves that wave, but yeah, being on his forehand, being able to surf cloud break with only a handful of guys. Yeah, anyone's dream, I guess. We saw Hiroto Arai, his third waves coming in, and it looks like it may put him into the first place position, still with 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat, so anything can happen, but looking good so far. We have one of yesterday's standouts coming up in the next heat with Ricardo Christie. So he'll be loving that the conditions have cleaned up, and again, a former CT surfer. So every heat seems to be quite stacked with a lot of veterans or ex-CT surfers or current CT surfers.
Yep, going back to Nat Young and you mentioning that he is on the tour. He's not full-time, however, he has been full-time to this point. He's been the first surfer to get the call-up, and he's been called up at every event so far, and he's got a 25th in the first event, and then 3 13s currently sitting in 27th. So as you know, you need to finish at the end of the year in the top 22 in order to re-qualify through the championship tour, or you need to qualify through the QS, which is going to have to be in the top 10 at the end of the year in the ranks. So at the moment, he's looking to climb some spots. Unfortunately, he actually dropped 3 after the Oi Rio Pro, down to 27th place. So no doubt, I look for big things from Nat coming up at the next event in Fiji.
We just saw a quick in and out there for the local surfer, Hiroto Arai. So that won't affect his situation, but he has gone to first place. So the Japanese surfer is in the first place with a heat total of 11.43, so I'm sure we'll see that change over the next 13 minutes and 20 seconds. We have Indonesian surfer in second, only counting at 2.77 for his backup score. Nat Young sitting on 2 very small scores, and Seth Moniz from Hawaii is yet to take a wave. So with the surfers all sitting quite close to each other.
So I mentioned that Nat Young had finaled in Fiji before, and
Yes.
it was up against Gabriel Medina. Gabriel Medina getting the win in that one. That was back in 2014. So he knows what it takes to make that podium. And as I made mention, he is getting the call up in replacement of Felipe Toledo. So Nat Young, no doubt, wanting to get back though on the tour full time, and he finds himself currently sitting in third place at the moment in this heat in the green jersey, looking for an 8.17. He pulled out some heroics yesterday afternoon, Matt, at the end of his heat. He needed a big score up in the excellent range, and got 2 waves back to back, and one of them, the final one, was a tail slide reverse, and we'll get to that in a minute here as we see Hiroto goes for the big layback right here, and he is able to pull it out. That's a testament to his core. You got to have strong abs to pull yourself back up and over your board right there, especially on such a small wave, and he was able to pull it off, so stand by for those scores.
Yeah, I know Hiroto Arai has been training very hard for this event. I know his training coach, and he has been putting in a lot of work. So yeah, just showing there how much work he has been doing and how strong his core is, as you mentioned. Just coming through there as a 3.30 for that layback turn. Going back to Nat Young, do you think in these kind of QS situations, the experience of being an ex-CT surfer is a big advantage, or in these tricky beach break conditions, it's basically whoever's on the best wave?
Well, I think at the end of the day, talent's going to rise up, but, strategy is huge in our sport. And we talked about the mindset and having confidence, and, you'd have to feel like, hey, I'm the veteran in this heat. I'm a former championship tour competitor. These guys have not been. So I would hope he's carrying a bit of swagger into this heat. One thing to keep an eye on is, as I mentioned, we went to dinner the other night. Brett Simpson and Nat was a part of the crew I was out to dinner with. And a few days ago, he was extremely sick, Nat Young. He actually slept basically for 2 days and wasn't even sure if he was going to compete. He almost was going to fly home. That's how bad he was feeling.
Oh.
And but he's rebounded strong. He said each day he continues to feel better and better. And yesterday, obviously, by his performance, feeling pretty darn good. So beware of the wounded animal. And Nat Young is definitely surfing strong yesterday. We'll see how he can go here.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to see he's doing better, and sorry to hear that he was sick. But then again, surfing these small powerless waves, maybe he lost a little bit of weight. Could have been an advantage.
Potentially. But one guy that could be feeling a little bit sick right now is Seth Moniz. Maybe he's taking a page out of Hiroto Ohara's book. We saw him wait a long time to catch a wave. I actually caught up with Hiroto after his heat while you and Pitsy were in here calling the next heat. And I said, hey, question for you. You waited, all the way till like the last 10 minutes to start, get going in that heat. Were you nervous? You needed a score of a 9-point ride. He said, no, I wasn't, because I knew I only needed at that point two 4.5s. And I said, that's great to hear. I wasn't sure if you were, aware of the entire situation of where you sat in that heat, or if you were only in need of that one score and what the beach announcer was calling out. And so showing a bit of veteranship there for a youngster, Hiroto Ohara, and I look forward to seeing him come up in that next heat, because talent's one thing, but if you're across it with what's going on as far as the heat goes and the strategy, that's when you start to really elevate and get results.
Well, second nice turn there for the local Japanese surfer Hiroto Arai. So 3 nice turns, and then we're just finishing off with Oni Enwa there. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Todd, because in his post-it interview when he was speaking in Japanese, he said that what you just mentioned, his coach said the same thing. He said, be patient. You only need 2 good scores. It's a short period waves, well, lots of waves. You can get 2 4.5s, 2 6, 2 7s in a matter of 2 minutes. So yeah, he was as you said, showing some maturity and some veteranness there from looking very good this year on the QS.
Here we go, Seth Moniz. He's waited a long time for this wave. Big floater to open things up. Nice climb up into that second maneuver, but goes down. He had that first priority for a long time. 25-minute heats, and he opened up at the 8:30 mark in this heat. Only 8 minutes 30 seconds remaining, so a long wait there. It's not going to pay off. It's going to be a very small score, but the good news is he doesn't have that priority anymore. And some would say, well, why is that good news? Because I think sometimes guys get stuck with that priority thinking they need to take off on a wave that's only going to be an 8 or better. When you don't have that priority, you stay a lot more busy. And here we go, Nat Young on the backhand. Nice vertical turn to open things up, and goes down.
Yes, unfortunately there for Nat Young, that wave not cooperating. But yeah, as you mentioned, Seth Moniz opening after a long wait, nearly 3/4 of the heat, and getting a very small score. So yeah, maybe actually trying to surf himself into rhythm, as we've seen a lot of competitors do in these small sort of tricky, shifty conditions. But I think it's very possible with 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. He's needing maybe 2 5-point rides would be enough to get him into the advancing position. So currently our Japanese surfer in first place with a 5.9 and a 5.67, and our Indonesian surfer Oni Onwa only needing a 4.7 to go to first. So still very wide open, and Nat Young still yet to really open up his account with two very small scores. He'll be thinking
he'll be right.
He'll be all right. He has the experience, and as you said, very accomplished surfer. Anything can happen in the next 6.5 minutes, and up and riding now.
Yeah, here we go. Nat Young, let's see what he can do. This wave's going to have to double up for him if he wants to square up off the bottom, and it does the opposite. It completely flattens out on him. So looking at our surfer who currently is in first, Hiroto Arai, he's been performing well throughout this event so far, and reflecting back on last year, he got a big win at a QS 1500, the Murasaki Shonan Open, and that will be coming up once again in July 10th through the 17th. So it's great to see all these QS events taking place here in the country of Japan, especially an event of this magnitude, a QS 6000. So special thanks to Gotcha and GoPro, this being the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro, and a World Surf League QS 6000. So a huge opportunity for all competitors, but I really like the fact that it's here in Japan and giving the young up-and-comers from Japan an opportunity to compete in their backyard at an event of this magnitude.
Yeah, so currently we still have 3 Japanese surfers alive. So up now, Nat Young. Nice first turn. And finishes. Can he ride out? Well, I guess that'll
He's struggling right now.
Yeah. He looks a little bit dejected. His body language is not where it should be.
He's just not finding the right waves. There's no reason to be dejected. He just it's like being a great artist without a canvas. You can't paint, so he needs to be patient, or go on the flip side, get active. And he has been pretty active. That was his 6th wave right there, and so far hasn't been able to find the one that's going to give him the ramp to get vertical on that backhand. He's got one of the best backsides in the business, growing up in Santa Cruz, California, on that right-hand point. Here we go out the back. Look for Oni right here with that first priority. There it is. Forehand air, usually has that on lock, for whatever reason goes down.
Yeah, it looked like he just the board just rotated a little bit quicker than he expected there, and his body didn't keep up. But yeah, we sort of saw him telegraphing that from the very takeoff from that wave, and we know he's got those on lock, and his make ratio with those is very impressive, as they all are. As far as their air ratio goes these days, you have to have a solid air game, and you have to have all the rail and turns to be a complete surfer and to qualify these days.
So Nat Young's last wave, even though it wasn't a good one, it was his best one yet. It's a 4.40, so he's still very much in the conversation of advancement, requiring a 6.68. But if you look at Oni opening up with that 7.5, if he can just back that up, he's going to pull away from the pack. It's going to be a race for second. Arai has a 5.9 and a 5.67. So currently sits up there in first, but as soon as Anwar can back that up, if he can, then you'll see Arai drop down, and it'll be a race between the other 3 surfers for that second position. Quiet start for Moniz. As I mentioned, he waited a long time to get on the board. Got a 2.70. Since then only has a 0.5, and finds himself looking for an 8.37 right now. So a tough heat, real tough heat for Seth.
Yeah, and as we see in most of the heats in the last few minutes, everyone starts getting extremely busy, starts trying to find what they need, and with only 2 surfers advancing, we get down to the business end of this heat. Now we have up and riding.
Yeah, Moniz with first priority, going to go on the backhand this time. Quick jam off the top, gets caught a little bit there, but was able to get up into the lip, and then goes up one more time. That wave kind of just kept throwing it at him. It wasn't giving him clean bottom turns to get up and time it properly. But nonetheless, he did manufacture a score out of that. It'll be his best wave so far. And we'll see what he will be left needing after that, because currently he needs an 8.37, but he's only got small scores on the board. That'll be his best one yet.
And just to mention, that's the first left we've seen in in a few heats now, I think. So we're starting to see that tide fill in. And that little reform left starting to take shape. Nat Young up and riding. Second good turn. He can get around this section and finish it. And did well on the finish. So he was looking for... and then we have the Japanese surfer up and riding. Okay, we didn't really see the start of his wave, but Nat Young's wave, not too bad. It may not be the 6.68, but it will improve his situation. And we see a score coming in now too for Seth Moniz from Hawaii, which will improve his situation, and his backup score will be a lot less. He's currently needing an 8.37. So we have only 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. The Japanese surfer, to the delight of all the fans here, is sitting comfortably in first place. And yeah, looking very good to advance. There's a few waves starting to come through now. And looks like our second place surfer Oni Onwa from Indonesia is making a break down the beach to the left.
Well, Seth Moniz just posted that 3.67, so he doesn't need to score in the excellent range now. A little bit better of a situation for the Hawaiian. He requires a 7.41, but keep an eye on what Nat Young's just done. He's just posted a 6.00, and that shifted pretty quickly there. He is in third place. Now he requires a 5.08. Oni Anwar still in second, so this heat is wide open. Red looking for a situation right there, asking the beach commentary, what is the situation? He would be calling out Hiroto Arai is currently in first, but more importantly, he'd get right to it. He'd say, Red, you are currently in second. Your high score is a 7.5. Your low score is a 3.57, and you require a 4.07. And that way, he knows what he needs to go to first, but more importantly, he knows what his low score is and what he needs to better to make sure that he doesn't let Nat Young or Seth Moniz steal that second place position.
Yeah, we're down to 20 seconds, and we saw Oni use his priority there and take off on a wave that didn't offer anything at all. So maybe Nat Young played a wow, and we see a nice little air reverse from our heat leader, and he's just making his way in now.
That was his 13th wave.
Well, he has been extremely busy, so yeah, he's given himself ample opportunity to find those scores.
I think Arai might have drank one of those little vitamin bottles that I see at 7-Eleven that has all these different animal pictures on there with snakes and deer antlers and this and that, because he came out with a lot of energy. Like I said, 13 waves and a very impressive performance with him moving on into round 4.
Yes, it was a solid performance, and he may have a sponsor, actually, Todd, from one of those drink companies. You see that on a few of the guys' boards around here. All sorts of interesting sponsorships in Japan.
Well, stay with us. More action to come. Heat number 9 coming up next, and the official results from heat number 8 live here from Japan.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Welcome back to the start of heat number 9, round 3 at this World Surf League QS 6000. This is the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, and that individual you hear yelling in the background is the excited Matthew Pitts, as he now joins me in the box.
I am excited, Todd Klein, hanging out with you, brother. Saturday Night Fever's coming up.
I thought it was because of that performance by Arai going on into round 4, and we're starting to see some of these Japanese competitors not only perform against these guys, but perform above some of these surfers from the international field, and it's great to see.
No, you're dead right, Todd Klein, but it's fantastic stuff here because we've seen some really clutch performances here today. We've got Shun Murakami, incredible performance, him progressing, Hiroto Ohara, and then Hiroto Arai. almost back-to-back, one heat between them, and that was with Igarashi.
We lost Igarashi.
And it's interesting balance of emotions going on out in the car park right now, because Igarashi, arguably the most media-hunted surfer in the country right now.
For good reason, he's on the championship tour.
Very good reason. And for another good reason to check the screen right now is because Riccardo Christie is up and riding, just laying down a nice big rail carve and kicking out of that one. But getting back to the Japanese movement in the car park out the back, a lot of people disappointed. But on the flip side, there's a lot of Japanese surfers really stepping up to the plate. And I tell you what, that performance, as you just said, John Klein. From Arai Senshu.
Yeah, nice.
Unbelievable stuff.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah. Hey.
Couple scores on the board. First of Red, Prestwich 6.17. First of Christie 3.33. And Christie yesterday was one of the standouts in this event. Two-wave total 16.40. So averaging excellent scores, 8 or better. And that last heat was one of the lower scoring heats of this round. Arai took that one out with a two-wave total of 11.57, and Anwar in second with an 11.07. We talked about it in the first round. If you could average 2 6s, you were going to make it through. We said in this round, you need more than that. Not the case in that last heat. Here we go. Good-looking wave here. Taylor Clark looking at this right-hander. He's going to go on the backhand. Solid little wave here. Nice opening maneuver. Draws that bottom turn out, gets out on the open face, snaps it back. And that's going to be all she wrote. So Taylor Clark on the board. That'll leave our youngster from Barbados, Josh Burke, in the white to open things up. And a lot of people on the beach excited for this next interview coming up. We'll get to that in just a moment, as we were just watching Slade Prestwich there. And we will now head down to the beach to hear from Hiroto Arai.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner for round 3, heat 8, Hiroto Arai. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
いやでも素晴らしい試合だったと思うんですけども、ちょっとコンディションの方が波数が少なかったりと、さっきよりも随分と変わったと思うんですが、海の中ではどうでしたか？
そうです。見た目より思ったより波がちっちゃくて、結構セットもあれこんな良くないのってのが多かったんですけど、最初からいい波は少ないと思ってたんで、結構動いていい波どんどん波掴んでリズム掴んでいこうと思ってたんで、それがうまくはまったんで良かったです。
間違いなくこの4選手の中で一番動き続けていたのが荒井宏斗選手なんですけれども、keep busy という言葉があるんですが、その言葉を頭から抜くことなくずっと動き続けていましたが、他の選手の動きとかってやはり十分に気になると思いますが、どうでしたか？
そうですね、ずっと動いてた分プライオリティ結構最後まで持てなかったんで、持ってない時はなるべく本当に動いてプレッシャーちょっとでも与えられるようにスコアでどんどん塗り替えてって思ってたんで、それがうまくこういって、スコアも2つ取られて勝てたんでよかったです。
今日は本当に日本人選手の大活躍が見られているんですけれども、仲間とはいえども今後ライバルとなって共にヒートを戦っていく相手となりますが、明日以降の自分のコンディション、そして意気込みをお聞かせください。
そうですね、日本人3人残ってて、みんなすごいうまいですし、他の選手も本当にいい選手ばっかり残ってきてるので、気を抜かずに、このまま決勝優勝まで、いい波乗って勝てたらいいなと思います。
そしてそのボードなんですけれども、ボードのコンディションも良さそうでしたが、どのようなサイズを乗ってるんですか？
そうですね、これエメリサーフボードで、2週間前に来て新しい板がでずっとここで調整してたんですけど、5、7ハーフで18と8分の1で2と、16分出て、少し積み上げて、それが逆になんかすごいフローが良くて調子いいんでいい感じです。
最高のパートナーだったような気がします。Alright, can you give a big message to all the fans watching this streaming?
Thank you for watching and yeah, hopefully keep catching web and get good result in here.
Alright, big hands to Hiroto Arai and congratulations and good luck for the next round. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you and congratulations to Arai. And just quickly, I'm sitting with Matthew Pitts, former qualifying series competitor from back in the day and longtime resident in Japan, and he is bilingual. What did he have to say there?
Yeah, well, he was saying that it was a tough heat because good waves were hard to come by, and he just stayed busy, kept hunting, forged out a couple of scores, and he said it was a tough heat for everyone. It wasn't a real like coming in from the heat, oh, stoked. It was more of a sigh of relief because he saw how tough it was for the other competitors to find waves. He noticed that Seth Meniz in that heat had big trouble trying to find waves, and a real uncharacteristic performance from Seth. And he just thought, well, they're going to come, and he's waiting for it to happen. So he just kept on concentrating on his own act, and he said to come away with a win was a big sigh of relief to him. And he just said he's keeping very humble about the whole thing. Just the win was a win, thanks very much, but I've got it all to do tomorrow, and I'm just going to try and stay busy and just try and look for those scoring opportunities. So, a pretty humble sort of approach to that one.
Any mention of the media and how he's handling it? Because obviously as he goes deeper in this event, we're seeing that entourage of microphones and cameras in front of him growing. Did he mention any of that?
No, he didn't. He just said, he's chose the board that he usually rides, and he's fairly conservative with what he lets out, a little bit like a sumo wrestler.
Alrighty, well, we'll see if he can continue his campaign here in 2017, making it into round 4. Congratulations to him, and we got a great heat underway for a couple of these competitors anyway. We'll get to the standings in just a moment as we see Taylor Clark. Nice vertical hit to open up. Beautiful snap, good flow between those two maneuvers and a third, so he gets a nice string of maneuvers there. Clark opened up with a 4.5, and the current situation in this heat sees our surfer in red from South Africa, Slade Prestwich, out to an early lead. He's got a 6.2 and a 6.17, and then we talked about the performance yesterday from Christie. He has a 3.33 and a 7.83. He is currently in second place, looking for a 4.54, and we just saw Clark. We'll stand by for that score. Here goes Burke for the first time in this heat. Nice opening maneuver. Look at this next little section. Jams it, goes vertical, blows the tail. He's going to stick with this, try to get it onto that oncoming section and get one more hit here, Pitsy. And that one flattens out. He waited almost 10 minutes for that. We got 25-minute heats. We're on the 16.5-minute mark. So Burke is now on the board.
Yeah, I noticed that Joshua Burke, he's your boy, right? He's a fantastic surfer, and you've pegged him to be a real danger man to go all the way in this event. You're still with him.
Yeah, I never said he would go all the way. I mean, the field is too stacked, but I say he's definitely got a shot to go all the way.
Yeah.
I love the way his approach is, especially for these conditions, just the way he sets up on his board, and his bottom turns, low center of gravity, suits these little right-handers, and we've seen him throughout this event posting some of the higher scores, and I very well think he could go a long way in this event, but he's going to have to get on more waves. He started out pretty slow in this one, but at the end of it all, he only needs 2, so we'll see. Maybe it's his strategy.
Yeah, and contrast of styles here, you got Rick Christie, regular footer, taller, bigger bloke, and then you've got your boy Joshua with that low center of gravity, more like the Adriana D'Souza, Keanu Singh approach. So contrast of styles in this heat. Josh Burke, little guy, lower center of gravity. Rick Christie, big boy, and he's already laid down a 7.83 and a 3.3, so it'll be great to see where we're at when Joshua's first wave score comes in up and riding. The big boy in green. Nice front side combination of turns for Taylor Clark from the USA, and we've got Slade Prestige also from South Africa. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but was Slade Prestige the South African surfer when he had his heat winners interview, he was asked about all the QS events that are coming up in Africa, and he said, no, I actually won't be going to them. Did you remember that?
Yeah, he did, and it wasn't clear why, but he did say he was stoked for the other competitors that are born and living over there in South Africa. But I think the way it sounded to me, what I was able to make out of that post-heat interview from Slade was, sounds like he's kind of already got his schedule set up, and maybe it's kind of like from one stop to the other, and the way that it plays out, it doesn't see him back in South Africa. He's chasing some of the bigger QS events, such as this 6,000 here. And so, yeah, it sounds like maybe he won't be back there competing at least this year. Here we go, Prestwich getting into this one early. Nice drive off the bottom. Beautiful opening maneuver there. Gets the fins up and over. Follows it up a little snap there. He's got some whitewater on the face to contend with. Slashes it back into the whitewater. But a nice 1-2 punch to open up on that one there for Prestwich, looking to better a low score of a 6-1-7. Right behind him, Christie. Big turn right there. And watch this. He's going to follow it right back up with another. And a very confident, very powerful surfer. Here we go. Burke, low center of gravity, opens up with a carve. Look for a little air right here. Gets the fins up and over. This kid's surfing. I don't know if you'll remember Dylan Graves, but his style right here reminds me of a young Dylan Graves.
Okay, I do know the name Dylan Graves, but I can't say that I've actually sat and really watched him surf in some smaller waves to make a comparison, but I believe you.
Thanks, Pitsy. I wouldn't lie to you.
Yeah, I know that, Todd. You're a good boy.
You're a good boy.
So Rick Christie really exploding on that last wave, and he's looking to be a real danger man in this heat. I think that last wave score when it comes in is going to really set him up for the back end of this heat. Taylor Clark, surfer in green. Pretty strong surfer. I think he's the quiet achiever in this heat. And got Joshua Burke, fairly explosive on his last wave. And then Slade Prestwich, the South African. Looks like conditions cleaned up, and some of those waves we're seeing some nice clean faces on them now.
Yeah, when I took that one heat break and popped out for a second, I went outside to get amongst the crowd and kind of see how they were reacting to the Japanese competitors we had in those three heats. And big crowd, but what I really took note of was that wind that we had where there was just white caps all over out there in the ocean. It's gone. You look out there now, you don't see any white caps. That wind's really laid down, and scores should start to increase unless the consistency is the only thing I can see maybe going against us. I think the waves will clean up. The tide's in our benefit as well as it fills in. So we should have a strong afternoon. This is heat number 9 in the water. We'll wrap things up after heat number 12.
Nice. Yeah, it has cleaned up, and I went down, actually I took a break and went for a bit of a walk down the beach myself, and I've noticed just to the left of the competition area, all the locals have gone and parked up on the hill there in a beautiful little advantage point to check out all the afternoon's heats. And it's a little up the hill at the cricket ground in Sydney there, and all the locals have gathered. There's a bit of riff-raff up there, a lot of excitement, and yeah, there's a really good vibe out there on the hill watching the heats go down. But there is a really nice air of optimism with those advancements of the Japanese surfers this afternoon.
Scores in for last of Prestwich, just a slight change for him. It's a 6-2-3, so he betters his 6-1-7, increasing his lead. We're standing by, though, for last of. Christie, you made a great point. It's going to change things quite a bit. He opened up with a 7-8-3. He was lacking a backup. That's about to change, though, as that next score comes through, and this is live action here for Prestwich. Bit of a speed turn to set things up for this inside racetrack. Drives the bottom turn out. Nice snap right there in the hook. Carves it back. I think he'll get one more turn here. And there it is. So Prestwich staying busy. He is looking to better a low score now of a 6-2-0, currently our heat leader, but he will drop to second here in a moment when Christie posts his score. Christie in second place, currently in the blue, only looking for a 4.6. And there it is. It's an 8.40 for Christie. We mentioned yesterday he had a pair of 8s. This heat right now, he's got an 8.4 and a 7.83. He's out in first. Prestwich now in second. And look how he's just separated himself from the pack, Christie. Prestwich in second, looking for a 10-point ride in the red. Clark in third in the green, requiring a 7.33. And Josh Burke in the white. He is standing by for his third score, currently in need of a 5.93. And we're about to see a change between Burke potentially and Prestwich. Burke all the way in fourth at the moment, but not needing much to take that second place position from Prestwich.
Yeah, we've been waiting quite a while actually for Josh Burke's third score to come in, and he rode that wave quite a while back there. So the score's coming in, and Josh Burke would have been waiting anxiously for this score, a 6.97. He's now in second place. Slade Prestwich, you're looking for a 7.24, and Taylor Clark an 8.37. Now Rick Christie, 16 points plus, and that is Todd Klein's benchmark score for progression so far in this round 3. He's up above that 16-point mark, Todd Klein, and you could be pretty well reassured to say that Rick Christie is going to go on to convert this heat. So it's going to come down to who is going to feel that second position. Right now, Joshua Burke sitting on a 13.47, so he's really going to have to improve on one of his scores, a 6.5 and a 6.97, similar score. So he's going to need one big KO punch in this heat to hold on to that second position and advance into the next round. Slade Prestwich, he's been a very consistent performer, 6.1, 6.2, 6.2 and a 6.07, so incredibly consistent. He's just going to have to now step it up and add something to his scoreline to make that difference there, because Taylor Clark, once again, a 4.5, 5.1, 4.3. A lot of consistent scores coming in this heat, Todd. So a lot of waves being ridden, and reasonably good ones, because the scores are in that mediocre to good range. Here he is, Prestwich.
Hold the phone, look for something big right here. It's a good-looking wave, nice drift to open things up. Goes low road, nice double up here in front of him. Beautiful hack, drifts the fins. And straight back up into the whitewater, pushing on the tail once again. He's going to like the performance on that wave right there for Last of Red, Prestwich. And he needed it. He needed a 7.24 to regain that second place position from Josh. And our current heat leader, Ricardo Christie, he's been the man to beat right now. He's currently in 12th place in the standings on the World Qualifying Series. And he had a win earlier this year at the Martinique Surf Pro in a QS 3000. So he's had a taste of victory, and he'd love to sip from that again here at this event, being a 6,000. Look at this wave out the back for green. A little bit late setting up that bottom turn to get things started, but he gets up into the lip twice. Taylor Clark from the USA, and finishing real strong there and redirects. So a good answer there from Clark.
It was a good answer for Clark, but I think our Slady Prestwich is really going to almost shut that door with that last wave performance. He's got 4 6s. We said he needs to come up with something special, and he has. So for scores to go north of that 6+, he's looking up around very close to an 8-pointer, add a backup of a 6.23, and he's going to be right up there in that advancement situation and make things very tough for Joshua Burke and Taylor Clark. So
look at you go, Pitsy. Scores dropping right now, right there in that excellent range like you predicted. So you've got a second gig. If this doesn't work out for you, they could use you up on the panel potentially.
Okay, thank you, Todd Klein. You're a fine young man.
8.07 for Prestwich, just like Matthew Pitts predicted. So Prestwich now back in second place. Josh Burke now looking for a 7.34. It's going to be his best wave thus far if he's able to find it. He is in third place in the white jersey. Taylor Clark, we're standing by for his last wave, where he was able to execute some nice turns on his backhand and then redirect. Stand by for Last of Green. Currently, he needs a 9.20. A lot of time left, though, on that clock, Pitsy. 6 minutes on the clock here in heat number 9.
There certainly is. So, according to Todd Klein's qualification, we're talking advancement score. 16 points is going to be necessary. Rick Christie up and riding.
He's going to go big. Right out the back. That's where he's going to go. Have a look. Scores in for Last of Clark. It's his best wave. It's a 7.43. He needed an excellent score. Now the situation for the surfer in fourth, now requiring a 6.88. This is going to be a battle till the end. 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And Clark just put himself right back in it. He's on another good-looking wave here. Straight up. Catches the edge. Goes down. So not what he needed. But what it does do is it gives him an opportunity to get back out there with plenty of time on the clock. First priority is sitting with our surfer from Barbados, Josh Burke. He's got 5 minutes on the clock to find a score of a 7.34.
So the surfer in red would have been, letting out a sigh of relief when he had that 8.07, moving up into second place. But he's back on alert now because Taylor Clark, as you said, a 7.43. He's in striking distance for a 6.88. 5 minutes left in this heat. And as we've seen throughout the day, slow starts and some real hot and heavy finishes to these heats. And this heat is shaping up to be no different.
Looks like coming up next, Tomas Hermes from Brazil up against Jesse Mendez from Brazil. Jacob Wilcox from Australia and another Brazilian, Aleo Muniz. So 3 Brazilians, 1 Australian coming up next in heat number 10.
Yeah, that is going to be an incredible heat right there. Jacob Wilcox has been a real standout, and the judges have been loving the way he surfs.
Well, he's going to have to bring it. That's going to be a tough one there for him. Currently, #1 in the world on the World Surf League qualifying series is Jesse Mendez, and he's still going in this event coming up next.
Yeah, we saw Jesse Mendez in the last round with a very cool, calm and casual performance. Took the heat down very easily. Probably wasn't easy, but he made it look easy. So in the water's edge here, surfer in red, getting ready to paddle out, Alejo Menez. Alejo, incredible competitor as well. A lot of experience. He's had some big wins on the QS Tour. He's had some great performances on the CT Tour as well. He seems to have a good relationship with South Africa. He's had some good results up there in Durban and as well at J-Bay. So,
yeah, I think it was 2013, to your point, that Aleo took out that big event, the U.S. Open of Surfing over in Huntington Beach. So no stranger to winning big QS events. And we'll see if he could do it here in Japan. We're still a ways away from a podium, but you can't get there without making it through this round, round 3. So a great heat coming up next. 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Christie in the blue, still in first. Prestwich sitting in second, wearing the red, looking for an 8.17. And the battle really in this heat right now is for that second place position. Josh Burke still holds that first priority in the white, requiring a 7.34, and Taylor Clark in the green, sitting in fourth. Actually needs less than Josh does because he has a 7.43. Taylor Clark looking for a 6.88. So, you know, if you're not going to advance, obviously you want to get into third. You get more points and more money, and Clark could do that, but Clark's not looking for a third in this one. He wants to get up into second. He needs a 6.88.
well, time is ticking away here, and it seems to be passing by pretty quickly, much to Slade Prestwich's delight. Down the beach, we got a bit of a paddle. Taking a look. All-important wave coming up for Joshua Burke, holding down priority, and he needs a 7.34. We've got a paddle here. Rick Christie taking a look. The heat leader, in and out, just a short ride. So, can the surfer in white upset Slade Prestwich by getting another wave, belting out a few big manoeuvres, and creating an upset there for Slade Prestwich? Joshua Burke from Barbados. Taylor Clark taking a look. Green, up and riding. 6.88 required. In and out. So white still with that priority. And this is going to be a long minute for Slade Prestwich. We got a paddle. Red.
Keep an eye on that right there, because that could have possibly relinquished the priority for Burke. It looked like he did make a paddle for that. So there it goes. It did swing. So a concerted effort to try and catch that wave for Burke. He lost priority. Right behind him, Prestwich does the same thing. So the priority buoy, it's a bit of a hot potato right now. Seems like nobody wants it. So time winding down, 40 seconds on the clock. Now Burke without priority. He currently holds a second priority because our first place position surfer, Christie from New Zealand, has first priority. But I think it's a better position actually for Burke. He just needs to go get a wave.
I'll tell you what, if Prestwich hangs on here, he's really dodged a bullet, because that was a big priority blunder right there. And it's almost like he went, oh, well, whatever, I'll just hope the time runs out. And he could get very lucky here. But if White was to get another wave, Red would only have himself to blame by leaving that door open.
Unfortunate there for Burke and Clark. So unofficially Clark in fourth, Burke in third. Moving on into round 4, Prestwich and Christie. Stay with us. Heat number 10 coming up next. Round 3 action.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Round 3 of the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, out in the water. You are now watching heat number 10. In the red, Aleo Muniz from Brazil, Jacob Wilcox in the blue, representing Australia, Tomas Hermes from Brazil in the white, and Jesse Mendez in the green. So 3 Brazilians, 1 Australian, a stacked heat, and right out of the gates, we're going to start out with our Australian on the backhand. Wilcox, vertical. Bottom turn straight back up into the lip right there. So a 1-2 punch to open things up for the Australian. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. And Pitsy, as we look at that last wave, will that stay in the score line for Wilcox? Hello?
Good question. It was a well-surfed wave for what was on offer. Whether it's still there at the end of the heat, I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I think that's a safe one.
And I like the way Jesse Mendez, he was hot on his heels. He wanted to spoil the party for Wilcox on that wave, but I was unable to get across when Wilcox takes off. And I think it was actually a 1-2-3 punch for Jacob Wilcox on that. 3 little turns. So a reasonable score coming through here for the surfer in blue. Definitely a positive start to this heat, Todd Klein.
Yeah, no, it's always good to get on the board, and it very well could stay in a scoreline. It's a good start, 5.77 for first up blue, Wilcox, and so he will take an early lead here in this one. 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves at the end of this heat will determine who is our winner for heat number 10, round 3 action. We got 2 more heats to go. We will call it a day. Local time here in Japan is 4 p.m., so it's late afternoon. We had a lot of rain this morning, and we were able to kick things off early, but we actually put things on standby midday due to the low tide, as we see Aleo Muniz opening up with a beautiful gaff straight up into that next section, showing a little frustration as he got hung up on the second turn, but showing you just a little bit of what he's got to offer on that first turn. And 1 of 3 Brazilians in this heat, Aleo Muniz, and now right behind him, Tomas. Beautiful opening turn. Momentum into the next one, slams the oncoming section. And that will be the opener for Tomas. So only one surfer has yet to not catch a wave, and that is our surfer in green, Jesse Mendez. Another blazing performance for our surfer from New Zealand, Ricardo Christie, 8.40, 7.83, getting the win in heat number 9. He's standing by now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. All right, standing next to me, the perfect winner for round 3, heat 9, Ricardo Christie. Good to be back again, right?
Yeah, stoked.
So the wave seems to be the best of the day. Did you feel that too?
Yeah, the tide's come in, so it's like it's got more open face, so you can actually kind of do some turns if you get the right wave. Yeah.
And everyone was really busy during the heat, but you scored 8.40 and 7.83. Did you feel that comfortable?
Yeah, I was just wanted to make sure I got some opportunity, and I was lucky I got a couple that I could surf. So yeah, I'm happy to move through.
And I'm sure you were on the heat number 1 this morning, right? And you heat 2, right? How was the condition?
Yeah, it was pretty similar, to be honest. The tide was a bit lower, but yeah, pretty similar. The same kind of lumps come through, and same size waves, same things. Pretty much just repetitious.
Okay, first wave for red. Great, so you're ready for the next round for tomorrow?
Yeah, not sure what it's going to be like. Probably the same size, but I think the wind might be a bit different tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be sunny, hot, and wind's going to be offshore.
Yeah, I know that's dangerous. It means the swell's going to blow away. Hopefully it's still there in the morning.
Good luck with your next heat, and thank you so much. Congratulations to Ricardo Christie. Back to you. Thank you.
Christie cracking himself up there in that post-heat interview, and I'm kind of with him, though. You got to be careful with those offshores. As much as it sounds good on paper, groomed faces, as we know, when we have a wind swell, when the winds go offshore, it can sometimes pull down that swell that we do have out there. But we'll see how we go tomorrow. We know that this low that was over us is going to continue to move north, and we will see hopefully some sunny skies tomorrow. But more importantly, we want to see some surf. Scores starting to drop for first of white, and that noise you just heard was Matthew Pitts dropping his candy, or his lolly as you say in Australia, on the ground. So Tomas opening up with looks to be the best of the first exchange, a 6.9 there for Tomas. And Wilcox in second with his opener of a 5.77. Muniz, his opener of 5.57. And Mendez with that first priority now. He actually doesn't have priority because he's up and riding.
Yeah, we saw Jesse Mendez being patient and waiting, and it seems like he kind of lets the other surfers get out of the gates, and then he sits there with priority and gets quite selective, and it's worked for him so far. Let's see when that next wave score comes in on whether it's going to work for him again here in this heat. Number 10, round number 3.
Oh my. What are we going to do? 18 minutes, 20 seconds. And haven't seen that score in that 7-point range. We talked about it. You start to separate yourself from the pack if you can do that. Knocking on that score was Tomas. I liked his performance on that wave. Nice, smooth style. Transitioning from one maneuver to another. And here we go. Quick snap. Straight up into that section. Aleo. So that'll be the second wave there for our surfer in red. It'll put him up to an early lead. And now behind him, Jacob. Beautiful turn there. Blows the tail out, though. It looks like he was almost off his board, but was able to pull it off. So Wilcox throwing it down on that final maneuver there, really committing and putting everything into it.
He did, but I think it's going to be a half-half sort of incomplete kind of impression left with the judges. So that's not going to finish in his top 2. But Jacob Wilcox just trying to stay busy here because he knows he's up against a hungry hive of Brazilian service. Thomas Hermes, Jesse Mendez, and Alejo Muniz. And he knows these guys ain't going to be sitting around. They're going to be getting busy, and they are going to be throwing scores at him left, right, and center.
First of green, 6.23, Mendez. He jumps right up into second place. Scores coming in now for second of red, second of blue, and second of green. Stay tuned for the updated situation. You can see blue there looking back, listening to the beach commentator update the situation as it's coming through. Last of red, a 5.80. So now Muniz jumps up into first. Tomas drops to second. And now last of blue, 2.57. So Wilcox jumps up to second. And Tomas drops all the way to third. And now Tomas in the white looking for a 1.44. He'll wait out there with that first priority. And we're standing by for the second wave of Mendez, currently in fourth, looking for a 2.11. And it looks like potentially Tomas will drop all the way to fourth before he's able to get his second wave. But he does have the single best wave of the heat thus far.
So there you go, Todd Klein. A tactical pattern seemed to be forming there for Jesse Mendez of Brazil, where he lets the surfers get waves, grabs priority, sits, gets patient, and then drops a nice score, 6.23 to open up his account. Now let's see. He's got one more surfer to let pass him by, and then he will be back in that priority situation. And let's just see if he does it again. But Jesse Mendez has got a little combination that has been working for him, and a little system there going, and it's been very successful so far in this event.
That's been very successful for him this year, 2017. He's currently number 1 on the QS. He's got a big win down at the Australian Open of Surfing, and here we go, Tomas. He's currently in third, looking for a 1.44, throwing it all on the line in that maneuver right there, lays it back, pushes hard on the tail, and pulls it off. So stay tuned for last of Tomas. He was currently looking for a 1.44, no problem with that, and then some. Going back to Mendez, as I mentioned, opened up with a big win down in Australia at the Australian Open of Surfing, QS 6000. That's a big one for him to kick things off here in 2017. And then he got a runner-up at another QS 6000 at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. So this guy's been stepping up at the big events this year so far on the QS. And once again, finds himself currently in round 3.
Yeah, Mendez got second to Jago Dora at that event up there in Newcastle. And that final was exciting stuff. I think Jago Dora put the whole world on notice by the performance of his surfing in that final. It was unbelievable.
Well, I think he put the whole world on notice with that runner-up, semifinal finish. In the third place, he got runner-up in the semifinals to Adriano de Souza at the last event at the Oi Rio Pro.
Well, they were already on notice before that.
No,
they were
they were still questioning.
I know.
And
I wasn't, because he was on my fantasy turf team.
Unfortunately, though, we lost him already in this event, and the good news is, though, he is packed up and he is headed to Fiji as a wild card in the next event. So going back-to-back on the championship tour as a wild card, and I talked to him, and he is excited for the opportunity to compete in that event as a wild card.
I bet he would be. But, yeah, Jesse Mendez now with priority, and let's see how he uses it. And for all you young fellas out there watching, wanting to know how to go about surfing heats, take a page out of Jesse Mendez's book, because it's working.
Take a page out of Tomas's book. He just posted a 7.9, and now the surfer in white goes all the way to first. Muniz drops to second. Surfer in red looking for an 8.63. And Mendez on the outside looking in at this point. Our current number one in the world on the qualifying series finds himself in third place with 13 minutes on the clock, looking for a 5.74. And Wilcox in the blue looking for a 6.20, but stand by for last of red. He is building strength in this heat. He opened up with a 5.57 Muniz. He then backed it up with a 5.8. Then his third wave was a 6.17. His fourth wave is going to be better, so be on alert for Muniz. Muniz, he is building house right now, as they say, and gaining momentum.
Well, good on you, Todd Klein. One thing very encouraging is Thomas Hermes coming off an injury. First event in a long time, as he was saying, coming off that injury, but he said he's trained hard and he considers himself to be fitter and surfing better than ever. A 6.9, a 7.90, some incredible stuff going down here from Thomas Hermes, and it's really great for him to be back as strong as ever. He mentioned it was just an injury. He didn't say what it actually was, but he said he hasn't surfed for 4 or 5 months since Hawaii. So there you go, Thomas Hermes back better than ever. Alejo Muniz with a 7.0, but Jesse Mendez, there he is. Cool, calm, and collected. With priority, needing a 6.9. He's, yep, I know that. Got it. So let's wait and see Jesse Mendez strike back. And then we've got the young Aussie, Jacob Wilcox, not to be underestimated, because young Jacob is surfing really incredibly this event. So sharp and precise with his backhand approach, and don't count him out for a second either. So 11 minutes on the clock, a lot of action to come before this heat is done. Heat 10, round 3, Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro here at Shida Beach in the Ichinomiya town in the Chiba Prefecture on the island of Honshu. Yeah. Hokkaido, the top island, Honshu, the middle island, Kyushu, the bottom, and then we've got Okinawa down the bottom. So there you have it, Todd Klein, the breakup. It's a bit like Tassie down the bottom of Australia there.
Yeah, mate.
You knew that, eh?
Good
Little
on
Tassie
ya.
Devils.
Yeah, good on you. 10.5 minutes to go. Heat number 10 in the lineup, and the 3 Brazilians. Well, we got 2 of them at the top, and they're stacked at the top. You've got Tomas in first, Aleo in second, Jesse in third, looking for a 6.95, and our surfer from Australia currently in fourth in the blue, looking for a 7.40. Got plenty of time, though, on that clock. Mendez holding that priority, as Matthew Pitts has just indicated. And the conditions definitely cleaning up. We had hard on shores throughout the day while we had rainy conditions. A lot of our fans have made their way back down to the beach. We've seen a couple of our Japanese competitors making it through this afternoon. Just a few moments ago in heat number 8, it was won by Hiroto Arai from Japan. We lost Igarashi in heat number 7, but in heat number 6 we also got another win for Japan, and it was Hiroto Ohara. So the Hirotos flying the flag proud today here for Japan.
Yeah, and I guess the highlight of today was the clutch performance from Ohara, because 15 minutes into the heat, he basically did not have a score to speak of, and then the pressure built. He saved his priority, bang, and then he came back.
In the next heat, we've got another Japanese competitor coming up, the Chiba kid, Tanner Gudauskas. So we'll see. He's been adopted now by the Japanese fans with all of his social media antics. And he loves Japan. And so the Chiba kid coming up next, Tanner Gudauskas, up against Beric de Vries and his brother, Patrick Gudauskas. So a battle in the Shogun going down in the next one. And don't count out Sandon Whitaker. We saw him on his backhand in this event so far. That's going to be a great heat coming up in heat number 11.
Wow. Well, the positive vibe Warriors coming up against each other. Are they going to work together in this heat, or are they going to be like at each other's throats?
I'm not sure. I've never sat around the campfire with both of them, and we'll soon find out.
Why? Well, exciting stuff coming up in the next heat. Todd Klein, never a dull moment. And at the moment, Thomas Hermes out in front. Alejo Meniz in second. Jesse Mendez third place, looking for a 6.95, still holding that priority. Jacob Wilcox in fourth and second priority, looking for a 7.40. So Jacob Wilcox still in this heat, just coming up on your screen there, out the back. Little splash of the water, there it is. The splash of the water is the calling of the sets. So any minute now, we'll see a wave come to Jacob Wilcox, and he'll be striking back at the Brazilians, who are holding first, second and third position in this heat at the moment. So a little downtime in the heat, in the heat at the moment, but every now and again, you know, it's nice to take a bit of a breather. Todd Klein,
let it breathe, and this is the moment that we usually start to see these heats really start to turn the volume up. It's on that 7-minute mark. We've seen a lot of heats come down to the last 5 minutes. I don't foresee this one being any different. All of these surfers are still very much in the mix. You've got Mendez, though, that's held this priority for a long time again. It was a bit of a hot potato there for a while. No one wanted it. But Mendez has kept it in his front pocket for quite a while. We'll see if he's going to turn it in or not. Sometimes we see competitors sit on it a little bit too long, and hopefully that's not the case here for Mendez, looking for a 6.95. Second priority with our surfer in blue, who's currently in fourth. So the two surfers that need scores to get up into advancement, Wilcox looking for a 7.4. Those two surfers have first and second priority.
Well, in this particular situation, I'm going to say he's not holding on to it for too long because there's not a lot going on around him. Now, if we had guys taking off and riding waves left, right and centre, and he was still sitting there, fair enough, Todd Klein. But as we've seen, there's been a bit of downtime in the heat, so still sitting there with priority has definitely got to be a good position to be in, especially when you only need a 6.95 when you're a surfer of Jesse Mendez's caliber.
Well,
So
I think just to the north, Green just caught a wave, Mendez. So stand by for scores of Mendez. As I heard the beach announcer there, and we saw the priority shift.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see what went on there. But here we go, a paddle, using priority now. This is Jacob Wilcox, and he's a dangerous young man. Bang, up in the lip on his backhand. Straight out of that one, up into another one. Backside reverse. Great stuff from Jacob Wilcox. And as we expected, fireworks from him. And he's on a way to coming back into this heat, needing a 7.40. The judges are going to like that. And it's all going to depend. The all-important score is what Jesse Mendez did on that last wave.
Well, I did catch a glimpse. It was on the backhand. So this was last up blue. Beautiful opening turn, and this was the money one, though. He put it all on the line. It was all or nothing. He knew it was going to be a 1-2 combo, and that second one, he blows the tail out, spins it around on the backhand. So a very impressive performance there for Wilcox, standing by for scores for last of green and last of blue. Will it change the current standings as we see White now, our current heat leader, looking to better a 6.90. Fast runner here. Gets out on the open face, setup turn, jams it straight up into that second one. Bit of a 2-for-1 there, and a third maneuver to finish up. So Tomas looking to better a 6.9.
I tell you what, Tomas is looking very strong, isn't he? He's looking really fit, and he's looking super confident. And he is just hacking into these waves. Incredible stuff from Thomas Hermes, holding on to that first place. Alejo Muniz in second. Jesse Mendez scores to come in. Here is Hermes's replay. Just a nice carve to keep the speed back up into the lip. A little layback hack to finish. Don't think it'll go into his top two, but still just a positive performance to keep the heat rolling and keep the momentum up. Thomas Hermes, Jacob Wilcox's scores starting to trickle in. It is going to go very close here, Todd Klein. He needs a 7.4.
Keep an eye on Mendez.
Oh, I will. We will. We all will.
Because it's also starting to trickle in. So this is going to be very close. It looks like as far as that exchange went between green and blue, they're going to be very similar in scores. And at the moment, Mendez does hold the better wave at the moment, so it's going to go into his scoreline. So hypothetically, if they both got sevens, Mendez is going to be in a better position than Wilcox. And scores still continuing to drop. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We knew it was going to come down to the dying minutes of this heat, and it's not going to be done yet. I think we'll see another exchange, and we will see it come down to the wire. Heat number 10 on the line right now for advancement. As I'm looking at Jesse Mendez, I mentioned he's currently number 1 in the world on the QS. He's got a current total of his best 5 results at 10,980, and it's actually for his best 4 at the moment. The estimation for this year to, at the end of the year, to qualify for next year's championship tour is around that 18,000 mark. So if he could win this event, Pitsy, I know we got a long ways to go, but if he could put another 6,000 in his score line, he'd be looking very good. Scores in for Last of Green, 7.13, jumps to second. Now this surfer up and riding has dropped to third, requiring a 6.37, still standing by for Last of Wilcox. But just like that, Mendez jumps up into second place, Pitsy.
So just for the kids at home watching, wanting to know how to surf a heat, you see what he did. He sat on that priority. Sat on the priority, wave choice, all important, and converted. That's the all important thing. There's no point in sitting on priority, getting the wave, and then getting a 1. Whereas this guy sits on it, gets the wave, and converts the scores.
Wilcox, 7.23. So it does go into his scoreline, helps the situation, but he still sits in 4th place. Our surfer in blue requires a 6.13 now. Muniz looking for a 6.37. 1 minute, 50 seconds on the clock. So as we anticipated, a potential buzzer beater could happen right here. A lot of nails being bitten by the fans of these surfers in the water because we don't know when this heat ends who is going to advance.
Well, look who's got priority, and look who's going to go and shut Wilcox out. Jesse Mendez in green from Brazil. He is the number 1 ranked surfer on the QS at the moment. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Jacob Wilcox looking for a 6.13, a very doable score. So, will he get another chance? Or will Mendez shut him down?
Scores dropping for Last of Muniz. We still are waiting for that right-hander. He's looking for a 6.37. It looks like it's going to fall short of that, so Muniz is still going to need a wave with 1 minute on the clock. And you can see Jesse paddling frantically. There it is, Last of Red, 5.83. White, current heat leader up and riding. Tomas, quick snap. Snaps it back again. He still has a score coming in from the wave before as well. So look at the transition there through that flat section, keeping it rail to rail. And slams it again. So a very small wave, but an amazing performance there for this fella from Brazil. Out the back, forehand air reverse. Jesse Mendez, just to give you a little bit of an exclamation point on potentially moving on in to round 4. 25 seconds. Muniz, where is he? He's looking for a 6.37. Surfer in red. There he is out the back. He's paddling. And he's up and riding. Snaps it back. Straight up into that section. Kind of trying to make the most out of a wave that's not offering much. And I'm going to have to say it's looking like Tomas Hermes in first, Mendez in second, unfortunately there for Muniz in third, and Wilcox in 4th. What a performance for the 2 Brazilians, first and second. Coming up next, heat number 11, round 3.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ
Fine, back on the beach. Now, there was fireworks, firecrackers. There was a bonfire at the end of that heat. All the surfers getting waves. Jacob Wilcox, unable to convert. He had it all to do. The 3 Brazilian surfers caught waves, left him out there by himself. But unfortunately for Jacob, he was unable to find a wave to allow him to get that 6.13. Hermes, Mendes, Alejo Muniz scores sort of trickling in there, but I don't think that Alejo's score is going to be enough to get him up into that second place. I've been wrong before. Todd Klein, all those scores, are they in yet?
Well, I'm just going to go and make a point as I'm looking at the current standings. I've said in the past in these heats, if you can get a 7 or better, you separate yourself from the pack. Every one of these surfers had a 7 in that last heat.
Wow.
And that's why it came down to the wire. That's why we're still standing by for scores. But I still think it's based on what we watched towards the end of that heat. It's going to be Tomas with the win, Jesse Mendez in second, but we have to wait till all the scores have posted to make it official.
Mendez with a 5.77 for that air reverse that we saw the end of.
5.33 for last of Muniz. Not going to change things for him. Still looking for a 6.37. Scores dropping for last of Tomas. 5.27. Doesn't go into his score line. So this next heat, heat number 11, is currently on standby till we get this heat finalized from heat number 10. And there it is. So it is going to be Tomas with the win, Mendez in second, Muniz in third, and Wilcox in fourth. And now we will kick off heat number 11. In the red, Tanner Gadauskas. In the blue, Beric de Vries from South Africa. The other Gadauskas, not Dane, but this one being Pat. Pat Gadauskas in the white, and Sandon Whitaker in the green. So what a great heat that was, and I anticipate this one to be no different.
Yep, the little Aussie battler, Sandon Whitaker, up against the Gudang brothers and Beric de Vries. So, Todd, we've got 2 big heats to wrap up today's action out in the water. I can tell by the way you talk about these brothers that they're your favourites. Tanner Gadauskas is my favourite last year, and he's looking like another favourite this year. Tanner Gadauskas on his backhand, but Pato Gadauskas, ex-WCT competitor.
So is Tanner. Both those boys. So they know what it tastes like to be on that grand stage, and they want to get back there.
Can you just let me go?
Yeah, buddy, we're working together.
Okay.
We got to keep these boys informed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
You'll be right.
Yeah, good on you. Good on you, Todd Klein. So the good vibe warriors are out there. Let's spread the vibe. And the positive vibe warriors. Yes, sir, Todd Klein. I'm new at this, you know. I don't hang around them that often, but I'm getting it slowly but surely. The good vibe warriors. Sorry, the positive vibe warriors. Beric de Vries. It's been a long day, Todd Klein. 2 heats to go, you little beauty. And Sandon Whitaker from Australia in green. 23 minutes on the clock. And the ocean has just gone a little bit quiet.
Yeah, we just kicked this one off. You know, we're only 2 minutes into it, and we've seen all of these heats for the most part come down to those final minutes. That last heat, once again, was one of those heats that came down to the end. And Tomas was one of the ones that led kind of throughout that heat. But Jesse Mendez, he got busy on about that 8-minute mark, and that's where he kind of solidified his second place position. And it was a battle then for Muniz and Wilcox to try and get the scores that they needed to advance. But unfortunately, they were unable to find those scores. Tomas, maybe we can find out what the injury was that he had that kept him out for so long. Here we go, Chiba Kid on the backhand, Tanner Gadauskas. Open things up, a little bit of a setup turn, waiting for this wave to double up. Nice snap, and he's going to get one more. So a beautiful pivot there, and great wave to open up there for Tanner. Now behind him, Sandon. This kid impressed me in the last round. He's also a goofy footer out here in these challenging beach break conditions. Watch this. Nice jam right there in front of Gadauskas. Snaps it back again. And this wave's cooperating with him. Doubles up one more time. So Sandon getting a really good wave there to open up his campaign for green.
Yeah, a real mongrel dog approach there from Sandon. He just ripped everything out of that wave. And I noticed prior to that, Tanner Gadauskas has changed his equipment to a shorter, wider surfboard for the higher tide here this afternoon, and looking electric on that board.
Alrighty, well that last one was a highly contested one. We had 3 Brazilians, 1 Australian, and the winner of that heat was Tomas Hermes from Brazil with a 6.90, a 7.90, and taking out heat number 10. Tomas standing by now.
You're watching World Surf League QS 6000. Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 3, heat 10, Tomas Hermes. Well, great to be back here, right?
Yeah, I'm so happy to be back here for sure.
I'm so happy to see you smiling. So your laid back was gorgeous. You were scoring 7.90 for the big laid back.
Yeah, the waves right there was really hard to find a good one. I have just one opportunity to get a big turn, and
Just getting the game started.
I'm
We'll
go
have those
I'm go fire for
scores
this
you
turn,
guys in
and
just a moment.
I'm happy to make this turn, but I'm so happy because Jesse make the hit in the last minute. He's my roommate were here, and both make the hit is so good. I'm so happy for sure.
Right, 3 Brazilians were in the heat, right?
Yeah,
Right,
3
Kevin,
Brazilians
your
and
first wave was a 6.67.
3 good friends. I'm so sad for
Second
Alejo
wave
for
was
sure,
open
but
drive was a 6.17.
I'm here with Jesse,
Right
and
now,
I'm
third
so happy
priority is
that
red.
both
Fourth
guys
priority
make
is
sure of me
green. Just
and
over
Jesse.
20 minutes remaining.
So how's your board working?
My breaker work is pretty good, and I'm in surf with Xanadu boards, and X16 model is working really good in small waves, and yeah, that's it. I'm feeling really good.
What's the best way to make that kind of a laid back in this kind of way? Can you give us a tip or advice?
I don't know. I think when I put jerseys on and I'm go big, and you never know. It's like I'm try airs, layback, and everything in the heat, and I'm go for I grab this, like.
You have the strong mental strength, right?
Yeah, for sure. When the put jerseys on, go ahead.
So good luck with your next heat.
For sure. Thank you so much. I'd like to say hello for my family, my wife and home. A todo mundo do Brasil, obrigado. Sei que aí é cedo. Obrigado por estar aqui assistindo.
Obrigado. Congratulations to Tomas Hermes. Back to you. Thank you. Great work.
Congratulations to Tomas, and congratulations to Jesse as well. Sounds like they're traveling together, so the travel partners making it in to round 4. So good on those boys, and unfortunate there for Alejo and Jacob. And now we shift gears to heat number 11 out in the lineup. Scores in for first of red, Tanner Gudauskas, a 6.67. First of green, Santa, we saw him going on his backside as well. He was rewarded a 6.17. Pat Gudauskas, Bedek the Freeze, yet to catch a wave, and here goes the Freeze. Nice looking wave. Sets up a beautiful bottom turn straight up into it. Nice opening turn. Jams it straight up into that next section. Comes out with more speed than he went in, and a big layback. So look for a solid score already here for De Vries. And this wave really cooperating, Pitsy. What a start here for the South African.
That's going to go close to, well, I'm going to say close to 9 points.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be well up there, and a great start for him. We talk about the importance of getting at least a single wave to kind of separate yourself from the pack, and De Vries at this point is going to do that.
Geez, I tell you what, when surfers paddle out in the heat, they're wondering what is the scoring potential out here for the conditions that we've got to deal with. And, 6 and 7s, and this, you'd think with Tanner Gudauskas a 6.6 and Sandon a, 6.17, yeah, great, a confident start, you beauty. They turn around and Beric De Vries looks like he's going to go and drop a 9-point ride, and they'll just be going, whoa, hang on a second. We've been looking for the wrong waves because there's better ones coming in now.
Yeah, no, that was a great wave, and I don't even think he thought when he got to his feet that it was going to be as good as it was, because it looked like it was going to be done at one point, and he just stuck with it, and it just kept reforming across that shallow part on the bank. That part where he was able to get probably 2 or 3 more maneuvers, Pitsy, was dry earlier. When we went on standby, that's because we were on a negative tide, and it was completely dry sand. Well, now that is where you're seeing these waves reform, give them some vertical face to work with, where on the lower tide, you couldn't even ride there. So a great call by the contest director and head judge. Scores dropping for last of blue. Going to be up in that excellent range, no doubt. How deep will it be? There it is. It's an 8.17. De Vries on his first wave sets the tone here in heat number 11. Whitaker has a second wave of a 4.40, so an early lead for our surfer in green. He opened up with a 6.17. He backed it up with a 4.40 and out to an early lead. De Vries in second. Gudauskas, he has a 6.67. He requires a 1.51. And Pat Gadauskas in the white, he requires an 8.18. So Gadauskas, a little bit of a slow start here for him.
Yeah, interesting. Pato, as you said, slow to get started. His brother out of the gates with a 6.67. Now getting back to Beric's wave, he gets that wave at the beginning of the heat, and it's a little bit of an unknown quantity because no one's really seen really nice waves like that come through. He got up on the wave, and it was almost like it was a ride of discovery. It was like, oh, nice, over the top of this one. Whoa, another section, and here's another one, and here's another one. Ended up with an 8.17. Now, if that was in the last 5 minutes, I think he would have taken off. He would have surfed it with a lot more desperation, and you could have seen him a little bit more aggressive and push that score even higher. But the wave being at the start of the heat, I got a feeling that just the feeling out period there may have left it about 8.17, but potentially that could have gone a lot higher.
Well, here he goes. This time he's going to go on the backhand to Fries. Nice opening snap, throw some spray. I loved how he pulled out that bottom turn, kind of almost faded a little bit there on that second bottom turn because he knew that was a short wave and he had to give that wave opportunity to get onto the bank, and he goes right back up into a second one. Here we go. Sandin. It looked like he wanted to break those fins loose. They kind of caught on him, and his foot slipped there after the fact, so not going to go into his score line unless he was able to get a couple maneuvers that we didn't see there at the beginning. And he did. So there it was, 2 maneuvers out the back, and this is where we caught him right here, where he goes down.
Wow, if he had converted that last turn, he would have backed up his 4.4, and he would have started looking pretty solid in his heat with 15 minutes left. Now, I just want to get back to the old, waves that you ride at the beginning of the heat. He's up and riding surfer in white. This is Pat Gadauskas, off and surfing. 2 nice turns. Little slam to finish.
Low road. Looked like that one was going to reform for him. So he waited 10 minutes to catch that first wave.
Yeah, well, 15 minutes to go. We've seen that happen a lot today. So Pat Gadauskas right in this heat now. The great Martin Potter, the year that he won the world title and arguably won 6 events in a row at the beginning of the year. He was unbeatable. And I remember sitting down to dinner with him in at the same Mishku we stayed in at Najima, and Potts was sitting out there, and he goes, Pitsy, when I get up, mate, my first couple of waves, I surf them to 60% of my ability, lock in a couple of scores, and then I turn up the volume. So that's sort of what I was alluding to with my comment, a wave of discovery, and he was feeling it out to get a score on the board, not realising that he was actually on a wave that's probably one of the best ones we've seen this afternoon.
Beric de Vries just backed it up with a 5.13 on that left. With that conversation with Potts, do you think that surfers can still employ that?
Yes, I do. Because, okay, let's see how Beric finished this heat up, because he's got an 8.17. So he's in a real good position. And all of these guys...
I didn't think he held back much on that wave. I saw on his second or third turn, I really liked it. He committed into a tight pocket and blew the tail out. He didn't just go through the motion and kind of set it up. So I'd like to personally see it again and have you break it down for me.
Yeah, it would be good if we could get that wave back up. But what I'm getting at here is you get a couple of it's the old cliche of building house. Guys get waves, they slowly build them, they get a medium score posted, and then they start going hard out in the last 5 minutes of a heat to improve on the position that they've already got. So anyway, an 8.17.
Yeah.
So more than likely he's going to advance.
He will do that. Standing by for Gadauskas opener, and like we said, Pat Gadauskas waited about 10 minutes to get that first wave. And we'll see how he comes through in this heat, because a slow start here for our surfer in white. And this is Beric de Vries once again on another great-looking wave. It's almost like he's at a different beach from these other competitors, Pitsy. Second turn here. Little runner across that inside shallow bank and finishes strong. So he's going to improve upon his current situation.
Yeah, really strong performance so far. Pat Gadauskas up into the lip. Carves it around and just milks another turn out of this wave. Low road from Todd Klein didn't quite cooperate for him. A 5.57 for Pato, and he's in the heat, and it is on. So Surfer in blue, third wave score to come in, and it's going to be a good one. Tanner Gadauskas opens up with a 6.67. He hasn't been able to back it up just yet, but he does have priority, and no doubt we will see him off and riding shortly. Here he goes. Now check the board, Todd Klein.
Yeah, nice jam there. Solid wave to start out. It looked like it was going to be a fantastic one, and he's reading it well. Look how he waited, went low road, got the double up. Little right-hand wedge here across the inside bank. He's able to get a couple of more turns off there. And finishes up right there on the inside. So Tanner Gadauskas backing up his first wave of a 6.67. 10 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Current situation is Beric de Vries in first, and we're still standing by for his third wave. I think he will potentially better his 5.13 that's currently in his score line. Whitaker in the green, sitting in second place, looking for a 7.14. And the surfer we just saw up and riding a moment ago, Tanner Gadauskas, looking for a 3.90. And his brother Pat looking for a 5.01. 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go. First priority with Whitaker. You can see him looking back there to the beach, potentially looking to make sure that he does have that first priority, possibly has a coach on the beach, maybe motioning where he should be sitting in the lineup. And as we anticipated, scores dropping for third wave of blue, and he will strengthen his lead. No doubt, live action white.
So Pato just backing up his first score of a 5.57. Nice combination of front side manoeuvres, showing a bit of variety there. So there's his answer back to his brother Tanner, who we just saw ripping that wave all the way into the shore break. Big guy, little board for Tanner Gadauskas. O'Hara, little guy, big board. So we've got a contrast of approaches here for the little stature guys riding bigger boards to make their turns look bigger. We've got this big guy, Tanner Gadauskas, now on a little shorter board. Todd Klein, you willing to comment?
Yeah, I'm still standing by for the third wave of de Vries. That's the one that's really got me interested. But as far as the board change, I can't recall exactly what Tanner was riding earlier, but definitely you've made note, and now that you've pointed it out, I see it as well. A little more width, a little less rocker on the board that Tanner is riding, or at least it appears to be.
He was on that orange board in the first heat.
Yep. And last of blue, there it is. It's a 7.10. De Vries strengthens his lead. Gadauskas just posted a 5.17 to back up his opener of a 6.67. So now Gadauskas bumps Sandin down. Our surfer in green, Whitaker, looking for a 5.68. And Pat Gadauskas still in the conversation, only looking for a 6.28. But a little bit of a slow start for Pat.
He's got one score to come. So, and it should be a reasonable score. Somewhere around that 5, 6-ish mark.
Potentially bettering his opener right now.
Potentially, yes.
But we'll see if it will be the 6.28 that's needed. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Chiba Kid feeling pretty good at the moment right there in red. He's sitting in second. Score is starting to post now for that last wave of Pat Gadauskas. And there he goes again, riding by. So he's been up and riding once again.
So interesting tactics here with one of the brothers sitting north of the contest area and Pato down here to the south. Both riding right-handers, but just off a different peak. So a 4.47 to Pat Gadauskas. 2 scores on the board, but still sitting down there in fourth place looking for a 6.28. 1 score to come in, because we did see him go past the screen, as you said, Todd. And now we got heat leader, surfer in blue, distancing himself from the pack. And it looks like we've still got a little bit of that south direction in the swell, with a few of the larger sets coming in just down to the middle to the north of the Judge Tower there. If you look way down to the southern side of this bay, there is a jetty that goes out that blocks some of the swell into the southern end of this beach that we're on, up and riding. Surfer in white. Just a little bit of a backhand hack to nothing there from Pat.
Yeah, he pushed the tail there. It was a great idea, but unfortunately right when he did that and blew the tail out, was riding backwards. That wave really flattened out and never gave him an opportunity to re-engage those fins and spin around. So not going to go into his score line, but there is a wave that we're standing by for that's coming through now, Pitsy. You said it was going to be a good one. It was not that 4.47 that we thought was the one you were talking about. It was the one that came after that you were talking about, and it's a 6.57. So Gadauskas, Pat, goes into second place.
Tanner Gadauskas now drops down to third. Our surfer in red looking for a 5.47. Whitaker goes all the way to fourth. So, like we've seen in the past, right on that 7-minute mark, things getting interesting.
The whistle's been blown and the game is on.
So Pakadauskas dropping that 6.57, his best wave so far, puts him right up there into that advancing position, dropping Tanner down. And Tanner now on the scramble looking for a 5.47. Whitaker, our surfer, in fourth, wearing the green. He has first priority, looking for a score of a 5.98. 6 minutes to go. Heat number 11 in the water. Coming up next, our final heat of the day. In the red, William Cardoza. In the blue, Luel Felipe. White, Maxime Husino. And Adam Melling in the green. That'll be our final heat of the day up next. And here we go, Tanner Gadauskas. Nice opening maneuver here. Snaps it back again. So 2 maneuvers, 2 clean ones. And one more little chop there off the top for the Chiba kid. And we'll see. Was it the score he needed of a 5.47?
I'm going to say no, because he just got a bit hung up in that big turn that was going to be the money turn on that wave. I think he's just struggling ever so slightly with the transition of the board change. The orange board was bigger, and when he threw the turns, they looked larger and more powerful. It now looks he's on this smaller, shorter board for the big frame. I just seem to think that he might be just overpowering the board ever so slightly. I think he's maybe underestimated the conditions just by a hair.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Maybe you've answered that question, or maybe you can go a little deeper. He won his heat earlier and advanced, and now he's into this round. Why would he change his equipment?
Well, I think he's obviously seen the tide come in and figured, well, higher tide, flatter, fatter faces, maybe a less punch in the wave.
Okay, well, we'll see if it pays off or does not pay off. And right now, Beric de Vries at the moment holding this lead down. He's pretty much held it since the beginning of this heat. Another good-looking right-hander here for him. And I love the way he's carrying his maneuvers and smooth transition there once again for de Vries. Looking to better a 7.10.
Yeah, I think he'll go very close, because I think he's getting just a little bit more vertical now.
Keep an eye on the scores dropping for Tanner Gadauskas in the red. His requirement is a 5.47, and it looks like he's going to potentially snatch that second position from his brother Pat with 4 minutes on the clock.
It's going to come down to the wire again, Todd Klein. 4 minutes left, as you said.
Whitaker with priority. And here he goes. He's going to cash it in. Little right-hand runner. He sees it going. He's trying to get that speed. Quick snap. And not going to be happy with that one. Behind him now, Pakadauskas. Nice opening carve. Beautiful snap there. Oncoming section. Rebounds off of it. And he's trying to keep that momentum through to the inside. He'll kick out. So standing by for a very important score of Tanner Gadauskas in the red, his third wave. And there it is. It's a 6.17. He moves into second. Pakadauskas drops down to third. Our surfer in white we just saw up and riding, now looking for a 6.28. Current heat leader. Bit of a victory lap here.
Wow, what a dial wave he's been in this heat. Everything he takes off on has turned to gold. Off the bottom, bang, up into the lip. Slides the tail, recovers. Throws it up there again. Incredible, strong performance here from the surfer in blue. Beric de Vries from South Africa.
Yeah, this is one of those heats he wishes he could replicate, and he would be on the championship tour. He, as you said, can do no wrong. Every wave he takes off on turns to gold. And look at that little drift of the fin, and then slams that section as well. So de Vries on fire in heat number 11. Out the back, Whitaker, 6.68 score is needed. Nice opening turn, follows it up with another and a third. So a little bit repetitious, but nonetheless, top to bottom surfing there for Whitaker. Looking for that 6.68. What'd you think of that, Pitsy?
Yeah, very aggressive ride from him, and you can see the contrast of styles in this heat. And Whitaker, definitely the most aggressive with his approach. You've got Beric de Vries with that smooth, stylish approach, putting on the rail, very precise. Tanner, powerful, fast, and then you've got Paddy Gadauskas, also quite aggressive on the front side as well. But Sandon Whitaker on his backhand, you can see him just ripping into these waves. And that should be a pretty good score, that last one. but won't be enough, just in my opinion, at a 6.68 up and riding Pat Gadauskas.
Yeah, look for something big right here. Time winding down. He knows he's going to have to pull out all stops. He's already got one big jam there. Oncoming section, drifts the fins, and he is pumped up. Coming at him on that left was Beric de Vries. So we've got quite a few scores to drop here, and this will be the moment here that will separate the advancing two surfers from the two surfers that will not. Scores coming through for de Vries on a wave prior. Looks like it's going to be one that will stay in his score line potentially. And Sandin, quick snap, and grabs the rail and pulls through.
I'll tell you what, Todd, for potentially mediocre conditions that we were looking at lunchtime, it's really turned into a very entertaining afternoon of surfing, and this heat has just been one after the other. Scores dropping for blue.
Yeah, Beric is he's locked. He's going to stay in that first position. It's going to be which one of the Gadauskas is going to settle for second, or will it be Whitaker that will jump up from fourth? Whitaker looking for that 6.68. You can see Tanner there standing on his board trying to look out to the horizon to see if there is going to be any more sets with 24 seconds to go. And with the current situation and a lot of scores to drop, they don't know who is going to advance at this point. Pat Gadauskas looking for a 6.28. Scores looking like they might come through north of that. And here we go. Tanner not going to leave it in the hands of the judges. He wants to solidify his second position. And a 1-2 punch there, and just like his brother, he's pumped up, and he's up and riding. Does a little bit of a fins-free kind of slide there, a bit of a rail slide, skate maneuver. And with a lot of scores to drop, we are going to go to break, and we will be back with the results of heat number 11 and the start of the final heat of the day, heat number 12, round 3.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Scores still falling for the last heat, heat number 11, round 3 action. Currently, as the scores are settling in, Beric de Vries is in first, Pat Gadauskas in second, as he has just posted a 6.43. He has moved up into second. His brother Tanner has dropped to third, surfer in red. Whitaker is currently sitting in fourth, but we're still standing by for more scores to post for Tanner and Sandin. So, wow, what a heat this has become all the way in the dying moments of that heat. It is unclear who is going to get second. It's very clear who won. Beric de Vries, an 8.17, a 7.10, a 7.20, a 7.73. He ended up keeping his best two scores of that 8.17 and a 7.73 with one of the best performances of the event so far. Two-wave total, 15.90. And carrying some momentum going into round 4. Scores dropping now for last of Pat Gadauskas. And it looks like another great score coming through for Pat, a 7.53. So he really strengthens that position in second and standing by for a couple more scores. But it's looking like it's probably going to go to Pat Gadauskas. And stand by. So a 7.53, sorry, for last of White. And we are looking at replays upstairs with the judges to make sure that they get all the scores correct. That was just there on your screen, though, was Beric de Vries coming in. So Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pittsy scores still settling out here, but some massive ones for Pat Gadauskas. coming through, and also for Tanner Gudauskas. So a very pivotal moment here as these scores settle in before we can say who is going to finish up in that second position. Scores dropped while you were gone, Pitsy, for Beric de Vries. He actually extended his lead, and a 7-6-7 for Pat Gudauskas. So initially we had a score of a 7-5, but the one of the judges had it in the wrong area there, so they corrected it, and it averaged out at a 7.67. So Pat Gudauskas currently in second. Tanner Gudauskas looking for a 7.58, and that thing really got crazy at the end of that heat.
It certainly did, and you saw Pat with the big clap claim at the end of his wave. Tanner, similar sort of wave, 2 big manoeuvres, and he got the guts pose at the end of it as well. His scores come in at a 7.30, which is not going to be enough. So Patty Gudauskas at this stage is going to advance with Beric de Vries, and unfortunately, one of the picks to take the event out, Tanner Gudauskas, has just come up short to his brother.
Are all the scores in?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because we had quite a flurry at the end, and that's why we are still on standby before the start of heat number 12 here.
I think all the big scores are in. I think there might be a couple of sprinkles to come, but I think the 2 major ones was Tanner's last 2 big hit score, as well as Pat's, and that's the 7.6 for Pat and the 7.30 for Red. And I think as far as those twos go, the guys go, we're done.
Well, you are correct. It is official. Beric de Vries with the win. Patrick Gudauskas in second. Tanner Gudauskas in third. And Sandon Whitaker in fourth. So with that said, we will count in heat number 12, final heat of the day. Round 3 action. William Cardoza in the red from Brazil. Luel Felipe in the blue representing Brazil. Maxime Housineau in the white representing France. And Adam Melling in the green. So another good heat coming up here, Pitsy, for the final heat of the day.
Yeah, so 25 minutes on the clock. At the end of this will be done for this round and for day surfing. And this afternoon we've seen some awesome heats. So in this heat we got 2 Brazilians, a French surfer, and Adam Melling from Australia.
So when we finish this heat here, we will be into the round of 24, Pitsy, for the men, the World Surf League QS 6000, and we are already into the quarterfinals for the women. So tomorrow morning we will have a 6:30 a.m. call for a potential start of that round of 24 or the quarterfinals. And one of those surfers that would like to make the quarterfinals in the men, but he's got another round to do that before he can, is Beric de Vries, and he is standing by with the win of that last heat, heat number 11.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 3 heat 11, Beric de Vries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Good to see a smile on your face.
Yeah, very happy. Thank you. Yeah.
How was it out there?
I had a very hard heat this morning with the low tide and kind of just shug it off, and managed to just go through that one. And now with the tide coming in, it's kind of the best waves that we've had that I've felt in Japan, and I feel like I got all of them in that heat.
And you seem to be in the right position because you got good waves. You find the right position by yourself too?
Yeah, the way the swell direction was coming in with the wind, it kind of felt like on the north coast of Durban, where I come from. So it kind of, the way that the ocean was moving, it just really felt similar to home. So yeah, felt at home.
So for the very first wave that you caught, you scored 8.17. Was that comfortable for you?
Yeah, that was pretty comfy. That was like a couch compared to the hard floor, really. Yeah, 817 is always a nice start. I was happy.
And your board working good?
Yeah, our board's working really nicely. Thank you.
So you're gonna go for another round tomorrow. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna say no. Probably go get a good dinner, bit of water, and yeah, see what the day brings tomorrow.
Because it was cold today, so keep yourself warm and good luck for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much.
Big congratulations to Beric de Vries. Back to you.
Shot, Bru. And congratulations to Beric and Pat Gudauskas. It was a very slow start for Pat. And Tanner came out with the first score in that heat, but in the end, Tanner ends up in third and Sandon in fourth. So congratulations to Beric and Patrick. And as we shift gears and look, we've already got a score on the board out in this lineup, the final heat of the day. 4.67 for William Cardoza. And the Kung Fu Panda in red draws first blood.
Yeah, 4.67, but he won't be holding on to that by the end of this heat, so...
he hopes.
No, he won't. He's too good for that stuff. So, anyway, just to get his feet into the wax, get the nerves out, if he ever had any. I don't think he does. But anyway, just keep him busy, because we saw in his last heat, he was just one after the other, and came out on top. So, Willem Cardosa, getting started, just getting the momentum going, getting the positive vibes happening. Taking a feather out of the cap of the Gudang brothers. Positive vibe warriors, I like it. We could have them all over the place by the end of this event. Up and riding, Melling on his backhand. Just up into the lip, little cut back. Moves through the inside, little foam float. And out of there, rebounding, Adam Melling. Once again, just getting started, getting moving. Just trying to find his positioning in the lineup, like the other surfers as well. And Luel Philippe from Brazil, Maxime Husino from France. Luel Philippe has always been a standout in these events here in Japan, and it'll be interesting to see where he goes in this heat.
Yeah, Maxime seems to, he's been riding an epoxy surfboard, which has really been suiting these conditions here, and we'll see how it goes. We just heard Beric de Vries say he felt that last heat was the best waves he's caught, obviously in a heat, but he clarified saying it was the best waves he's caught on his trip here in Japan so far. So he seems to think with the waves cleaning up, the tide filling in, that the waves have improved, and so we'll see if that will continue here in the final heat of the day. Again, a shout out to our head judge and contest director for making the call on that dead low tide when the winds were whipping onshore, sideways rain, to put the event on standby there for an hour so that we could let that tide fill in. And we've seen the scores increase since then.
No, you're right. The call from the judges at lunchtime, it was a tough one, and there were a few people turn their noses up at it. But it's been a fantastic call. We've had some great action, and we've got some pretty good waves. And you never know, after seeing De Vries in that last heat, saying a bit of a dialer wave and having a fantastic surf out there. So there's the fun factor. He went out and has the best surf he's had in Japan, and it was in a heat. So there you go. So in this heat, there's no reason why we shouldn't see some fantastic waves ridden. And the surfer in blue just stalking the lineup now, looking to open up his account.
Melling's first score in green. Sorry, Pitsy comes through to 5.23. Second of Cardoza comes through to 6.33. So an early lead for Cardozo. Melling in second, looking for a 5.78, and Luel and Maxime waiting out the back patiently. Here goes Cardoza on his third wave, this time going on the backhand. And he will wrap up that one, looking to better a 4.67.
So Cardozo, like we saw in the previous heat, staying busy, one after the other. So Melling now, taking a look, looking to strike back. 5.23, no go.
So it's been a good day of competition in challenging conditions. We've seen scores throughout the day, continue to climb in this round despite the conditions being a little bit tougher throughout the day today. We saw one of our best performances in the likes of Adriana de Souza, who has the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.57, and the highest two-wave total of the event in those challenging conditions today. Early this morning, a two-wave total of 17.74. So Adriana de Souza seems to be the one to beat in this event, coming off that win at the Oi Rio Pro on the championship tour. And carrying that momentum, here we go, opening things up, Maxime Husino. Nice little carve there to set it up, goes vertical. Trying to carry the momentum to get back onto the open face. Now out the back, Luel. He gets up into that lip, snaps it. Drives off the bottom, back up into it one more time. Another section in front of him, and he jams it. So a good wave there for Luel. And right behind him, Adam Melling. Nice jam off the whitewater, carves it back. Little double up there, and he kicks out directly in front of white. And as you would know, Pitsy being a former competitor, that he is trying to get out in the lineup before white does so that he can establish a priority ahead of white and give him an opportunity to get on a set.
Yeah, well, back in the day, we didn't have any of the priority in our heats. So, yeah, Melling making full use of the system there, as you said, by kicking out quickly and getting out first. And we talked about Melling earlier on in his heat, and I mentioned, I'd like to see some point of difference coming from him so that he can just really kick-start his career and get back up into the CT. He said that he's on an epoxy board, and it's shaped a little bit thinner to what he usually rides, and it's that sensitivity that you're looking for, because the epoxy boards are a little bit more buoyant. And he said by having the board thin, he's still able to power it through the water, but he's got that spring and lightness out of the EPS foam. So by finding a board that's something different, something new, could be enough just to fire him back up and put his career right back on track. So far so good for this event. It'll be interesting to see how he shapes up in this heat, because he's got 3 very determined young men who he's going to have to knock off to move through to the next round. But for Adam Melling, he's got that new board, and there's a positive vibe coming into this heat. Husino in and out, short way for him, surfer in white. Luel Felipe, he's waiting on a very nice score to come in, no doubt. And Melling's got one more score to come in as well, but nothing too substantial for Melling. But Felipe in blue, his score's going to be a beauty, and arguably the best score of the heat so far.
Little side note for a couple surfers in the lineup as far as the ranks go and current standings on that qualifying series. You got Luel sitting in 35th and William in 36th. So a big heat right here for these two competitors, because whoever does advance on is going to make a move on those standings. Blue here on the backhand, Luel goes vertical on the second move, and he'll kick out. And quite a few scores to post, as Matthew Pitts has just stated. Luel's second wave should be a pretty solid one, and we'll see how things shake out.
Well, that combination of backside maneuvers that we just saw out of Blue, that's going to be his backup, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's straight up into first place at this position of the heat. So Cardoso now came out guns a-blazing, slammed down 3 scores. Now here's Melling again, bang off the top. Nice carve back into the foam, looking sharp. Carves it back.
I think that's going to be a big score. We caught it midway through, and even what we saw was pretty solid. So stand by for last of green. We've got about 5 scores to drop for multiple surfers in this heat. Scores coming through for that second one, as you anticipated, Pitsy. Going to be the best wave so far in this heat for Luel. There it is. It's a 7.33. Now this is Husino. A little bit of a tail drift there. Gets around that section, climbs up and over the whitewater, and jams that one right there. Laying back, puts the hand in the face of the wave and carves it. So that will be Husino's best wave.
Yeah, it was. First turn, brilliant. So much speed. Fire hosed out of that thing. But went into the last turn. Just felt he might have just been off by a hair. If we remember Thomas Hermes, when he came into those last layback snaps, he just absolutely slammed it. And I would have liked to have seen White do that just with a little bit more aggression, just to really nail that wave home for a fantastic score. It should come in as a pretty good score, but if you were to get critical, I think that last layback snap just lacked a little bit of commitment. And look at Cardoso's wave count here. He's up about 6 waves already. Blue with another score to come in. Melling with another score to come in, as well as White. So a lot of scores to come in, and they'll get a good indication on who's going to advance. Here he is, Blue, up and riding. Danger man in this heat.
Wow.
And he's really getting his confidence up. And once that happens to Luel Felipe, It's
where some surfers are just completing their first maneuver, he's already going into an air on a third maneuver. So Luell capitalizing in a big way on that last wave. He's got a 7.33 already in his score line. And there you can see the priority currently being held by first priority in red, second priority in green. And stand by for multiple scores as Matthew Pitts has indicated. And we've got another set approaching in the lineup. Keep an eye on Cardozo. He has first priority. Goes up and over that one. Doesn't even look at it. So reflecting back on today's competition, Pitsy, what was one of the highlights for you at this point?
I'm going to say the clutch performance by Ohara, because I pretty much written him off for all, and he managed to come back and keep the Japanese dream alive as far as the local surfers are concerned.
Yep, I agree. Another one for me, which you would kind of expect, and it's hard though. It's one thing to have big names on paper. It's another to perform out there in those challenging conditions that we saw this morning. And for me, it was the performance by De Souza. By De Souza, that 17.74, and really lifting the bar here at this event. And tomorrow, forecast looking for sunny skies, light winds, maybe even offshore winds. So we'll see what tomorrow brings as we will kick things off early. 6:30 a.m. will be our call as we see blue up and riding. A couple of quick snaps here for Luell. All the way to that oncoming section, redirects and kicks out. And scores dropping for third of Melling, going to be his best wave at this point by a long shot.
Blue with 2 scores to come in now.
So there it is. Melling, 7.40. He goes all the way to first. Felipe drops to second. Surfer in blue looking for a 5.31. And Cardozo looking for a 5.48. Here we go, green. Melling staying busy. Not going to, that wave not offering much, so he'll kick out. And scores dropping for Felipe and for Melling. Melling's last wave comes through quickly, 0.67, doesn't change his situation. But as you anticipated and pointed out, Felipe, his fourth wave will be a good one, will be potentially his best one. It's going to be right in line with that 7.33 that's currently in his score line.
Yeah, Felipe's really put on a very dominant performance out here, and it's not a surprise. And then we've got Adam Melling, so he's got a little spice of life happening with that little epoxy board that he's out on. And with his power and a little bit thinner equipment, he'll really be attacking the critical part of the waves here. That board will allow him to do that. And sometimes the epoxy's been a little bit buoyant, will send surfers out onto the open face, but Melling has got it thinner and he's really attacking the critical section of the wave.
Have a look out the back. We had green and blue. Blue kicked out. Green stuck with the left-hander. Melling going up into the lip. And he will kick out. So not much on offer on that wave. For Melling, current heat leader, looking to better a low score of a 5.23. And that first priority still sitting with Cardozo. You can see him making his way a little bit to the northerly direction to the left of the screen. And the water is, I've been informed by some of the competitors, has started to slowly warm up. We had a southerly wind there for a few days that gave us an upwelling. That kind of flipped the cold water that was deep to the surface. And slowly it's settling back down now. So hopefully tomorrow and potentially our final day, Super Sunday, we will have sunny skies, warm water, and pumping surf for a picture-perfect finish here for this Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, a World Surf League QS 6000 for the men, and a QS 3000 for the women. Quarterfinals standing by for the ladies. And we are not far off from the quarterfinals for the men. Potentially tomorrow, the start of the round of 24. So we will be down, once we finish this heat, to 24 surfers remaining in this QS 6000.
Certainly has been a very big week of surfing, Todd. We've had a lot of long days here, and we've seen some incredible action. So to be staring down the barrel of 24 surfers left in this event, and that $25,000, the pot at the end of the rainbow, it is really going to be 2 days of incredible surfing ahead of us, and it's going to be thoroughly enjoyable, and I'm really looking forward to it. Just one heat left, 6 minutes in this heat. We've got Blue out in front, Melling in second, Cardoso in third needing a 6.31, and Husino in fourth place looking for a 6.91. Priority is with the surfer in red, so Cardoso is poised to strike. So there he is, Willem Cardoso, came out of the gates.
Oh, that was
shooting from the hip. Now down the beach, taking a look, looking to go left, using his priority now, and not cooperating for him. So mistake from the surfer in red, using his priority. Priority now flips to white. Husino down there in fourth place.
So once this wraps, it looks like, if my math is correct, we'll have about 30 heats to go, 23 for the men and 7 for the women before we crown 2 champions here in 2017.
Nice.
So a lot of waves being ridden, but not really the big scores outside of what Llewell's done in this one. And Melling's got 1 solid score, but it's going to be really for that second place position, just like it's been all day long, who can back it up. And Melling currently sits in that second position, but has left the door open for Cardoso. Red looking for a 6.31, Maxime looking for a 6.91, and 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Maxime traveling with his father here. He's been working with him every day, coming down, shooting video, and no doubt given the opportunity to go back and analyze the footage. Beautiful opening turn here for our surfer in green, Adam Melling. Oncoming section, nice rebound, throwing some spray, climbs the whitewater, and he will kick out, so a good wave there for Melling.
Yeah, you're right. It's great stuff from Adam Melling, and it's interesting, you know, when young surfers are growing up and they watch videos of their favourite surfers and they end up emulating them with their own surfing style. And for a long time, people mentioned that Melling was an identical surfer to Mick Fanning, and then you've got young Ethan Ewing coming along, and comparisons to Fanning or even Andy Irons out of his style.
Yep.
So we're seeing a lot of influence from our surfing heroes coming down through the ranks to the juniors, and them following in their footsteps. And Adam Melling, when he was younger, he was the posted as the young Mick Fanning, up and coming, and he's had a fantastic career. Incredible surfer. He works very hard at it, and he's had a bit of downtime as far as results went on the championship tour. He's here in Japan, and he's here to resurrect his career. He's got a nice lightweight little epoxy board, an Emery under his feet.
He's from Lennox, yeah, Lennox Head?
Lennox Head, yes.
Here we go, out the back, White, Husino, needing a score of a 6.91, and that's probably going to increase after we see the score dropping last of Melling. And Husino working with this one all the way through to the inside. You can tell that epoxy really carrying him through those flat sections. He sees that wave double up, goes to the bottom, gets up into it one more time. He's pumped up. We'll see what the judges thought about it. Blue out the back, Llewell, he kicks out. So a 1-2 exchange there between Blue and White. And now out the back, Cardoso, the Kung Fu Panda, beautiful carve into the whitewater, falls on the second turn. So not what Cardoso needed there on that final maneuver. And Melling looking like he's going to extend his position, currently in second, for that combination we saw him get a few moments ago. So Husino, there it is. Melling once again up and riding. He just posted a 6.70, extends his second place position, and he's fired up, as you pointed out, riding that Emery, that epoxy foam. Husino was pumped up. He was clapping at the end of that wave. What do you think about it, Pitsy?
Yeah, I think he's going to go pretty big with that. Husino's got a board that it seems that when he puts a lot of weight on his back foot, the thing just accelerates. And, shapers will put curve, but a lot of concave in the back of a board, so when you do step on it and surf it off the back foot, the things just accelerate.
Squirts.
It squirts, and you can see he's getting that squirt out of that weight on the back foot, and I think he utilised that back foot and squirt in that board brilliantly in that last wave that we saw ridden, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he gets He won't get the score that he needs, but he'll definitely improve on the 2 scores that he's got.
Well, he's got another little left-hander here. He's found something he likes on these backhanders, these little left runners heading towards the jetty. And let's see if he shows that excitement once again. He just kicks out of that one. So standing by for a couple scores for last of White's 2 waves, Maxime Husino. A couple scores for Cardoza. Doesn't look like it's going to change things for him. So with 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, it looks like Luell is safe in that first position. But who is going to lock up that second advancing position? Will it be Adam Melling? Will it be Maxime Husino or Cardoza? 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock based on the exchanges we've seen. Standing by for those scores. Who do you think it will be, Pitsy?
I'm going to say the Melling will be safe, but only just.
I tend to agree. He's had a fairly consistent heat with that 7.40 and a 6.70. He showed some solid maneuvers here, some speed, power, and flow, some commitment in those turns. And it's not over yet, though. We've got 50 seconds. Waves can still be ridden, and we still have scores to drop. So stay tuned for the final results here of heat number 12, round 3 action here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We are live in Japan, and it is late in the evening, or I should say late in the afternoon, early evening here on Friday, May 26th. It's 5:22 p.m. local time in Japan. And we had a full day of action. Almost a full day. We had to go on hold or on standby just for a little bit on that dead low tide. Here we go. Luell having a quick look. Not going to go. 10 seconds. And standing by for scores. Starting to drop for Husino. Needing an 8.37. As you said, Pitsy, it'll be a good one. But it looks like it will fall potentially just short of the score that was needed, an 8.37.
As this score comes in, I'd just like to reflect back to that drop wallet hack that I thought he could have just kicked a little harder to squeeze that 5.73 a little higher. And let's just see if he is to fall short with the score that's about to come in, get a comparison on how much by and whether that 5.73 could have been pushed out to 6.
Well, as quick as the competitors of that last heat make their way in, a lot more competitors making their way out to go free surf scores in Pitsy for last of White.
7.53. Now in third place, needing a 6.57. Do you remember what his need score was about?
It was an 8 change.
Okay, 7.53. So it was about half a point, 0.8 of a point short. So almost, yeah. So anyway, he put in a fantastic performance. That last left-hander surfed brilliantly. But as we've seen throughout the day, those lefts, it's been really tough to get up into that excellent area on that little left reform.
Alrighty, well, heat number 12 is a wrap. Standing by for the final results and that post-heat interview with the winner. It looks like it will be Luell, but who is going to join them in round 4? Stay tuned for those results coming up next and that post-heat interview.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Continue to settle in here for the final heat of the day here in round 3 action. Heat number 12 is a wrap, but we are standing by for scores here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts, and a lot of waves ridden in that heat, and in the end it looks like it was Luell Philippe getting the win in the blue, Adam Melling in second, Maxime Housineau in third, and William Cardoza in fourth. And we will hear from Luell in just a few minutes. Before we do, let's talk about tomorrow, May 27th, Saturday, 6:30 a.m. first call. Possible start for the men's round of 24. Possible start for the women's quarterfinals. And tell us a little bit about what we can expect based on what we're seeing from the forecast.
Well, if it's anything like what we've seen so far, it's going to be fireworks. All of these surfers they've really raised the bar for small wave surfing, in my opinion. And here in Japan, you could say, oh, the waves, they might have no way. This has been incredible performance surfing, and that's what we've come here to see, and that's what the Japanese fans love. Tomorrow, it's going to be a fantastic day again. We're kicking off with the first heat. If you could just... Have we got our first heat for tomorrow, Todd Klein? Here we're looking at Timmy Biso, Jackson Baker, Flav. No, that was... Let me just see if we got any heats. We don't.
Oh, we got him. We got him.
Okay.
Tomorrow we will see potentially the start of that round 3 action, round 4, and it would be Timothy Biso, Adriano de Souza, and Griffin Colapinto could be our first heat of the morning, or it could be our first quarterfinal for the women.
Okay. But if we're talking about the men, and you've asked me what we expect to see tomorrow, as far as the conditions go, I'll say we're going to get sunshine and offshore conditions, but as far as the wave size, I'm going to sit on the fence and say I'm not too sure.
Alrighty, well that last heat came down to the wire for the second place finish, but we know the winner held on pretty strong throughout, and it was Luell Philippe getting the win, 7.33, 7.17, winning the final heat of the day. Let's hear from Luell.
World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner for today's final heat, round 3, heat 12, Luell Philippe. Good morning. Congratulations. What I'm talking about. Congratulations to you.
Oh, the waves kind of better a little bit. Like high tide right now. Feel so tired. Like all day long surfing and like staying the beach, watching heats, and I'm stoked to make my hit.
But you kept yourself concentrated, right?
Yeah, I was really concentrated there and like just listen music and focus what I have to do, and yeah, let's go to tomorrow and let's see what's happening.
So you made great airs, scoring 7.17 and 7.33. Did you like yourself?
Yeah, my board works really good, and I feel so confident. I was training hard at home, and I came here like I really want a good result here, and I need to have some money.
Well, that's important thing to do, you know. So you're ready for tomorrow, and how are you gonna stay the night tonight? You gonna chill, or are you gonna have fun, or?
Yeah, I have my friends here. They are from Okinawa. They are Japanese. Yeah, and then I'm joining them, and like I come here 2 years ago, and then I won the contest there, and they was with me and think they give me luck.
Okay, I'm looking forward for your big money turn tomorrow, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You want to say hi to your fans?
Valeu, galera. Brasil aí é 4 da manhã, 5 da manhã, sei lá. 5:30 da manhã. A maior galera deve estar indo pegar tubo uma hora dessa. Estou muito feliz de ter passado minha bateria e acredito que esse campeonato aqui vai ser o pontapé inicial para esse ano.
Well, good luck with your next round tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Luell Philippe, congratulations to him. Well, that's all for today. Hope you enjoyed our show. And tomorrow, our first call is going to be 6:30, starting from men's round of 24, or maybe women's quarterfinals. So all the women's and guys going to be in standby. And looking for the forecast, it's going to be sunny and hot because today was so cold and rain was pouring and it was so windy. But the competitors were so hot and they were doing great. And tomorrow, let's look for that too. さあ皆さん、今日は長い間見ていてくれてありがとうございました。これにて本日は終了となりますが、明日のファーストコールは6時半からとなります。メンズラウンドオブ24とウィメンズクォーターファイナルズを、スタンドバイ状態となってますので、皆さん用意していてくださいね。6時半にぜひ起きてまた見てください。明日の天気ですが、今日はすごい雨が降っていて寒かったです。私も冬物の洋服を着てきたんですが、打って変わって30度の晴天という情報も出ていますが、風の方はどうやらオフショアで少しうねりの方が下がってしまうかもしれませんが、選手たちは熱い戦いを見せてくれるはずです。それでは明日もまたお会いしたいと思います。堀内直子でした。This is your host Naoko signing off. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
人生はどこへ行くかではない、どう楽しむかだ。ジープ